Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the 2025 NFL Draft. Let's get it going, all chiefed up style, baby.
You're listening to All Chiefed Up.
How's everybody doing tonight? Mike in the house. Steve is at work. He should be here in the next 45 minutes to an hour, maybe faster. Who knows? But we don't need Steve. We're talking about the draft. We're talking about everything that goes along with it. Welcome. Let me make sure everything's looking good, sounding good. We got some stuff prepared for tonight. It's going to be a fun one, man. I want to know in the chat what everybody thinks. Like, what's your gut feeling on the draft tonight? What do you think the Chiefs are going to do, man? I'm so excited to see where they go here. Is it going to be offense? Is it going to be defense? This is better than Christmas morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we live for. This is the draft. This is everything. You know, back in the day when the Chiefs wasn't very good, right? So been a Chiefs fan for lifetimes, so long. And so the draft was our Super Bowl because every year we would miss the playoffs or we would crap out in the playoffs after the first round. And then it would be like, hey, the draft, maybe we'll get somebody. Maybe we'll get a Patrick Mahomes. And sure enough, we got one. And it's changed things, man. So the draft is special. The draft is special. It can change a franchise. It can set a franchise back by years and years and years. And so Patrick Mahomes, man, that's always going to go down in history as one of the greatest moves, not only in NFL history, or not only in Chiefs history, but NFL history. So excited. Tonight's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. I see everybody out there. Steve's already in here just he's already in here just talking crap. He's not with us, but he's here in spirit right now. And so he just wants Wyatt Milam. Yeah, there you go. Steve wants Wyatt Milam in round 3 or 4. He's so horned up. He's living in the future. We've not even had our first pick yet. And Steve's worried about round 3 or round 4. This guy. Like, what is this guy doing? But yeah, it's going to be a fun night. We're going to kick it off really quickly here with our boy. Just kicking it off the way it needs to be kicked off tonight. That's what we're doing. We got a little bit of purge going, baby. Our boy Adam in the house. Draft day, baby. Let's go, Mike. ACU crew, get live. It's going to be a good one, Adam. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited, man. I was going through some stuff today. Look, I got some new news. New news. Shout out Travis Kelce. Our boy. Some new news. Apparently, if you guys are big Derek Harmon fans here in Kansas City, it was thought that Derek Harmon would possibly not be able to get to pick number 31. It's looking like that might be a possibility unless something changes tonight, because there's some bad medicals just got floated out today. I don't know who leaks this stuff, but every year this gets leaked. It got leaked today. He's got some knee injuries, some shoulder injuries that is a cause of concern. So Derek Harmon may be dropping. That is something that is a possibility. Another one, my boy, Omar Norman Lott. Really love Omar Norman Lott. He was catching some first round hype. Apparently there's some knee injuries there, some nagging knee injuries, and some doctors think that it could be chronic. They use the word chronic. Now, look, I didn't see anything that would have led me to believe it's chronic. By watching his film, watching him in the All-Star games, watching him at his pro day, all that stuff, I didn't see anything that showed me that he was going to have knee problems. Like, if you watch how this guy gets off the line and how this guy disrupts in the backfield, I would not think anything about it. High motor, just hustles, blows plays up. But it's being talked about, and so his first-round hype is now simmered back down, and we do look for him to probably be drafted somewhere between 35 and 75. There's a big gap there because who knows? So, you know, he's probably going to fall back down to that second round, mid-third maybe now. So, you know, there's a chance. There's a chance that the Chiefs, if they decide not to go with Harmon, or Harmon does fall to them and they take him, maybe now you could grab an Omar Norman Lott, who in my estimation and a lot of people's estimation, this dude was borderline first-round talent. I really like Todd McShay. I respect Todd McShay. I think he does really good at going through these guys. Todd McShay, just the other day, I was watching him. He said he had to fight every single day not to put Omar Norman Lott in his top 5 defensive tackles. He was borderlining putting him over Derek Harmon. That was one of the guys he was going to put him over. He's special, man. He's got some juice. So we'll see. Adam, appreciate the 10 bomb, brother. But yeah, that's some of the early news. That's some of the early news that's been floating around today. So, it's one of those things where, sorry, I'm checking everything. I've got a bunch of screens up. I'm trying to keep up with everything for you guys. We've got a bunch of stuff to get to tonight. It's going to be fun when the draft actually gets going, which it should kick off here in a couple minutes, I would think. I'm trying to get that going in my other monitor. I've got like 4 monitors going. I'm trying to get everything going. It's going to be a good time. I don't know what's going on either. ESPN's decided they don't want to work, so I don't know what it's doing. Let's see if I can bring it up over here. Yeah, it's going to be a good time, though. I'm excited over the draft, dude. This is just my time of the year. If you guys got anybody you want to talk about in the chat, let me know. We can jump in and talk about some players maybe we haven't spoke about. I know Sam Lofton. I see Sam. Sam said that last night he wanted to talk about Jalen Travis, and we talked about him a little bit. We hadn't really spoke on him too much yet. So if you guys want to talk about anybody like that or any surprise first-round names or something that you guys want to see, let me know. It's also been said, too, and I don't want to get this wrong. Let's read this. I'll try to read it word for word because it was tweeted out just earlier, and it was a very telling thing. Albert Breer, 2 hours ago. Albert Breer, let me just share the screen with you. Let's do that. We'll do that with you really quickly. Albert Breer says, among the teams that have explored moves down. Okay. And let me make this let me zoom in for you. Let me see if I can get that there you go. Among the teams that have explored moving down late in the first round into the second round. So teams they're trying to get out. The Broncos, the Steelers, the Packers, the Vikings, the Rams, Lions, Chiefs, and Eagles. If someone is looking to come up for a QB from the top of the second, they'll be able to find a trade partner. So if you were to get, let's say, the Titans surprise everybody and don't go Cam Ward, and maybe let's just say they like Tyler Shuck out of Louisville, or maybe Jackson Dart were to fall late or something like that, or just maybe another team wants to come up. Maybe the Browns take Travis Hunter and then the Browns want to move back in and take Shadur to go with them. Who knows? The possibilities are endless. But the Chiefs are a candidate. The Chiefs have been exploring moves to get out and go back into the second, and I love that. I am absolutely horned up for that right there, man. A lot of people wouldn't like it. I don't think a lot of people would love it. Because you're going to watch 4 or 5 hours of draft and then you're not going to get a new player. But I would like it. I think there's this draft for me, I feel like there's only maybe 11. If I got really, really liberal with my my analysis, I could maybe put 13 players as a legit first-round talent in this draft. But there's definitely not 20, and there's not 25, and there's definitely not 31. So if we pick at 31, you're not getting a first-round talent. You're getting a second-round talent that you better hope that you can develop into a first-round talent eventually. So barring a trade up, and look, even trading up, Brent Veach is aggressive. He is very aggressive, and I don't put nothing past him. But for me, the amount that you have to give up, this is, again, a deep draft. We don't have a 5th. We don't have a 6th. 3 7ths are fine. The last time we had a couple 7th-round picks, we nailed Jalen Watson. We nailed Pacheco. That was great. Would love to do that again this time. But we just can't afford to give up a lot of draft capital to do that. Like, this team is built to keep this dynasty going with young talent on the cheap that you can develop, and hopefully you get some good talent that slides through the cracks. Maybe some of these quarterbacks go early, or people reach and start moving on these wide receivers a little too early or something. And before you know it, boom, you get a nice defender come down. Or maybe there's a big run on defenders and you start getting Nolan and Harmon and all them to come off the board. Yes, that may take them away from us, along with maybe offensive tackle, but that may also allow, say, a Luther Burden to slide to the end of the first. And so there's wins and losses, there's gives and takes here. So I really like the possibility of moving down. I really, really like that. So it would be awesome, but with Albert Breer saying the Broncos, Steelers, Packers, Vikings, Rams, Lions, and Eagles, that is 7 teams. And for some reason, it feels like nobody ever wants to trade with. Look, the Chiefs have been drafting 31, 32 for the past 5 years, it seems. And I don't remember us ever being able to get out of the first round and move back into the second. Now, either that's Veach not trying or whatever, but I kind of felt like I guess it would have been anticlimactic to host the draft, sit at 32, and not take the hometown kid of Felix Anudike-Uzomah. But that would have just been a great draft to have got out of that first round, honestly. And I know it just wouldn't have worked. I bet the NFL even told you better not. The hometown team better not move out of the first round. So, there was probably stuff behind it, but that would have been a great draft to have got out of that first round, in my opinion. And that's no shade to Felix. But that was a draft where it just felt like there wasn't nobody there that was really worth it. I think you could have moved down. You may have even got Felix 5-6 picks lower than that. You probably would have. It just depends. But yeah, how you guys doing tonight? I know you guys are horned up for it, baby. The Titans are on the clock. I'm going to see. Bear with me here for just a few minutes. And this would be great if Steve were here, but he's not. So I've got to do everything at one time. So if you remember draft coverage, how it works, Steve sits here and he talks crap and he doesn't do nothing. And I do all the hard lifting, and then he gets mad at me because I'm not paying attention. And I'm over here with 17 windows open trying to gather info and do stuff like that. So now that he's not here, now it's just me. And so I'm going to look like an idiot just scrolling around trying to figure stuff out. But here we go. I think I've got the draft going. I think I've finally got it loaded up. It's going to take forever because you know how that works. Dude, I'm super excited, though. I've got a bunch of draft-minded friends on the back burner. We're talking over here. Steve said I'm just whining. You shut up, Steve. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I talk about. You do this every year to me. And then, you remember the year? Was it last year that Steve just decided to sleep through one of the rounds? And I'm up here I did an entire round by myself. He's sleeping. Like, what is this cat doing? Steve's not respecting the draft like I think he should. He's not respecting it. I can't find it. Okay, so here we go. Let's just get all this together. We don't need none of that. We got the draft going. There's some dude riding a bike around. Is that Lil Wayne? Why's Lil Wayne riding a bike? What is going on? You guys find it crazy? I think it was Harold Kuntz today actually tweeted something out. Let me find it. It was something crazy. It was like the amount of people that actually made it out to Kansas City for the draft. It was insane. It was like an insane post. Oh, here it is. KC's NFL draft attendance over the 3 days we hosted was 3 times the population of Green Bay. Interested to see how they're going to handle this. Nonetheless, deserved location for a big event. It's huge, man. Like, if you ever go to Green Bay, which I haven't been, but I've got friends that went, you apparently just kind of drive and you just kind of go into a neighborhood and there's the stadium. Like, you can literally sit on your front porch like 2 blocks away and just watch the stadium and listen to the game. It's wild. But Green Bay, man. Oh, I also heard another good rumor today that the Browns are fielding calls. They're trying to maybe make some sparks fly to get out at number 2, which is wild. You would think the Browns would want to sit there and take Travis Hunter. That's what you would think. Take the best player in the draft. But no, the Browns will do what the Browns do, and they'll find a way to screw it up. So the Browns will probably do something stupid there. I've also ear to the grind, or what, I don't know the freaking saying, but big news on Ashton Genty. Apparently Jacksonville is trying to swipe him at number 5 before the Raiders can pick him at number 6. That's out there. That's out there in the atmosphere. So maybe the Raiders might have to jump if they want Genty. So many wild stuff that's getting ready to happen. I don't know what's going to go down. So it's going to be a fun one, man. We're going to see. I got a few more things to do really quick. So if it looks like I'm not paying attention, I'm very sorry. I am paying attention. I'm going to get to the chat in just a second. I'm just trying to get all these windows going. I've literally got 3 monitors up and I've got 17 windows going. So let's hope my internet holds up too. That's going to be fun. I'm also still in an Airbnb, but I'll tell you this, the Airbnb is supposed to have really fast internet. We'll see. I'm going to put it to the limits tonight. I'm testing the limits. We're going to see how good the internet is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm with you guys in the chat, man. The Raiders do need a quarterback. It's wild that they're just going to, I mean, Pete Carroll with the Raiders, it would make sense to Ashton Genty I mean, that's a guy, right? It's got to be a guy you would have to think about. Because you know how he is. He lives off of defense and a run game, so that's what I think. So I think Genty's probably it. Okay, so just a few minutes ago, Diana Rossini is reporting that the Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10. So the Broncos are trying to get into the top 10. Why? I have no idea what they're trying to do. I'll bring this in for you guys. I want you guys to see this. Just don't take my word for it. Mike's out here spitting facts. I'm not. We're in the time of rumors. We're in the time of lies. We're in the time of fake news and fake media, and that's not me. So here we are, Diana Rossini. The Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10 per sources. Now, I don't know who her freaking sources are because yesterday she tried to call out, who was it? She tried to call out, was it George Kittle? She tried to call out George Kittle saying he wasn't at some kind of a thing because of a contract issue, and he just called her out right there. And he's like, your sources were wrong. But I thought that was funny. So what are the Broncos trying to do? What are you trying to make an aggressive push for here if you're the Broncos? I feel like it probably is it to. Are they trying? Well, they're saying top 10. So I don't know how early that is. The Broncos need a running back, right? Are they trying to come up and get Omarion Hampton? Do you have to get in the top 10 to get Omarion Hampton? You're not getting above Jacksonville and the Raiders. You're not getting up to number 4, are you? Look, I don't think you get up to number 4 to get Ashton Genty. Huh. What are they trying to pull? Tyler, what extra trade picks is Casey trying to get first round? I have no idea, bro. I would think, though, if they move down, depending, say they move from 31 to, say, 35 through 37, somewhere in that range, they'd probably pick up an extra third or fourth. It wouldn't be nothing astronomical. Like, they wouldn't, like, pull out another second or nothing, but you could maybe snag maybe another fourth, or maybe they just got their eye on maybe a fifth and a sixth together. Maybe they get their picks back in those rounds, or I don't even know. I don't have the chart in front of me. They may just could. I mean, if you're moving down 3 or 4 picks, they may just do it for like a fifth. Who knows? But they may try to get some of that back. But appreciate the question. Appreciate you being here, Tyler. Let me see. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I really wish the Jags would go in and steal Genty over the Raiders. That'd be hilarious. That would be freaking hilarious. Anthony says the Broncos need a wide receiver too. Yeah, you're right. They do need a wide receiver. I was kind of under the impression they would just sit to maybe, or they would take like maybe round 2 or round 3, and they would go after Tez Johnson out of Oregon. But Tez Johnson's lost so much draft stock, he's not even going to go round 2 or 3. Like, he's probably going to go round 4 or 5. Somebody could reach on him in round 3, I would think, but I don't think round 1 or 2, or round 1 for sure. But round 2 is too rich for Tez Johnson too. He's just not done much. He actually ran slower than we all thought. He's basically Bo Nick's stepbrother. Like, he pretty much adopted that kid. So they may get him late, but yeah, you're right. They still could come up for a wide receiver. I think it's wild that Emeka Egbuka is being talked about being fallen so far and like dropping so far. If I were Denver and I really could get to number 10, people might think I'm crazy for this, but if I were Denver and I could make a push up to number 10 and I was getting a wide receiver, I don't even think I would take Tet McMillan if he were on the board. I honestly think I would take Luther Burden. I think for what Bo Nix does, I think Luther Burden's the better option. I don't see Bo Nix being a guy that forces 50-50 balls down the field to a guy like Tet McMillan. I see him getting rid of the ball quick, pretty much being a game manager. That's his style. I get the ball out quickly, and I get it to a playmaker like Luther Burden. But they probably could have sit where they were and maybe grabbed Luther Burden unless there's some more hype on Burden. Burden's starting to pick up a lot of hype. At first, it was being talked about he could fall completely out of the first round. But it's looking like he's got himself back in thanks to some of the off-season stuff after the combine that he's been able to do. I don't know what's going on. We don't really have any updates here. Sometimes we start getting a few updates before they happen. and it makes it fun. Okay, Adam back in here. Adam just killing it. Adam, I'm giving you another purge. Giving him another freaking purge. Giving him another purge, baby. Here we go. He says, ACU crew, let's help out our guys. Let's get that collection played around a few times. Dig deep, folks. Appreciate you. It's like we're in church. Dig deep for me, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing well. Appreciate you, Adam. We got Fred in the house with a $5 super sticker. Let's go, Fred. Appreciate you, brother. Jay with a 2-bomb says, let's freaking go, Chiefs. And then Stephen Bill, our boy, with a 2-bomb says, got you an NFL and draft IQ to stay in the know. Appreciate you, man. This has been a year that I haven't been able to dig in too much because of all of this crap that I'm going through. But, okay, Borgonzi's made his first pick. Borgonzi and the Titans are going to go straight chalk, exactly what we thought they were going to do. They're going to take the quarterback out of Miami. They're going to take Cam Ward here. So, congrats to Will Levis. You got yourself a quarterback battle going. And congrats to the Tennessee Titans. You guys got Cam Ward. Look, Borgonzi is a guy that I think is going to do good things for the Titans. I really do. He's going to do just great things with the Titans, and I think Cam Ward was a good start to that. I think Cam Ward is a good pick there. I just think that's the way to go. I think Steve was under the impression a lot of the time that they might go Abdul Carter. Look, when they drafted Will Levis, man, we're from Kentucky. We watch Will Levis. Like, we're Kentucky fans. That's not saying much for football. But what we do know is watching Will Levis in big games couldn't get it done. He just couldn't get it done. And a lot of that was because his offensive line kind of stunk. But the Titans' offensive line kind of stinks too. So if you're not going to fix the offensive line, and surprise, surprise, Cam Ward, if they're not going to fix the offensive line, you're going to be running for your life too. But Cam Ward, pretty good football player. I think Cam Ward will be okay with the Titans. I don't know if this makes the Titans an immediate success story. I definitely don't think it turns into a Jaden Daniels type of thing. I think that Jaden Daniels season was like a once-in-a-lifetime type of season for a rookie. Then again, you had C.J. Stroud kind of hit something similar the year before, and even Bo Nix had a solid season last year. So these guys are coming in more ready to play. They really are. They're coming in more ready to play. I just don't know. I watch Cam Ward sometimes, and Cam Ward has, he has a little dog in him. He does things right. Cam Ward was one of my top 5-6 players in this draft. 6'2", 219. He's a gunslinger, man. He's got good size. He's got a big arm. He's got the mobility. He helps out his offensive line with that mobility. So he's kind of like Mahomes in a way. Like, Mahomes hurts his offensive line sometimes because he gets moving a little too much, but he also helps them. So when they get beat, sometimes Mahomes elusive enough to get out of that pocket. He's like the shortstop of the team, man. He really is. He's the guy that you put out there, and he's the athlete. He's the guy that's gonna make it go. He's a natural leader. I like him. He does well at picking up like pre-snap pressures. He reads defenses well. I think he's fine. I think he's going to be fine. I think it's a quality pick by Borgonzi. This is going to judge. Borgonzi has attached his wagon to Cam Ward. This is going to be how he's known as kicking off his tenure in Tennessee. So I hope he succeeds. Really like Mike Borgonzi. Hope he succeeds. I wish him all the best. I hope Cam Ward kills it, man. I really do. I hope he kills it. I hope he has a good one. Here we go. Let's get to the chat just a little bit more. Shane in the house with a 10-bomb, baby. He said, excited to see what happens. I love the best available left tackle. Then take defensive tackle in round 2 and a running back in round 3. Patrick needs all the good depth he can get on the O-line. I agree, Shane. We've got to keep Patrick upright. He's starting to get older. Look, we don't need him to be taking hits this late in his career. We never want him to take hits. But the older he gets, the less mobile he gets. He don't need to be running for his life. He don't need to be doing that. Like one bad hit, one land the wrong way, one horse collar tackle, one hip drop. I mean, we've seen this time and time again how many times they hip drop that ankle. So we don't want this anymore, man. It's time to start protecting Patrick. I'm hoping Jalen Moore can do it at the left tackle position. I really do. Creed is solid. We're going to get Trey Smith done. There's no doubt. I think Jawan Taylor can play at a high level. Jawan Taylor doesn't bother me as much with his blocking as he does with his brain fart penalties. Okay, that's where he kind of irritates the crap out of me. But he did get a lot better last year. And by a lot, there was a few penalties better. Hopefully he gets better this year. And he's got to stop getting beat. When he gets beat bad and he gets beat quick a lot. But I think maybe learning to play with Patrick, he should get there. It's that left guard position and that left tackle. I still think it's the left side of the line we got to worry about. But I think Jalen Moore is going to be fine. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm also hoping that Kingsley or somebody's going to step up into that left guard row. And actually, I think Caliendo could be fine as well. We got to remember Caliendo come out of a very small school. Caliendo was just kind of thrown right into it. He was also playing next to a left tackle in Joe Tooney that is not really a natural left tackle. So there was a lot of pressure being thrown at those two that you wouldn't usually throw at those two because they were trying to attack a weakness there. And so if Tooney had been a quality, like a good left tackle, you may not have had so much pressure overloading to that side. You may not have, I feel like there's communication issues and things. I don't think Caliendo was the absolute worst. I think there could have been more. But anyways, man, we've got a we've got a wild one, ladies and gents. The Browns, breaking news. Oh my gosh, we need some dramatic build up here. Here we go. Dramatic news, ladies and gents. The Browns are trading their pick out of number 2. They are giving up a chance at getting the best player in the draft, Travis Hunter. Leave it to the Browns. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick and a 4th round pick, number 104, and a 6th round pick, number 200, to the Jaguars per Adam Schefter. The Jags are trading the number 5, the 2nd round pick, number 36, and a 4th round pick back to Cleveland and their 2026 first round pick. And it looks like the Jags are going to come up and take Travis Hunter. Is that what's going to happen? Or the Jags are not giving all this up to take Ashton Jeanty at number 2. There is no way, hell would freeze over if you give up all that for there's no way. There's absolutely no way it's got to be Travis Hunter. It's got to be Travis Hunter at this juncture. I'll get it right in a second. It has to be. I want to bring this tweet up for you guys too. Again, I just don't want to say random stuff here for you. This is wild, dude. Okay. Yeah, it's official. It's been out for 4 or 5 minutes, says Adam Schefter. Okay, Adam Schefter is on the ball tonight. Let me bring it in for you. Adam Schefter, bro. Isn't that wild? Like, what is happening tonight? Steve's missing it already. This guy's already missing some drama. Here we go. Browns are trading number 2, 4th, and a 6th to the Jags. Jags are trading number 5, a 2nd, number 36, and a 4th round, and a 2026 first. That's wild, dude. And I'm 100% guessing this has to be for Travis Hunter. There's no way it's not. He goes on to say, with tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback in this year or next year's draft. They currently own 3 of the top 36 picks, number 5, 33, and 36. Then they own the Jaguars 2026 first-round pick. At 34, Jacksonville's James Gladstone is the NFL's youngest general manager, and in his first draft day trade, he comes out swinging. Wow. That's crazy, ladies and gents. That is insane. I think it's even more insane that they give up a chance to get Travis Hunter in Cleveland. What? I guess if you ain't got nobody to throw on the ball, what's it matter? I mean, I guess they're just not in a position for it. The pick is in. The Jags are going to select Travis Hunter with the number 2 overall pick. So Travis Hunter not only won a Heisman, Travis Hunter was not only the best player in this draft, but you just had the Jaguars come in with a brand new GM and officially trade so much capital for this kid. There's going to be so much weight on his shoulders. Is he really going to play both ways? Is it going to be a thing where he only plays 10, 15 snaps on the offense? and he plays defense every snap. Is it like what? How are you going to use this? And theoretically, you can't wear this guy into the ground. You're giving up so much if you're Jacksonville. You can't give up next year's first round pick, this year's first round pick, and 2 other selections to come get Travis Hunter and then run this kid into the ground in 3 years. The Jags aren't built to win now, in my opinion. I don't see the Jags being a win now team. I do know that they have a decent quarterback, not a great one, but they did pay him a lot of money. Oh, Kylo Ren over there. Okay. So I don't know. It's wild. I feel like if I'm a GM and I'm a new GM, I feel like I'd rather be Borgonzi right now sitting there with just a quarterback rather than giving up half my draft for the next 6 years to get Travis Hunter, who, by the way, is not a quarterback. He's not going to be able to throw the ball to himself, okay? He's not going to be able to throw the ball to himself. They do need a wide receiver. Don't get me wrong. Maybe they're playing 10D chess over here. They did need a wide receiver and they did need a corner. Maybe they're just going to go 2 birds, 1 stone and be done with it. I just can't see that ever working out. I just can't see it. But Travis Hunter was our number 1 prospect in this draft. We all know about Travis Hunter. I mean, I can sit here and tell you about Travis Hunter. You already know about Travis freaking Hunter, man. It's just the way it is. We all know him. One GM. Let me see what this one says. I'll bring this one. What in the heck just happened? Good Lord. Computer's already glitching out on me. Okay, here we go. One NFC personnel director said this. He's the best receiver in this class, and then there's a big drop-off. Travis Hunter. He's the best receiver, and then there's a big drop-off? That was an NFC personnel exec. That's wild to me. He's a good wide receiver. I don't know if there's that big of a drop-off between Ted McMillan, Egbuka, Burden, Golden, and Travis Hunter. But okay. He said he's comparable to last year's big 3 of Neighbors, Harrison Jr., and Roma Dunze, in my opinion. Some big-time praise for Travis Hunter, man. So he's got some big shoes to fill. Congrats, bro. I'd rather be in Jacksonville any day than up in Cleveland. Sorry, weather's better. I think the food scene in Jacksonville is kind of... I wasn't impressed, man. I wasn't impressed by the food scene in Jacksonville. That was my letdown of Jacksonville. If anybody's from the Jacksonville area, let me know. I just don't see anything being great up there. Okay, let's get back to the chat. Sam Lofton with a 10 bomb. He says, let's freaking go Chiefs. Thanks for all the hard work, Mike. Appreciate you, Sam. Just out here doing the Lord's work, trying. Kyle out here with a 5 bomb. He says, let's get a stud D tackle. CJ ain't getting any younger. I agree. There's a few I really like. I wouldn't be opposed to like the Derek Harmon thing. If Derek Harmon really has some knee issues, though, that does scare me a little bit. It does scare me a little bit. And that kind of scares me a little bit about Norman Lott. But honestly, when I look at him, I don't see anything. So here's what I would still say about that. You can now get probably Norman Lott in the 2nd round. You still probably going to have to take Derek Harmon in the 1st if you want him, because I don't think feasibly he's going to last to the 60s. So if you could get out of that if you could get out of the 1st round pick and go to like 35 and grab Derek Harmon, I would feel really good about it. If you got to take him at 31, lose your 1st round pick and not pick up a 5th or a 6th out of that deal, or maybe another 4th, I think I get a little scary with it, and I would rather take Omar Norman Lott in round 2. That's just me. But we'll see. Appreciate the 5 bomb, Kyle. Steven with 2, he says Jax is going to get 2, 104, 200, Cleveland 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess Cleveland kind of racked up a little bit. I mean, they kind of did it. They kind of did what I said. Like it sucks that it's Travis Hunter. Like you're going to miss out on him, but he can't throw himself the ball. I mean, so what are you really going to do? Shane says, are we on round 2 already? Who got chosen first? We're not on round 2, Shane. We're in just round 1. We're on the 2nd pick in round 1. So yeah, we just started. Just started, my boy. Adam with another 10 says, I called that trade at the beginning of the chat. Take a look. Let's go see. I'm going back to the beginning of the chat. I'm looking to see if he did it. I believe he probably did. I'm not going to say he's a liar. Going all the way back to the front. Just going to say it. I'm just going to find it. How early do I have to go back here? Okay, Adam, I'm scrolling. You better not be lying to me. Better not be lying. I don't see it. Not seeing it. Could be me. Could be me. I'm probably missing it. I found this one. We're getting Norman Lott at 66. Hey, I'll take that. I trust you, man. I trust you. Let's get to the next one. We got Steven, member for 15 months, says Mike is so slow without Steve to chat and news. Oh, but that's okay. I say we go to. Yeah, I can't do everything at once. This is why we have to have two people. I've literally got 17 screens open. Draft night's going to keep me on my toes because I'm not only looking through the draft, I'm looking through trade ideas. Steve's on his way though, so he should be here any minute. Whoop, whoop, boop, boop, boom. Speak of the devil, I think he's arrived. Look at this. Giants are going to take Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter's off the board. I called that one today. Steve might not agree with it.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen?
You're here. Steve, you've
Let's
missed...
freaking go. I saw some weird stuff going on.
You missed some wild stuff. So, Cam Ward, number 1.
Yes.
Borgonzi. Knew that was happening. Number 2, there was a blockbuster trade. Jacksonville come up, give 17 picks. Took Travis Hunter.
A lot of smoke about trading... Or the Browns trading out, so I guess that was right.
Yeah. And then the Giants just selected Abdul Carter, number 3. I called that today when we were having a little lunch.
With the old man.
Yeah, I called that one. I kind of felt like they were going the pass rush route there.
What are you watching on?
I'm not really getting to watch because I got about 17 screens open.
Okay,
but
I got it on ESPN.
Yeah, I've got ESPN. It just keeps being slow. They're behind. I mean, they've just now got the Giants on the clock, but we already know who they're taking.
Abdul Carter.
They're taking Abdul. Well, as they take Paula Abdul, we'll see what happens. Steve, welcome.
What's up? How's everybody doing?
It wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad holding down the fort. I will say it gets a little overwhelming trying to look up draft rumors, watch the draft, answer the chat. Good Lord.
How do you like that Abdul Carter pick for the Giants?
Abdul Carter is not in my opinion, I don't he could prove me completely wrong, but I don't feel like Abdul Carter is at 6'3", 250. To me, I feel like he's a little thin at times.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean a lot. It really don't. I don't know. I mean, he could be good. Let's be honest.
He is good. I just don't know.
I didn't think the kid that come out of Penn State last year was going to be all that great, and he actually had a pretty good season.
Yeah.
I forget his name even. Remember, people were wanting the Chiefs to draft him, and he ended up going to Tampa Bay or something, mid-20s But yeah, he actually was pretty decent. So we'll see. I don't think it's a bad pick.
You're not talking about Yaya Diaby, are you?
No, he was from U of L. I'm talking about the Penn State guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Chop Robinson. Yeah, Chop Robinson.
Yeah, see, I didn't think Chop Robinson was really going to be nothing special either, but he kind of looked pretty decent.
Yeah, he'd be all right. This kid's good, though. Abdul Carter is a beast. I mean, he's a little undersized, but I think he's good. I don't know if he's, would have been worthy for a number 1 overall pick. I don't think that would have been great for the Titans or anything, but I think 3 to the Giants is pretty fair. They also need a quarterback, don't they?
Who? The Giants?
The Giants, yeah.
They'll probably take one. I think they like Tyler Shuck. I think they like Jackson Dart a little bit too. So we'll see.
Yeah, 6'3", 250. This dude is literally almost my size. He's a little bit heavier than me because he has a muscle mass, but he's not the biggest dude in the world. How quick was he?
He didn't run at the combine, so he didn't do a lot of stuff. I didn't get to see what he did pro day wise, but I mean, he's going to be fine. I don't. Are they giving up on Kayvon Thibodeau? Are they just done with him?
I'm sure they're just going to pair him up with him, right?
Yeah, but I thought they had another one. Didn't they go out and trade for Brian Burns?
I don't know. Where are you at in the chat, by the way? That way I can help you with that. Like, let's go to the super chats. Where'd you stop?
We're caught up on Super Chat except for this this new train we got working, baby.
Choo choo, baby. Chug a love.
Steven with
Let's go,
a
Steve-O.
5 gifted, baby. Let's go.
Appreciate you, my man. If y'all get those, make sure to thank him in the chat. And appreciate that. Let's go. It's going to be a fun night. I'm excited. I want to see what the Chiefs do here. I think one thing that we want to be looking at, right, is will Brett Veach trade up if he's got a guy there on the board going into the early 20s? I don't see him trading up any higher than that, but I could see him moving up the board a little bit if he sees somebody there like he did with Trent McDuffie. I mean, he saw him fall, and it was like, hey, what the hell is he still doing on the board? Let's go get him.
Picks in. Patriots are going to take Will Campbell out of LSU.
We called that earlier too, man.
Yeah, called that one.
You know, actually,
Will Campbell, LSU, baby.
I had the Browns. So far, we're 4 for 4 on the one we did with Pops today. Like,
yeah.
right on the money.
You had Travis Hunter going 2. We didn't have the trade. But
we didn't try to do the trade.
But yeah, the top 4. I mean, I think that was the consensus top 4 in this draft. That's the consensus. Now, you could push them in different orders, but Will Campbell's the right pick. Will Campbell's the right pick for sure. I think he's going to be fine. A lot of people said he might have to be a guard. I don't see it. I think the kid can play tackle.
No, he's going to be good. I think he can do tackle as well. I think a lot of the guys in this draft, they were just like, oh, their arms are short. They're automatically a guard. That's not the case anymore, I don't think.
He's 32 and 5/8 arms, okay? And people say that with Wyatt Milam, too, and Wyatt Milam's at 32 and 1/8. So, I mean, they're not that far apart. What's 5/8 and 1/8? That's literally a half inch. Like, what is, like this, right? So, it's like, is it really that big of a deal?
Seems ridiculous to worry about, doesn't it? I mean, I get it. I understand the importance of it.
Steve, what can you do with a half inch?
I don't know. Let me see. Somebody asked if Pacheco got traded. No. Not that I know of.
Not yet. It was rumored.
They have rumored it. We talked about that yesterday. Somebody was rumoring that he could be a draft day trade guy. I don't see it, but you never know. Draft gets pretty wild, and this one's going to be pretty crazy, man. Everything that everyone's saying about this draft is people are going to be moving around the boards way more than people are expecting. So we'll see. We'll see if that holds up. Brad with the 5 bombs says, haven't watched anything Chiefs related since the devastating Super Bowl loss. Glad to be back. Brad, it's okay, buddy.
Brad is like, he confirmed the suspicions that you had.
Yeah, I told you there's some people in hiding. They were still recovering. People grieve differently, and
yeah,
hey, you're back, baby. It's draft time. It's okay.
He's back.
You're back. It's time to start all over again. The Chiefs are going back to the Super Bowl this year, so let's just see who gets to go to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. That's the exciting thing about tonight. It's like, who gets to go to the Super Bowl with the Chiefs next year? It's like winning the lottery for a player, you know?
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is going to have a hell of a season this year. And if you guys watched our live stream yesterday, we kind of talked about Patrick Mahomes' latest presser and how he kind of alluded to the fact that the Chiefs want to add to the pass attack. Like, that's something that's hot on their minds. They want to keep the pass attack getting crazy. They want deep balls. They want him slinging the ball like he used to. And that's kind of what made us think if Luther Burden's sitting around there, they're going to take a shot, I think. Maybe in a Matthew Golden, anyone that's good like that falls to that 31 spot, I think the Chiefs will take a look at. They're not going to shy away from taking a receiver in the first round just because they took Xavier Worthy last year. I don't see it.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think that's a definite possibility.
Yep. Appreciate the 5, Brad. I got another 5 bomb from our boy Ron. Says, I saw something about the Giants being worried about paying Kayvon Thibodeau because of injuries. Yeah. I mean, like, Thibodeau's good, but is he really what they thought he was going to be? Like, I feel like he's been a slight bit underwhelming, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's been like great.
Yeah, I don't think he's been what they expected. But he has been good. So I mean, it could be a matter of the contract and what they can pay him and how reliable he is. I mean, availability, that's the biggest one, right? If you can't stay on the field, then what good are you?
True.
So, I mean, there's a lot of guys that miss out on good contracts or being in the place that they want to be because they can't stay healthy. They can't stay on the field. I mean, we've seen it before. I mean, we had Eric Berry. Poor guy couldn't catch a break, man. His career was cut short. There's been other guys that we've let go because they just, I suspect because of injuries,
Yeah, it is what it is. Steve, did you hear? Well, I told you earlier today, right?
Let's go Big Chiefin'. Let's do it.
The injury concerns with Derek Harmon come out today.
I heard you talking about it slightly.
Omar
I've been
Norman
trying to
Lott.
listen. I was trying to listen to you. That way I could stay in the know a little bit, know what's going on here. But yeah, I did hear about that. I know Omar Norman Lott, a lot of people had him late second, third round guy anyway, and now they're concerned about some injuries with him. I still think he could be a steal at the end of the second round, really, if everything pans out medically. And Derek Harmon, I don't know how far he will fall. I still think he's a mid-second rounder at worst. So, I mean, somebody's going to take a shot there.
I mean, more than likely, even if he falls to late first. Isn't that right? I mean, that's going to put the Chiefs right in the wheelhouse. They'll have to take
I think absolute
gamble
floor
there.
for him would be like early to mid-second round.
Yeah, you'd have to take the gamble if you're the Chiefs. Do you want to mess with that?
Yeah. So, just a fun fact here. The Chiefs will face the first 3 draft picks this season. We play the Titans, so they'll face Cam Ward. We play Jacksonville, so we'll face Travis Hunter. And we play the Giants this season, so we'll play Abdul Carter. So, that's interesting. Nice little tidbit there. Shout out Rob Collins TV on X for putting that little nugget out there into the ether.
Wrong button.
Ooh,
Pixin. Here we go.
I like both of these.
I do. The Browns have selected Mason Graham, number 5 overall.
Mason Graham, that's a
defensive
good pick.
tackle out of Michigan. That's a great pick.
Good
Steve,
pick.
Mason Graham, they were talking about maybe falling out of the top 10. Nay. Mason Graham is a beast at 6'3.5", 296. Do you like that with the Browns? Trading down, giving up Travis Hunter, and getting Mason Graham and a bunch of draft picks.
Well, it is slightly a head scratcher just because of how much money they just paid to Myles Garrett. But if they want to beef up that defensive line like that, if that's what they want to do, they're killing it. I mean,
it's not a head scratcher. At that point, it would be a non-head scratcher because you now get a young guy to help. Myles Garrett,
of
and
course.
you're not paying him any money.
Maybe that's their thinking with that, But they have a lot of holes to fill. There's a lot of things that the Browns need to be working on.
That's why they got a lot of picks.
Yeah, so I mean,
like that.
That's a great pick, by the way. I mean, this kid's going to be good.
I think
There's no doubt about it.
I think the Browns won the trade over the Jaguars. I think the Jags give up way too much. Do you think the Jags are in win now mode?
The Jags are just that team that's dumb enough to let Travis Hunter play on both sides of football.
They're screw up his career in 3 years.
Yeah, they just want something flashy, something out
bring
there to
fans
try
to
to
the
yeah.
seats.
Yeah, I get that vibe from Jacksonville's franchise. Their owner's a slapnut, and like they just have a lot of issues. In
Brand new GM too. This was his first move.
I mean, Travis Hunter, generational talent. Don't get me wrong, but if you get him focused on one position and stick to that, he's going to be one of the best in the league at that position. But you're not going into the NFL and playing both sides of football, at least consistently. And I feel like you need to focus on one craft and perfect it. Otherwise, he's not going to hit his ceiling at all.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just my 2 cents. I mean, the kid's an insane athlete. He can do whatever he wants.
Steve, Mason Graham,
I think you need to pick something and go with it. Mason Graham.
We loved Mason Graham. He was our DT1.
I think he's about as close to a can't miss pick with a defensive tackle in this draft, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. He had 3 straight years PFF grades of an 80, a 90, and a 91.1. So he went up every single year. He's had 12 sacks in 3 years. He's had over 50 hurries in 3 years. You would think like, well, that's not a lot. It's not a lot. Dude, he flat balls out, dude. A 93 run defense grade, an 87 true pass rush grade, and he has a pass rush win rate of a 13.8, which is basically 14%. So this dude's winning, 1 out of every 7 rushes he's getting to the quarterback. It's insane coming up that defensive tackle position. And he can actually go outside. He's agile enough. He played 38 snaps last year outside tackle.
What about that suit for Will Campbell? What's he wearing?
I don't know. I'm seeing his mom.
Hell of a choice there, buddy, for the suit.
Is this his mom and dad? Yeah, Brian Campbell. I'm that far behind. Am I behind or am I ahead?
I think you're getting the picks in a good, timely manner. Yes, I think so. You're definitely ahead of ESPN. Perry, been a member for 11 months now. Shout out Perry. Will Campbell doesn't look like a left tackle, especially in that suit. Thomas and Hunter will be nasty. Hopefully the Chiefs can get a pick in 70s, 80s. Man, I think Campbell can be a tackle. Like, I really do. I think he's good enough to do it. And, I mean, worst case scenario, you're looking at an all-pro guard with the kid. So, I mean, it's kind of like, to me, it's like a more advanced Wyatt Milam, you know? Like, hey, this kid can do both.
That's who it reminds me of.
Right?
And dude, it's not that much advanced. That's why we like Milam so much.
Well, Milam's not getting the respect he deserves. I feel like Milam could very easily go in round 2 in this draft, and it might blow a lot of people's minds, but it shouldn't. Like, he's got all the tools. The kid didn't give up a damn sack in 2,000 snaps in college. He can play guard. He can play tackle. He can help you out wherever you need to be, and he's going to play at a high level. If he goes guard, he's going to be an all-pro guard. If he plays at tackle, he's going to be fine. I mean, even if he had to move to the right side, he's going to be good. He's just a good football player. He knows what he's doing. Some guys you can just tell. They have a feel for the game, and they have a good understanding of it. They have good mechanics, and he's just one of them. So the Browns, what old picks did they get in that trade? Do you know?
They got so many picks.
Yeah, I heard someone say it was a lot, but I didn't get to see it yet.
They got so many picks. Hold up and I'll read them to you. I'm right here looking at it.
You got time? You got time for that?
I don't think. Like, good Lord, it's bad. Okay, so the Browns traded number 2. This is what the Browns give up. Number 2, 4th round, 104, 6th round, 200. Okay, so they give up their 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th. The Jags gave up their number 5, so that cancels out number 2 for number 5. 2nd round pick, number 36, a 4th round pick, 126, and 2026 first round. So
That's
2 first round picks
dude.
and a 2nd round pick this year.
That is
along
wild.
with a 4th.
Well, I will tell you what they have done, because I have a hunch that Travis Hunter is going to be a receiver. I think that's the smart move. It makes the most sense,
Duval.
right? What they've done, they've put Trevor Lawrence in a position where he has zero excuses. Like, they hit on Brian Thomas Jr. last year. You're now going to have Travis Hunter out there as well. Of course, they've talked about running back. They'd shown interest in Ashton Genty. You'd heard that rumor going around. They still have ETN, but I think they could use a little firepower in that running back room. But they're basically giving Trevor Lawrence no excuses. Like, hey, if you can do it, you got all the tools around, you get it done. So I think they're going to really see what they got with Lawrence now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's wild. You know, also the AI is just really killing it. Somehow they've got these kids in the uniforms already of the picks. So unless this is all scripted, AI is just flat out killing it on these uniform things already.
Allen Iverson? Is he doing it? Hey, man, Mason Graham looks like a big baby, don't he? He looks like he's 12.
Yeah.
It cracks me up. He looks so young.
He's got that big baby energy.
Hell of a player, though. I think that was a good pick for them.
Oh, it was a great pick. It was a great pick. I think that's that's probably my favorite pick of the draft so far would be Mason Graham, especially after getting out and getting that haul.
I wish I could see that mock draft we did with Pops earlier. I'd like to see. I know we got the first 4 correct. I was wondering if we took Mason Graham at 5. I think we took Genty, though, for the Jaguars because we didn't know there was going to be a trade.
You know what I got to say about that Travis Hunter trade?
What do you got to say about it?
Duval.
Nah, what a creep.
You wanted Liam Cohen. You were a Liam Cohen homer.
I didn't know he was so creepy.
That's what you would have got.
You know, I watched him do well in Kentucky. I watched him do well in Tampa Bay. I watched him do well in L.A. So I was like, this guy knows what he's doing. He's getting the job done. But after I saw that, I don't care how good he is. We'll have him nowhere near us.
Hey, every time there's a good
Ron
pick tonight.
Weasley looking.
Every time there's a good pick tonight, we're getting this.
Duval.
Whoa. Go back and pay close attention to the eyebrows.
That's what I called.
One says do and the other says vol. You
That's
do
the
it. Watch.
creepy part of it.
Duval.
That is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Dude, I love
Cringy
it.
as hell.
We found our draft. We do this every draft. We find one clip that's just hilarious, and we just
make
wear
fun
it
of
out.
somebody. And he's
Dude,
the one.
it's just making fun of people. That's just the way we're gonna roll with it tonight. And I think Duval gets it tonight. Then again,
So-
it's not like Travis Hunter's not
Hey,
awesome.
hit that button, baby. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders, and they've done exactly what I thought they were
we
going to
knew
do.
exactly what they were going to do.
They've taken running back Ashton Genty with the 6th overall pick. Not a fun thing if you're a Chief fan, because the Raiders are kind of on the up and up a little bit. They went and got Pete Carroll, so I think they will start being a little more relevant or more competent. And now they have a generational talent at running back. They still have major holes to fill, though. They still need a quarterback over there. So it's not like scary per se, but I don't like the idea of Ashton Genty in the AFC West. I just don't like it.
So you know what we haven't done tonight? We fell off script. Remember last year in the draft, there was an epic call after every one of them. And we didn't do it. Should we do it for Ashton Genty?
No idea what you're talking about.
This. The Raiders select Ashton Genty with the 6th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Man, so this is a hell of a pick for the Raiders, dude. Like, honestly, like I said, they're kind of rebuilding. And Ashton Genty is a big-time piece. He's a generational talent. I don't care what a lot of people have said on X. Ashton Genty is right up
Daniel
there.
Harms hates him.
Daniel, love you.
Is anybody
That's
watching?
wild, bro.
I'm going to go watch RGR right now and see how bad Daniel Harms is stroking
man.
out over there.
To think that Ashton Genty's not a first-round talent is just it's beyond me. I don't know where he's going with that one. But to me, Ashton Genty, he's right there with B. John Robinson and Saquon Barkley and Jahmyr Gibbs, all of these like generational talents. He is one of those. And so I think this is a pick that the Raiders can pass up on. Their GM said that they weren't going to pass on him if he's there because he would get in trouble by his son or his grandson. I can't remember what it was.
What?
Literally said that they had to take Ashton Genty, that there would be no way around it. So I kind of saw this one coming if he lasted that long. I knew he would not get past the Raiders. Actually, when you're talking about the Broncos trying to get into the top 10 earlier, I was literally beside a Broncos fan who was like, oh, maybe they're going to try to go up and get Genty. And I'm like, he's not going past the Raiders. So if they don't get in the top 5 picks, he's a goner. And sure enough, that's where he's at. But no, Genty's just, he does it all. Genty does it all. If you go watch the tape, there's nothing to dislike about the kid. Like, he's going to be good. Now, he's going to have his work cut out for him, having to go to Las Vegas. So, I mean, it's not ideal for him. It's ideal for them, but not for him. He could have ended up in a much better situation. But this is a guy we're going to have to deal with, bro. Like, we're going to see him twice a year, and he is going to be good. There's no doubt about it. So, the good thing is we don't really let running backs beat us, do we? Like, even in the Super Bowl, we got our ass spanked, and we still didn't let Saquon Barkley do a damn thing, shut him down. So it's like, I don't worry a whole lot about running backs. I feel like Steve Spagnuolo's defense always kind of keeps them in check. But like I said, it's not fun knowing that you got a generational talent on the freaking Raiders, bro. Sucks to see.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, but we knew it was coming. You knew it was coming.
I knew it was coming.
So what are you going to do about it? I'm fine with it. I mean, look, we're always going to be projected to lose the AFC West until it finally happens. And, you know, the AFC West is like, you know how Tom Brady and them just kind of got everybody in the world to just lay down and take it for 20 years? Like, that's one thing that the AFC West has not done. They've been kind of trash, but they have, like, literally tried to, every team has tried to load up and beat Patrick Mahomes. They've just not sat around and took it.
You have to think about how ridiculous the AFC West is sitting right now. You have the Broncos on the up and up. They're doing it the right way. You got the Raiders on the up and up. Look at the coaches in the AFC West. It's freaking Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, and Sean Payton. That's absolutely insane.
With the 7th pick in the NFL Draft, the Jets select Armand Mimbu, right tackle from Missouri. Steve, you want to know who I took with the Jets earlier?
Did you take Mimbu? So that's the thing. I think this is. I know he's going to be solid. He's a big dude. He's going to be a solid right tackle. No shade to Armand Mimbu, but I do feel like a top 10 for him is a little reach. It's a reach for me. But
if you're going to play him at right tackle, cool.
Yeah.
But he's not going to go to left tackle and be that great, in my opinion.
That's kind of what I'm seeing. But then again, like I said, not a surprise either. We talked about it earlier, and that's literally where you put him at. So,
Yeah. Okay. Working the phones, working the lines, working the windows. I've got so many windows rolling. I've got phones going. I got all kinds of stuff. I need to update my draft list too. I like to update the draft list as we go along. That way, if we get to like round 3 and we're like, who did the Browns take at pick 1, pick 5? Then I can just look. You know what I mean? So
right.
I'm doing so much stupid crap. So Mimbu goes to the Jets, and that's pick 7. Is it a surprise? Would you have taken Mimbu over Kelvin Banks Jr.?
No, absolutely not. No.
I don't think I would have either.
To me, that's a hell of a choice. Actually, I think Kelvin Banks Jr. I mean, he's potential left tackle, best pass blocker in the draft, quite honestly. And then, I mean, at worst case scenario, he's going to be a good right tackle. So it's kind of odd to go out and get Mimbu here. Once again, though, I don't think it's a bad pick. I just think that maybe Mimbu should have been a top 10 pick just because of guys like Kelvin Banks. But that's just personal opinion, though. It's kind of,
Yeah, I mean,
whatever you like.
I'm with you. I'm not going to argue there, bub. I'm not going to argue with you there, bub.
Well, guys, we are well underway in the NFL draft. This is nice. It feels good to be back. It feels good for football to be back.
You horned up a little, Steve.
Yes, I am. And the draft is always like, it's like the benchmark start of the new season, right? Like free agency's fun and all, but you get into the draft and it really feels like, hey, it's time for this season to start rolling.
Oh yeah.
Because everything's downhill from here. We've talked about that before. It's like the next thing you know, it's the rookie camp, then the OTAs, and then camp, and then preseason. Like it just goes quick from here, and I love it. It's going to be fun. Appreciate you guys being here, though. I know everybody, their grandma and grandpa and whoever
and their
else.
grandma's grandma.
Yeah, they're all doing live streams for the draft right now. So appreciate you guys choosing us to hang out with. That's freaking awesome, and thanks for your all support. Do us a favor, if you haven't hit the like button yet, it takes 2 seconds. If I could get everybody to hit the like button, I do believe it would help us get a few more people in here. And also, you can share the video with your friend. Go stick it on some Facebook groups, wherever you want to put it at, whatever you want to do. Get it out there. Let's get some more people in here and have a good time tonight. We got a long way to go. It feels like waiting until that last couple of picks of the NFL draft in the first round. It feels like a long night usually, right? And that's what we're used to as Chiefs fans for the last few years, ever since Mahomes anyway. And I think we're going to have to settle in here. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be interesting to see who actually falls, though, right? Maybe, will it be
so
Burton?
So far, it's been pretty much chalk.
Yeah, so far. And they acted like it was going to be very crazy. And really, I think the trade was a little wild. On the Jacksonville Jaguars part. But, I mean, players are falling where you thought they were going to go, regardless of what team's picking them. So, yeah, pretty much chalk right now. Nothing crazy. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of guys out there that could fall to the end of the first round. So, I think that Brett Veach is going to have a big decision to make. I think this is a draft with implications on the Chiefs dynasty in a whole. I mean, you're right in the prime of Patrick Mahomes. Kind of struggled a little bit last season. Got to get things turned back around, get the bus straight. I mean, we still made it to the Super Bowl. Had a hell of a season last year. Just didn't show up to the Super Bowl. We forgot to play. But yeah, man, I think this is a pretty pivotal one. I think they need to hit some good picks this year. So he's going to have a hell of a choice to make at the end of the first round because I think a few guys are going to fall. So once again, I think he goes with the best player on it, best player available, whatever is at the top of his board. I think that's what he's going to do. I don't think it's a particular position. I think it's just going to be who he sees as the best value, honestly.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's wild. It's tough to pick positions. But Steve, I ran across this today. Before you say what you're going to say, look at this. What kind of madman goes out and lands 3 players last year?
And we just missed the tight end by a bit because they ended up taking Jared Wiley in the 4th, right after Jatavion Sanders went. Dang, bro. We were on it.
What kind of, it takes a special
Isn't it
group.
crazy? It's crazy. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you how the world works. It's pretty wild. We picked that last year, right? 3 players out of the draft last year. We told you who the Chiefs were going to take, right?
Wild, dude.
And it translated into 257 people watching our draft coverage this year. But you can go to any other, and there's probably 1,000 people watching that have no idea what the hell they're even talking about. And it just blows my mind. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. It doesn't matter what you do. We could have got them all right.
It's not how good you are. It's popularity contest. Nobody likes people that's real. Look, I'm going to tell you because what's everybody say all the time? You guys are too negative. You complain. I'm sorry. We're just telling you what it is. And we were proved right again this week when Patrick Mahomes come out and said, "Hey, the offense has been stagnant and stale for 2 years." Wonder who
I'm not doing well. I'm not playing good. I'm not throwing the ball.
Too hesitant. I'm too hesitant. I'm respecting the defense too much. I'm not slinging it. Wonder who said that. Yeah.
Two.
Yeah, I hope everybody went to Patrick Mahomes' Twitter account and lit him up and told him how negative and bad he was and that he's not a real Chiefs fan.
Yeah, man. People are wild.
I really hope that's what happened.
Wait, Armand Membu is a big old boy, though, ain't he?
He's a monster, dude. The pick's in for the Panthers. Not 100% for sure who it is, but the pick is in. The Panthers, bro. The Panthers have been on Kelvin Banks a lot, I've heard, and they've also been on some wide receivers. And the pick is in. The pick is in, and I've got the pick. I do.
Yeah.
I've got the pick, and for some reason, did I bring up my awesome voice detector? No. I hit the wrong button, and I brought up my calculator. And I really didn't need that, so here we go. The Carolina Panthers select Ted McMillan, number 8 overall.
I had a feeling they were going to go receiver.
NFL draft.
I had a feeling they were going to go receiver. They do it every year, man. They
Ted
struck
McMillan,
out on
bro.
They struck out with Jonathan Mingo. They ended up trading him off to the Cowboys, and then they took Xavier Legette last year, which I still think is going to pan out to be a good football player. He's just not in a great position. Yeah. Now they've done the same thing to Ted McMillan. So, I mean, it is what it is. They just keep trying. I think what they did was mess up really bad by trading up for Bryce Young. They kind of put themselves in a predicament because I don't care what receivers you get him. If you can't see over your offensive line, it doesn't matter.
The Chiefs kind of changed the trajectory of his entire career last year. Ever since we played him, he played pretty well the rest of the time. So,
I mean, he has the potential, right? But I just don't know if he's that guy in the NFL.
Steve, Ted McMillan, man, do you like that pick? We had Ted McMillan ranked as our number 2, I think, our number 2 wide receiver. We had number 1 Travis Hunter, and we've hit it. We hit. Travis Hunter was the first one off the board. Ted McMillan is the second one off the board to the Panthers. So we're spot on with it yet again. Shout out draft coverage from All Chiefed Up. We're right there.
Mike, hey, are you going to toot our own horn as much as possible tonight?
Every chance I
Let's
get.
toot it.
Do you want to know why? Because honestly, it's hard to do this.
Mike, you just be a cocky asshole all night. I love it.
It's hard to do this.
Turn yourself into the Shadir Sanders of draft coverage.
I will. It's hard to do this. You know what? And I'm going to hold out of next year's draft, I think, if I keep going at this rate.
You're going to need some more. You're going to need some more.
But it is, Steve, though. Like, to be honest, it's hard to do this. And the fact that just our rankings are even in the same ballpark is pretty awesome. Like, we've literally hit the top 8 players in our draft in the top 8 picks. So that's pretty sick, dude, because that's all you want, right? It's hard to say. It's hard for me to watch me and me to tell you, in March, Ted McMillan's going to go number 8 overall to the Panthers. That's hard to project. But when I tell you, hey, guys, we did a top 10 list of wide receivers. Travis Hunter's our number 1. Ted's our number 2. And then when the draft comes along and Hunter goes 1 and Ted goes 2, that's a pretty big thing, right? So you can start to trust and develop some trust there.
Well, I'll tell you, we can really toot the horn if Emeka Egbuka actually goes as the 3rd receiver.
Yeah,
because a lot of people have him dropping completely to the end of the 1st round, if not into the 2nd. And I still think Emeka Egbuka was probably my 3rd receiver.
I liked him too. At
right there with
3.
I actually had Luther Burden at 3 and him at 4.
And I had Emeka at 3.
And I think they're interchangeable there. But I think it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Right, and we ended up taking Egbuka at 3 and putting Luther Burden at 4, but they were basically 3A, 3B for us. And Matt Golden, we had at 5. So
Yeah.
That did change
think,
a little bit.
You think Matt Golden's a
after our
cowboy?
first video.
You think Matt Golden's a cowboy now that Ted McMillan's gone?
I don't know. I still think they could maybe go Omarion Hampton or something too. I think
they need a running back. They do. Omarion Hampton's a beast. So I don't think that Dallas fans would be upset at that. I don't see how they could be. So
Dallas fans can find a way to be upset with anything, and then
so
say
Mel's best available right now: Shadur Sanders, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, and Colston Loveland. So that's a
buck wild to have Colston
Yeah.
Loveland, and what's he say? He's a top 10 player in this draft. Well, no, because we're on pick 8, so he would have him as a top
15?
what, 12
Easy.
or 15.
Yeah, that's wild.
Dude.
I don't think Shadur Sanders is necessarily there either, but
I don't think I put Shadur as a top 10 player either.
nah, I don't. I think he's going to be bad, no, but I think there's a lot of baggage, and I don't think he's as good as he thinks he is.
Well, I think Shadur's attitude really hurts him. He's
that
too
and
much.
daddy issues.
He's too. He's a little too cocky and confident.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it's too much. Like, it's okay to be confident, but
If his draft coverage was as good as ours, he could do it.
Yeah. Man, I tell you what, dude. Jordan Schultz just came out and said Pete Carroll gets a new Marshawn Lynch Beast Mode 2.0 with
Is that not
Ashton
what we
Jeanty.
said was the reasoning behind that the entire time?
A great weapon for Geno Smith. Yeah, I forgot they have Geno, so they have a decent quarterback.
He's
They
just
could
bringing
use
Seattle to Vegas. Like, he's just kind of
Essentially.
doing the same thing
I'm
again.
surprised they didn't end up with DK Metcalf.
They may try this. Metcalf's already been traded, though, right?
Yeah. Hey, Harold Kuntz put up a video of Lee Summit High School, the Lee Summit North High School players and their students like freaking out about Armand Membu. So that's pretty cool. That's fun to see.
He went to Lee Summit, right?
Right, correct.
Dude, they've got a lot of players. Jalen Noel went to where'd he go? Was it Overland Park somewhere? And then you had a lot of players from KC area in this draft.
Yeah, man. I just hate seeing the AFC West teams beef up. I think the Broncos' rise is inevitable, right? They've kind of put the pieces in place. Sean Payton, they got a quarterback that he's not gonna like blow the world up, but I mean he's still good. Mike, you were big on him last year in the draft. He was one of your top quarterbacks, Bo Nix. You just see them progressively getting better and putting the right pieces in place. So it's going to be interesting to see what they draft. But I think the Raiders are starting to do that now with actually hiring a respectable head coach because they've kind of been in that mill of hiring weird head coaches. They promoted Antonio Pierce, who didn't work out. Now you got Pete Carroll, man. Pete Carroll's got a long history of success. So they might be putting themselves in a position too. And then, of course, Harbaugh with the Chargers. I still think the Chiefs are reigning supreme in the AFC West for the immediate future, though. I don't think that's in question.
I mean, until Mahomes retires.
Right.
You're right at the top.
I think they always get the nod there.
With the number 9 pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select tackle Kelvin Banks from Texas.
Damn. What a pick, bro.
There you go. And so, look, I'd posted that today. I thought that Kelvin Banks was the best fit to play left tackle with the Chiefs, and that's above Josh Simmons. That was above Josh Connerly. Kelvin Banks was it.
Yeah, of course.
There was rumors that he would fall late, and I said there's no way it's happening, but I'll put him on the list. Mel Kiper even said that he may end up with the Chiefs. I think it was who was it? Trevor Sikkema, PFF, put him at the Chiefs in his last mock draft he just did for Bleacher Report the other day. Dude, it's wild. It is wild to me that you've got, okay, look, I love Trevor Sikkema, and I like PFF. I like what those guys do. It's wild to me that they sit there and they do this all day, every day, and they can think that Kelvin Banks was going to go 31 to the Chiefs. And Mel Kiper really thought Kelvin Banks was going to fall to number 31 for the Chiefs. And Steve, me and you're sitting here saying that Kelvin Banks is a top 10 player in this draft.
Yeah, that's just wild, right? I mean, he's the best pass protector in the draft. Like that's not debatable.
Steve,
Like,
who do you think the next tackle off the board was? Kelvin Banks. So we're still on a streak here. Like all
Hey,
of
toot,
our top
toot,
players
baby,
are
toot,
going in
toot.
order. They're all going in order.
Toot toot.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't think it's like rocket science here. Like you just have to open your eyes and watch a little football.
Peter Ortiz with the 5 bomb says, "Hey guys, Denver is our first home game opponent. Are you interested in attending?" Well, absolutely.
I
interested
would
in
be
attending.
pretty interested in that, to be honest. Yeah, man. Yeah, that would be nice. Denver is our first home game. Do we know that's the first game of the season or just first home game? You think we get to kick it off at home this year? How's that work? Because we're not going to drop a banner this year for the first time in,
A couple
6
years,
seasons.
right?
Or however long it's been. It's kind of weird we're not dropping a banner on night one, huh?
Peter, that'd be freaking awesome, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your support, by the way. You've been killer, man. So shout out Peter. Y'all put some legendaries in the chat for him. And then we also got a 5 bomb from Randy Holland. He says, "Who is the OC in Las Vegas now that Pete is the coach?"
Didn't they?
They just got that one. Hold on.
Yeah.
Dude, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's
I don't remember
Chip-
who it was. Chip Kelly?
yeah, Chip Kelly.
Oh, it is Chip Kelly.
Yes.
Chip Kelly's been named the offensive coordinator for the Vegas Raiders
Yeah.
on February 4th. Wow,
Yes,
he's
sir.
been there for 2 months? Why did I not know that? That's how much I keep up with the Raiders,
They
honestly.
kind of slid it in there, right? They're like, oh yeah.
I mean, so
Here's
the
our new
Raiders,
OC.
the Raiders are trying to be relevant. They've got to go
Dude,
get
I'm
a
telling you,
quarterback
every
now.
team in the AFC West is like trying to take Chiefs down. They're
Yeah,
trying
they've
their
got
hardest.
they've
bro.
got to go get a quarterback. Who's their quarterback?
Geno Smith. Which, by the way, if you go look at Geno
Oh,
Smith's
yeah,
number
yeah.
over the last 4 or 5 years,
Yeah, they're not bad.
He's
Especially
top
in a dome.
10. He's top
Especially
10.
in a dome, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right there. So our quarterbacks in our division now is Justin Herbert, Bo Nix,
And Geno Smith.
Geno Smith, and
But the coaches are outrageous.
The coaches have got better. Harbaugh,
Sean
hardballs.
Payton and Pete Carroll. I mean, that's ridiculous. So, I mean,
Dude,
they're
The
trying
AFC
to
West
take
is
Chiefs
literally
down.
loaded up, and it's so funny because Brady during his prime is just sitting there
It
in a
was a-
division that they just give up and let the Patriots
Look,
have
man,
for 20 years.
People want to talk about Brady all the time and how he's a GOAT, and they don't want to talk about how easy the path was for him 90% of the time. Top 10 defenses every time he won a Super Bowl.
The best coach he ever went up against was like
Yeah,
Rex
dude,
Ryan or something.
He played in a joke of a division. It was an automatic 1 seed every freaking year. I mean, it's insane, like how easy some of that was for him.
wild.
And I'm not trying to take away from what he accomplished. I mean, it's still wild to win that many Super Bowls and to do what he did. That still takes a level of play that's elite and one of the best ever. But just to consistently call him the GOAT all the time, I don't think they count a lot of that BS into it. Also, the fact that it could have very easily been like 4 Super Bowl wins as opposed to 7 or 8 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you start looking into it, Pete Carroll gave him one by passing the ball on the 1 yard line when they had Marshawn Lynch. So there was one that was free for the taking, had nothing to do with Tom Brady. It was luck. They shouldn't have beat Patrick Mahomes in 2018 when they got 3 first downs handed to them by referees, fake roughing the passers, and then D Ford being a slap nut. There's another one that he should have won. I mean, it's been so close.
The Super Bowl that the Chiefs offensive line depleted, and they still give them penalty after penalty in the first half.
No offensive line. Got lucky with that. The Tuck rule year, they should have lost in the divisional round or whatever to the Raiders, or that might have been the AFC Championship game. I can't remember. So I mean, he was walking a fine line on having 3 or 4 Super Bowls as opposed to 7 or whatever.
Steve, how long is it going to be before we see Tyler Warren come off the board? Do you think he's going to be because Brock Bowers kind of did this last year until he landed with the Raiders. Do you think it's good? Whoa, picks in.
Dun, dun.
Steve, you're going to be surprised here, buddy. You're going to be very
Is
surprised.
it a surprise wing?
It's not
a-
Tyler Warren.
Colston Loveland.
The Bears select Colston Loveland, number
Why?
10 overall NFL draft.
Look, man, I do like Colston Loveland. To be number 10 is
I think-
out of control.
That's the first disagreement we've had with the actual draft so far.
Yeah, but I would argue that all day.
He's got the I'll tell you why. he's Travis Kelce if you want to
Travis
try to go
Kelce
get Travis
changed the
Kelce.
game for tight end, right?
Right.
And what they're expected to do.
There's another thing too. I will tell you. I do believe. I believe that Warren was the better all-around tight end, but you've got to look at what the Bears are wanting to do. And Ryan Poles wants to make this Chiefs 2.0, so he's definitely taking Loveland over Warren. Right? He's just building the Chiefs, and he thinks that that's Travis Kelce. So it makes sense. I think 10's a little rich.
It's super rich,
I ain't gonna
right?
lie, I think 10's rich.
I think taking any tight end in the top 10 is always sketch. I mean, if you
It's a
look
little
back
bit
to like
rich.
Kyle Pitts, the only one that was a surefire pick was Brock Bowers, who the freaking Raiders got, which is another piece we didn't even talk about yet. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like this pick for the Browns, or I mean the Bears.
The Bears. Yeah, I don't think I love it, but we'll see. This has got to be a pan out
I
pick
get
in
it.
the next few years.
I get it at the same time, right? Like I do, but I don't get it at number 10. I actually think that Tyler Warren is a better all-around tight end. I think that he's a better leader. I think he's smarter. I think he's got more.
If you want to run the Wildcat, he can do that. That's what
to
he
me,
does.
he seemed like the obvious one, right? But yeah, if you guys see any of the spammers in the chat, mods, be sure to grab them, and I'll try to keep an eye out too. I think I flagged a couple already and banned them, but
What are they spanning?
it's just like the NFL draft live on blah blah blah. Like they do it every year. Yeah.
Mary says, I knew you guys were too down on Loveland.
Man,
I don't know if it was too down on Loveland, in my opinion. I just feel like he was a very special. I don't know how to. It's not special. Is not the right word. He was a very. He was a tight end dependent on where and who was going to draft him.
Very niche tight end, right?
Yes, he's niche. So the Bears does make sense. Now, did I think the Bears were going to take a tight end at number 10? No way.
That's
no
wild.
way.
That blows my
So
mind.
when the Bears didn't take, now that you see the Bears take it, it does kind of make sense. It is Ryan Poles. I just didn't foresee that.
Right.
But if you take them out of the equation, I don't think any other team would have selected him in the top 20. I just don't think there's a spot for him.
I mean,
anywhere.
everyone thought that he was going to be there at 31 for the Chiefs. Like, that's been the talk, right?
Yeah, I think most people would have thought that one. I think it's odd. I think this is the first reach. I mean, we could be wrong here in the next 2-3 years. We'll see. I feel like it's a little bit.
Mike, the 49ers have picked.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit. Are the
number
49ers going to take the person everybody wants?
Just hit the button, man, and I'll announce it.
Oh, you want to announce it? Okay, here, I got you.
With the number 11 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers have selected my brother, Edge from Georgia, Michael Williams.
Michael Williams, look at that. See, Michael Williams, I had Michael Williams rated decently high, and a lot of people were like, he's just not that. Dude, I thought he was a first-round pick. I still think 11's a little rich. This is 2 in a row now that I think's a little bit rich.
I think Pops was on to it. He took him pretty high in our mock draft today.
Did he?
That we did, yeah, when we had lunch. Yeah, that's what we do at lunch with our family, right? We just sit around and do mock drafts. So
yeah.
But yeah, he actually picked Michael Williams to go pretty high, if not top 10, right at it. So he was kind of on the nose with that one. I think it's a good pick for the 49ers. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Georgia players, they have been great coming out of the draft. I mean, that's been the not so secret sauce for the Philadelphia Eagles lately, is just drafting every Georgia player they can get. So maybe other teams are catching on a little bit,
Yeah. So Michael Williams, we didn't get to drop our defensive end rankings, did we?
No, we didn't get to. We ran out of time because of the flood and stuff.
Right. Well, that kind of sucks. But I will say this. Let me fill this in really quick. Is that the right? Yeah. Okay. So I had to fill that in. Okay. So yeah, Michael Williams was our number 5. He was our number 5 defensive end behind Abdul Carter was number 1, obviously. So people thought that the 49ers took Michael Williams, Steve, over Mike Green from Marshall, who, by the way, had a little bit of there's some kind of incident going around with Mike Green, like an off-the-field issue. It's not being publicized too much, but they're saying that could cause him to fall a little bit. Mm-hmm. James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, who was everybody's just they fell in love with him after that 4.47 40, and then Shamar Stewart out of A&M, 6'5", 267. Steve, Shamar Stewart was the only defensive end that tested elite in every single category. He tested elite in every single category. He's a physical freak, and they chose to go with Michael Williams, who did not test. He did test at the pro day at Georgia. I don't know what he did. But Michael Williams also led the entire defensive ends with the longest arms. He's got 34 and almost a half-inch arms, dude.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, this dude can tie a shoe without bending over at the hips. So, I mean, I like the pick. I like the pick. It's a little rich. I still think him and Colston Loveland are a little rich right here. I think they both could have probably went, for me, around the 19 to 23 mark.
Yeah, that was definitely where I would have had Loveland at the highest. But I think he just fits what the Bears want to do. So, I mean, if that was their guy, that's their guy. So
yeah, and then the 49ers with Michael. The 49ers make sense here. We actually thought that when I said everybody was going to freak out, I actually thought Walter Nolan was in play for the 49ers, to be honest.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have Walter Nolan valued very, very high. I happen to think that's a little bit sketchy. I think it's a little risky, but a lot of people have had him even as high as the number 7 pick in the draft. So, I mean, yeah, he was definitely in play.
Yeah, you're right.
Dun, dun. Hey,
Dude,
so there, mods, just I just want to shout this out to everybody. This guy right here, don't block him. Just relentlessly troll him about how bad the donkeys suck. Okay? Don't let him leave. Don't you block him. Just troll the hell out of him.
Do not block this guy. Do not.
Let him have it. Let him have it. Let's go. Man. So yeah, interesting couple of picks there. It was kind of chalk, like you said, up until a certain point. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's starting to get a little interesting. Now I'm starting to see some of these players fall to the Chiefs.
Yeah,
you know
this is good for us. This is good for us. Alex Knight says 2 picks in a row where the teams could have traded back and got their guy. I totally agree.
I think so too. Yeah.
But look, this is what happens in the draft, and sometimes you can't find a trade partner, and sometimes maybe they just see players. And again, maybe Colston Loveland come in and tested very well with Ryan Poles. I'm telling you, his comp was basically a Travis Kelce, and Ryan Poles is trying to build Chiefs 2.0 up there in Chicago. It makes sense. Mahomes has been successful because he's had that receiving tight end, and now you give Caleb Williams that. Maybe these guys get that chemistry going. I think that's what they see. I didn't really think of that. Like, I wasn't big-brained enough to see that, apparently, because don't they have a tight end, Cole Kmet, that was pretty decent? He kind of did that anyway, but I guess they want
It's a wild one
else.
for me. It's a wild one for me. That one's a head-scratcher for me. I will say that.
Brian Perry said, who do you think the Bears fans wanted? I thought the Bears could have. I thought they maybe could have used a pass rusher. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well,
they were all over offensive line, right? They did trade for Tooney, but I thought they still needed to protect him a little bit. They've actually made a few moves on the offensive line, though, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think they could have maybe looked at Amaro and Hampton. Which would have been a little bit rich for him too, but they have DeAndre Swift. But I think they could use some help there, I think. And then I don't really know, honestly, with the Bears. So I mean, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that was just their guy. That's what they need. You know what I'm saying? But now taking them over Tyler Warren, that's definitely that's a pick. But that's just personal opinion too, right? Because I mean, Colston Loveland had good tape. It's just a different kind of tight end. I just felt like that Tyler Warren was more well-rounded. And
I do think Colston Loveland, probably your best, sorry, I got something in my throat. Probably one of the best. Yeah. He was the best receiving tight end, I think, probably over Tyler Warren, right? Maybe not the best all around, but if you wanted the Brock Bowers type, No, Tyler Warren had kind of the Brock Bowers in him.
According to Jordan Schultz, he says the new Bears tight end Colston Loveland won over a lot of front offices throughout the pre-draft process. At 6'6", 248 with legit speed, he just broke the Wolverine single-season record with 56 catches. So it'll be a big weapon for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. So I mean, I think that's essentially that kind of sums it up for you right there. I think Caleb Williams. They're going to do everything they can to get him some kind of a security blanket and get him weapons and stuff to get him rolling in the NFL, right? Because, I mean, Caleb Williams can be good, but I just don't know if he's going to hit, the hype that they kind of brought on him. So, I mean, I think they're going to pad up as much as they can to try to help him get to where he needs to be. And what kind of an outfit is this cat wearing on ESPN right now? It's a suit jacket with a hoodie, but under the hoodie is a dress shirt and a tie. What in the hell is he wearing? I'm so confused.
I'm behind, apparently. When they announced the 49ers pick at some point in the next 6 weeks, that is going to put Dallas on the clock, Steve. Do you think it's Omarion Hampton? Do you think it's Matt Golden?
It's going to be a fun one, right? I think if I had to guess, geez. I think they'd be kind of silly not to go Hampton for them. They've kind of struggled with the running back position since Zeke kind of fell out of his prime and started being old and fat. They don't have a lot going on there, to be honest. They drafted little dude from Kansas State.
Yeah, Darren Sproles. The little
Darren
Darren Sproles
Sproles
looking guy. Yeah.
Why can't I remember his name? Someone help me out.
He was Sproles 2.0. I don't
Deuce
remember.
Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, so they drafted him, and you knew that wasn't really going to pan out, right? They need to do something there, so I think they need to go Omarion Hampton. Now, I think that's a good chance they go Matthew Golden. They do want a receiver. They want somebody out there with CD, and, I mean, I get that. But, I mean, I would almost go Hampton if I was them, but then again, Cowboys will cowboy. They might take some random person right here.
Yeah. Brandon says, who's on the clock? If you're watching, it's the 49ers, but the 49ers are going to pick Mykel Williams out of Georgia. So over here at All Chiefed Up, we're at the next pick. So we're up here on
get with the
yeah, we're on the Cowboys at pick 12. I
think
think they just
program,
announced
ESPN.
Mykel Williams. I think they announced Mykel Williams finally.
Yep.
Oh well, they're getting ready to right now.
Actually, even though it's a bit of a head scratcher, I do think that's a decent pick for them. I do. I think Mykel Williams will be good.
Do you hear my audio?
I do hear you. Yes. Why does Mykel Williams kind of look like Chris Jones?
Do what?
With the sunglasses on, Mykel Williams kind of looks like Chris Jones out there.
Oh, Christopher Jones, baby.
Got a little brother.
He does kind of resemble him. He's got long ass arms, dude.
Not so much without the sunglasses, but with the sunglasses, yes. Yeah, he's going to be good, right? And I think obviously he's going to be opposite side of Nick Bosa. So I mean,
did you know? Fun fact, Steve. The first player we ever talked about during draft season was in a video. Mykel Williams mocked to the Chiefs. I think it was back in late February. He was the first player we ever spoke about.
Dang, I don't even remember that, man. Getting old,
you told me that I only picked him because it was my name.
Oh, I do kind of remember that.
Yeah,
I do kind of remember that now.
He was the first guy we spoke about this year.
It's like the French version of your name. Instead of Michael, it's Mykel.
Yeah, he said Mykel. You got to put your pinky up when you say it.
Yeah. It's fancy. It's a fancy Mykel Williams. He needs to do a little fancy pants dance up on the stage because his name's Mykel.
Yeah. It is what it is, man.
The pick is in, baby. Let me guess it.
The Cowboys select.
They went guard.
Tyler Booker.
They replaced Zach Martin.
Number 12 in the 2025 NFL
Hey, that's a good pick for them. They needed to hit that hole there. I think that's good for them. Like, I know Cowboys fans are not going to be excited about that, but quite honestly, that's probably the safest, best pick for them at number 12.
I still don't think I think I would have went ahead and grabbed Omarion Hampton.
I would have personally,
now
yes.
What
but
that means
I think
is they may have another running back late, whether Quinshawn Judkins they
there's
think
a lot,
could fall
there's
to
a
him
lot
in
of
the
guys
second.
that that's the thing about this draft. I think there's a lot of running backs that you can get in the third, fourth, maybe even fifth round that are going to be pretty solid. So
Tyler Booker, man. So we had Tyler Booker ranked. Let me find our rankings. Offensive guard. He was number 1 guard. So Tyler Booker makes sense. the number one guy there. Tyler Booker is, I mean, at Alabama, he had really good tape. I think a lot of people, he was being mocked to the Chiefs a lot. Do you remember that? Like a lot of people, as soon as Joe Tooney got traded, everybody was like, oh, Tyler Booker.
Of course. Yeah.
He wasn't going to get here. But yeah, he's got just nice size. He's got big hands. He's got a lot of body, like upper body power. He's got a lot of lower body power. He can push people out of the hole. He's pretty good. I will say that his hands get a little sloppy sometimes. He gets them on the outside of their pads, gets called for a lot of penalties. I think he's fine. I think it's a safe pick for the Cowboys. And again, I think they have to get back to running the ball and protecting their quarterback a little bit. And I mean, it's a fine pick. It's not flashy. It's not sexy really to take a guard at number 12. But heck, nowadays we're learning that guards are just flat out expensive. So maybe you need to take.
That's true. I mean, it's not a bad pick for them. It's really not. I think that they definitely filled a need there. Like I said, Zach Martin was his name, right? Just retired. So they definitely needed the guard. So I think they'll be all right. I think it's an okay pick for them. Nothing flashy, which is weird for Dallas to not be flashy, but
it's kind of strange, huh?
They kind of just took the pick they needed, I guess.
Dallas, what are you doing?
Dallas.
12 picks in, man. We're almost halfway through the first round.
It's going quick tonight.
It's going decently quick, which I like.
I feel like it's a little bit quicker than the usual.
You don't have to come out here and take all 15 minutes to go take the pick that we knew you were going to take. You just don't have to. Like, get with the program. Get with the program. Steve, the Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins need a lot.
This is
recently,
a weird one.
Jalen Ramsey has been rumored to be traded. Do you think they may go like Will Johnson or somebody right here?
Yes, I do think that's probably where they're going to go. Is corner. That'd be my guess. And they're really hard to judge, right? Because
they never tend to do the thing that you think they're going to do in Miami.
No, and they really like athletes. They like really fat. They like speed. They've kind of took a page out of the Chiefs playbook with that. They've been going after guys in previous drafts like Devon Achane. Just anyone that's like a freak athlete is like what they try to get after. So I don't really know what they want to do here. So nothing would really like surprise me. It's kind of open. So it'll be interesting to see what they do though. But I kind of think Will Johnson would be my pick.
Will Johnson makes sense. That's who I would have thought they would have picked. I think I may have actually took Will Johnson here in the mock we did earlier. So is Will Johnson the number 2 corner? Or do you think that somebody's got Jahdae Barron up there? Jahdae Barron is really fast. We know how they like speed down there.
Yeah, it's true. I do like Jahdae Barron, though. I like him a lot, actually. So that wouldn't surprise me at all either if for some reason you saw him be the first corner off the board. So especially like you said, the way that the Dolphins value speed like that, that's a possibility.
But is that just something for the offense? You think defense, they don't really care too much about speed? They're like, we don't care if our defense is slow.
Well, I don't know. They drafted, what's his name, Jalen Phillips on the edge off of speed and stuff like that and athleticism. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they do here. That's like I said, this is one of the trickier ones when I was doing the mocks and like the different exercises trying to figure out who could follow the Chiefs. It was always kind of tricky to pick this pick for me. I didn't really ever get a feel for what the Dolphins wanted to do. What is that noise, bro?
Do you hear that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Rain? Is it rain or is it a storm there?
I think that's rain. Are we got a hurricane coming? Like, what's up?
Hey, bro, you're gonna flood again. Is that really rain?
Dude, what is happening?
Make it rain, baby.
Jeez. Turn down my mic for a minute. Ain't nobody want to hear that.
Y'all let us know in the chat what you think the Dolphins are going to do, because I just thought this was a weird one to try to pick, so I want to see if somebody can nail it. Somebody put what you think in the chat. Let's know what you think the Dolphins are going to do with this pick. Also, just want to take a second. Appreciate you guys being here. You guys are freaking awesome. Thanks for hanging out with All Chiefed Up. Do us a favor. Hit the like button. Share this with a friend. Share it to Facebook groups or share it to your ex account. Whatever. Let's get more people in here. Have some fun. We're about halfway through the first round already, which is wild. Super excited to see how this shakes out. I want to see what the Chiefs end up doing at the end of the first round. Exciting to see if maybe they try to come up and take a player if they see one dropping. You never know what Brett Veach is going to do here. So this is pretty exciting, man. The draft's always so fun.
Simmons is still on the board. Luther Burton's still on the board. A lot of Chiefs are horned up for Walter Nolan. He's still on the board. A lot of people like Derek Harmon. He's still on the board.
I'm going to put this out there. Unless something's going on with the medicals, if the medical don't scare these teams, I don't think Josh Simmons makes it past 18, pick 18. I think he'll be picked somewhere between now and pick 18. I think Josh Simmons, you'll see him go.
Theoretically, where do you think he goes then? Do you the
Bengals? Seattle at 18 at worst.
Seattle at 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm going.
You also could see the Steelers taking him at 21 because they lost Dan Moore.
Right. Yeah.
So theoretically, if the Chiefs wanted to
Moore
jump,
sucked though. They could literally take a guy in the 7th round. And he'd
that's
play like
true,
Dan
but
Moore.
you also have the Vikings who could take that. You could also have the Texans who could take it. They traded Laramie Tunsil, and so the Chiefs would theoretically have to say you have to get above Pittsburgh. Let's just say the Seahawks don't take them. You would have to trade with the Broncos at 20, which they're not going to trade you. Maybe you'd have to come up to 19 to beat Pittsburgh out. You'd have to come up to 19 with the Bucks. Are you giving up that much draft capital to take Josh Simmons to come up to 19?
I don't think so. Absolutely,
I don't think I could do it either. I think it'd be more.
Man, I've been saying this.
It'd be more feasible to come up to 23 with Green Bay, right? To jump the Texans.
Look, man, I know the Chiefs need tackle help, and I know that's the big sore subject because of how bad it was in the Super Bowl and the fact that we had 4 different people play left tackle last season and all that. But I really think with them going out and getting Jalen Moore in free agency and the fact that they're pretty dead set on him starting and seeing what he can do, I feel like drafting a first round left tackle is just kind of redundant at this point. So we'll see what they decide to do, though.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select tight end Tyler Warren from Penn State.
Great pick for them. Great pick for them. I bet they were ecstatic that the Bears took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's a gift. It's a gift for the Colts, in my opinion.
I bet their little eyes lit up. You know it. They probably got horned up. They got a half staff when they saw them take Colston Loveland. They were like, hell yeah.
They popped the semi out here, and
boy, you got some things going on down there, don't you?
Dude, what is happening?
You in a
I think
flood?
we're gonna get. Dude, I've just battled a flood, and it's about to happen again. I feel. I can't do
Maybe
this
it'll be
anymore.
Short-lived. You got to move out of the flood zone, brother.
People in Kentucky think we're crazy, Steve, but we are the state that introduced the Ark. We've got the Ark. We've built the Ark here.
Someone was ahead of the game.
Somebody built Noah's Ark in Kentucky, a life-size Ark, and it's now a museum. They were ahead of their time. Everybody made fun of us. I think we're on to something out here.
Yeah, they knew. They knew something was up.
Jeez Louise.
Hell of a pick for the Colts, though, man. I think that's something that they needed to do. The Dolphins pick, it's funny that we never went to – how did we get ahead an entire pick? The Dolphins took Kenneth Grant, brother.
Right, the Dolphins took Kenneth Grant, too. Well, I was a little horned up over seeing Tyler Warren come off the board, to be honest.
Yeah, but you know the Kenneth Grant pick that's.
Well, let's talk Kenneth Grant for a minute because I don't want to pass up on him. Kenneth Grant's a beast.
Absolutely, I do think that this one's not as surprising as some people might think. A lot of people had Walter Nolan up really high.
Steve, Kenneth Grant was our 1 and 2. It was Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, and we did release the defensive tackle ranking, so you can go watch that.
Yeah,
one.
Kenneth Grant was just that. I mean, you could just tell from the tape he was going to be a guy that got taken pretty high. So I think the number 2 defensive tackle makes all the sense in the world. This was a good pick for the Dolphins. It's kind of he's a freak athlete. Like I said, they value athleticism in the Dolphins. They just kind of took that page out of the Chiefs playbook where they go after athletes, man. And I think Kenneth Grant was one of those guys, just a freak athlete, and I think it's a good pick for them. I wasn't.
So the next defensive tackle on the board, Steve, or the next defensive tackle off the board, in our opinion, is going to be Walter Nolan. So
Absolutely.
If the Chiefs really want this kid, you're going to have to move up because he's next to come off the board, in our opinion.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Totally agree. We got a 2-bomb from our boy Steve-O. He says, what would you want from the Saints if we traded out? That's a good question. When did the Saints pick?
I would just take an extra 4th or a 5th, to be honest. I don't think
Well,
I'd be that greedy
how far
with
back
it.
do you have to trade back with the Saints?
I think the Saints would be pick number. See, we're 31, and the Saints would be okay. Never mind, they're pick 40. So yeah, you got to go back
something.
8 picks. I'm probably going to want a 3rd round out of that.
I'd take something good. Yeah,
Maybe a 3rd. I would maybe consider a 4th and a 6th, or maybe just I would maybe almost just consider a 4th, depending.
I would ask for the 3rd.
I would ask for the 3rd, though. Yeah, that's where I would ask.
I'd be like, if you want it, this is what you got to do.
So I would ask for, let's see, what's their 3rd? Pick 71. They're not giving you that. You're not getting, you might be able to get pick 93. They've got pick 93 in the 3rd. So yeah, the Chiefs could have, theoretically, they could trade back and get pick 93 and pick 95. They would have pick 93 and 95. That's another top 100 pick, Steve. I'd do that in a heartbeat, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if you're going to trade back, this is a good draft to do it, to be quite honest about it. But like I said, it's just really going to depend on who Brett Veach has at the top of his board, man. If there's a guy he wants, he might move up and get him. You never know. But yeah, so the Dolphins take Kenneth Grant, pick 13. Pick 14, the Colts take Penn State tight end Tyler Warren. Both good picks. They finally announced it on TV. So we can move on now. On the board now, we're looking at the Atlanta Falcons. This was also one that I thought was kind of an odd one to pick. I don't know if he fits their defensive scheme, but I kind of thought like Jihad Campbell falls into this area, like someone like that. Or there's so many guys on the board right now that I didn't necessarily think might be there. Would you have thought that Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland would have came off the board in the first 14 picks of the draft?
No, it seems a little too rich. Yeah, two tight ends in the
top 14.
I thought one top 14. I thought Tyler Warren would come off the board in the top 15, and we estimated the Colts.
Well, I think, like you said, Kelsey's kind of changed the game when it comes to tight end. They're a lot bigger piece to offenses now than they used to be back in the day. I mean, so they always were. People like Tony G, Antonio Gates, Shannon Sharp, people like that, Jason Witten. They've always been key pieces in offense, but I feel like it now more than ever they are. And then you see someone like Brock Bowers go off last year.
Yeah.
And I think people are starting to value tight ends a little bit more. You're going to start seeing more of them taken early.
Yeah. Shannon Sharp had a chokehold on that offense there in Denver.
Oh, no.
Unc, what you doing, Unc?
Unc out there.
He's out there throwing the bone.
He's pillaging.
What is he doing?
I don't know, man.
You remember when Unc got caught in a sex tape this year? Unc got caught choking a white girl out.
What's he doing?
What is this guy doing? What's his
He's
sexual
horniest man
deviant
on
up to?
earth.
This dude's sponsored by Blue Chew. Like straight up Blue Chew and I don't know. A new glove? Maybe he's coming out with a new glove.
O.J. Simpson style.
He's got the O.J. Simpson gloves going.
Stephen Bill with another 2 says no DB off yet, so maybe we trade up or wait. I mean, that's the thing.
No DB is wild. Could this be another Trent McDuffie draft? We need a DB. This would be wild, and Trent McDuffie might get his walking papers.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't think about that. I don't want to think about that.
Will Johnson still being on the board is kind of surprising. I kind of thought he might fall into that like number 13 pick to the Dolphins, maybe. Jahdae Barron's still there. I think Trey Amos could potentially be a first-round pick. Interesting that no cornerbacks have been picked yet.
Yeah, this probably means Maxwell Harrison out of UK is probably not getting picked in the first round, and I bet you this means Trey Amos probably slides out the first since these guys are not going.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like that.
But if I'm the Chiefs, Steven, just to answer your question, I would say if like a Will Johnson's there for the taking or something, I could see him maybe making a move up. Just a little bit.
Almost
Nothing
just like
crazy.
Trent McDuffie. Again,
but yeah, think Trent McDuffie, yes.
Because look, McDuffie's coming up on a contract, and as much as they want to pay him, McDuffie has now pretty much told everybody that, hey, I can be good on the outside, but I'm a lot better playing the nickel.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, by all means.
And
Best
at
slot,
the end of the day, you don't want a
football,
nice slot nickel corner. You want a nice
like at the end of the day, everybody wants a nice
number
slot,
one.
don't they?
Your mother's a slut.
That's your mother.
Oh yeah, sorry, Mom. Hey, we're gonna probably edit that out or something. I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna make it in the final
Hey,
cut.
Ian, can you edit that out for us, please?
Get
Thanks,
it, big
Ian.
dog.
Appreciate you, brother. Hey, while you're at it, go ahead and pull up who the next pick in the draft is.
The next pick in the draft is the Falcons.
Tyler
at number
Warren
15.
didn't get an invite to the draft. He's sitting at
No,
home on the
man.
couch watching. Come on,
They might
fellas.
have just declined it.
You
Remember,
must do
people like to
better,
decline
Phil.
stuff these days. They're like, I just want to stay home with my family.
You have to be too cool for school now. You're like, I'm not running at that. I'm not showing up to this. I'm not even going to the draft.
Right. Marvelous Mike in the house, Steve. He said, who's your guy's favorite running back that you would like to see the Chiefs draft?
Amarion Hampton, if he's there, it's definitely like you got to do it. But I think the best fit for the Chiefs is Travion Henderson, who I originally had mocked to the Chiefs in the second round, but I don't think he's going to fall that far.
And I think I would still, if I had my pick of the litter, I'm still going Quinshawn Judkins. I liked Quinshawn Judkins. And if I didn't get Judkins, I still think it would be fun to have Devin Neal. I'm a Devin Neal kind of guy. But Steve, we mocked Damian Martinez, the kid from Miami. That was one
Yes,
that
we
we had
did.
mocked.
That's somebody to look for sure. They
pretty
like Damian
solid.
Martinez.
If you go late in the draft, there's a few guys that Steve, I kind of like Dylan Sampson, to be honest, as well. They call me
man.
Samson.
He kind of fits an Andy Reid scheme,
He
doesn't he?
does,
He's
out of Tennessee.
He's small. He one step and go. He's fast as hell. I think he ran a 4.3 40. So, I mean, he fits the script. That's for sure. I like Travion Henderson as the best fit, though, Marvelous Mike. I think, to me, just an excellent zone running back, great field vision. He's got the speed. He's got the home run hitting speed. He catches the ball in the backfield well. He's one of the best blocking running backs in the draft, if not the best, in pass protection. So, I mean, that's definitely all things that we could use. We've kind of said before, he's kind of like an elite level Jerick McKinnon. Like, he's a lot better than Jerick McKinnon was when he went out in the draft, but he possesses all of those good traits just at a higher level. So I think that Travion Henderson would be an interesting pick for the Chiefs.
Steve, I'm hearing, I got a little word here. I'm hearing that it's not being announced yet, but the Falcons are taking tons of calls here for somebody trying to come up to number 15.
Well, see, it totally makes sense for that because this is another one like like I was mentioning about the Dolphins pick. This is another one where I just kind of scratch my head at and I'm like, what do they even need? What do they want? I don't even know what the Falcons
Somebody's trying to come up. Multiple teams are trying to make something work right now with the Falcons is what I'm hearing.
I think
once
again, I think Josh Simmons will be the next tackle off the board. Mark it down, and someone's going to take him before pick 18. So if they think if it's somebody that's wanting that tackle, it could be Josh Simmons right here.
Do you think the Bengals could take a tackle? They could not protect Joe Burrow for nothing last year.
The Bengals need to, but they're too stupid. They'll probably draft a receiver.
Yeah, they probably take a wide receiver here. Who do you think they take? What's
They're
a wide
dumb as
receiver you
hell.
think they'll take?
Trey
Luther Burden
Harris.
here? Emeka Egbuka?
They'd be the ones that reached on a Trey Harris or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I swear, that's just the Bengals in a nutshell. They suck. They hit the home run pick, with Jamar Chase. You couldn't miss that one. T. Higgins, I suppose that was a
T.
decent
Higgins,
draft pick,
I'll
but-
give him a hit on T. Higgins.
Yeah. But
But
I mean,
if the
they
Chiefs
did-
would have drafted T. Higgins, he'd have turned into a bust. He'd have turned
Absolutely.
into
But I also feel
you
like-
already know it would have been a bust.
I also feel like if the Chiefs would have drafted Charlie Jones, he could have been a hell of an asset for the Chiefs.
Charlie Jones was out of Purdue. You really liked
Yeah.
Charlie Jones, didn't you?
And the Bengals ended up taking him. I think they used him for some special team stuff, but he didn't really get a whole lot of playing time early. So he still could be something for them, like slot or something. We'll see. So this is going to be interesting then if somebody tries to trade up here. What's the word on the street here, man?
They're down to their final 30 seconds, man. And
Somebody
it's not,
tell me something.
Nope, they didn't get it done. Picks in.
The pick
is in. So they did not get the trade done. Apparently, they didn't get what they wanted. I wonder who it's going to be. They're going to come out with a. They're going to come out after
this
the
one's
draft.
hush hush. This one's very hush hush.
No, it's in. It's in. They took Jalen Walker,
Okay.
edge rusher, another edge
you know-
rusher out of Georgia.
So pretty crazy. I actually I got a buddy that's a Falcons fan, and he told me Jalen Walker. straight out of his mouth. That was the first thing he said. So
didn't they take a
props to
defensive
him.
end last year?
He kind of had his finger on the pulse of what
They
were
took
gonna
Dallas
do.
Turner last year, did they not?
Yeah, I think they did.
It was Dallas Turner or Leatu Latu. It was one of those, but I think it was Dallas Turner. I think Leatu Latu went to the Colts, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Interesting pick for the Falcons, though. Good pick. I think it's a good pick.
Okay, look. Also, here's a little tidbit. Spoke to a Arizona Cardinals, kind of like an Arizona Cardinals super fan today. He said that the Arizona Cardinals really, really, really liked Luther Burden.
Yeah.
So if Luther Burden goes here, wouldn't be surprised. If Luther Burden falls past this pick, Luther Burden's got a legit shot.
If he can with the Chiefs.
Well, he would. His next legit shot would be landing with probably the Broncos.
Yeah, but I think the Broncos, if Amari Hampton's on the board, I think the Broncos go Hampton.
You would look at Luther Burden for the Broncos. You could look at Luther Burden at 21 to the Steelers because I heard they're trying to trade Pickens.
I also
and I know
feel like
they're
the
not the
Broncos-
same receiver, but
I also feel like the Broncos are a player for Matt Golden.
yeah, because so look, Golden and Luther Burden and Emeka Egbuka, and you've literally got the Cardinals, the Broncos, the Steelers, maybe the Chargers, the Packers, and the Texans all feasibly need wide receivers. So that's 2-3 really good wide receivers there in about 6 or 7 teams. So
Right.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm with you, Steve, and I'm so surprised that Will Johnson. But, Steve, we kind of mentioned this. We said Will Johnson refused to go out and run in any part of the process.
Right.
And Jahdae Barron is more of a – he's more of an off-zone kind of guy. He's very particular to certain defenses.
Very fast.
Yeah.
Very good athlete.
But very particular to certain defenses. So he had a chance to slide a little bit. But Will Johnson is heck of a corner, Steve. If the Chiefs come up with Will Johnson in round 1 of this draft, you win the first round. If you're Brett Veach and you get Will Johnson at 31.
Yeah,
if
and
you
that's
come
something
up
you
3 spots and get Will Johnson.
Well, that's also something that you wouldn't even consider, right? Like, that's something we never really talked about because it just seems wild.
No, I don't think. Do you even consider trading up though for Will Johnson? If he got the number, let's just say he gets the 29, and you could jump the Bills and get Will Johnson, just like they did with McDuffie, basically. Do you think they would do that again and give up the draft capital to do it, or do you say they're like, oh well, we know that rounds 2 through 4. We've got.
I don't know.
I
think they like some other guys. You know, like we've mentioned, Darian Porter. We had them mocking him. We mocked him to the Chiefs at the end of the second round. I also think they probably like, even though they haven't met with him, Siobhan Revel. I think he fits the script. But also, if there's someone with that value, like, here's the thing: we didn't really think that the Chiefs had McDuffie on their radar per se. But if he's there, you said the day before the draft, if he falls, they will take Trent McDuffie.
He was the one guy that I said I would trade up for because that was the draft, Steve. Everybody was like, hey, we're going to trade up. We're going to take.
It's kind of an exact thing with Will Johnson if he's here, right?
Well, I mean, look, even if Will Johnson goes, did the Chiefs consider Jahdae Barron? That's a nickel.
Potentially. But
you don't really need him because now McDuffie's probably going to be able to play that a little bit more now. So, again, it's almost like the bargaining chip. Are they going to pay McDuffie that money to keep him here? Are they going to pay the corner for once?
Honestly,
is it going to be
like,
McDuffie?
I think so. I think they're going to pay McDuffie. I think they're going to keep him. And I think that if they do target a cornerback, I think it's going to be a guy that plays on the outside. I think it's going to be a Trey Amos. It's going to be a Darian Porter. Siobhan Revel, somebody like that can get out there and play on the outside, and then they let Jalen Watson walk. That would be what I would think they would do because you solidify Trent McDuffie. You got Christian Fulton for 2 years. Maybe you can work something out with him longer term if
Jalen Watson ends up walking and Josh Williams ends up walking.
It's crazy, right?
And
I feel like
Najee Johnson hasn't really panned out. And Nick Jones isn't really playing with the Chiefs anymore. And everything that turned out to be, hey, Brett Veach can hit late round corners, that all blows up in your face if Jalen Watson
right, that's
leaves.
true too.
Like that means everything that we thought we hit we stink at because nobody's physically here. Like, we got the one guy that was just fell to us in our lap.
That's true. You're not wrong there. A lot of them haven't panned out, though. I mean, Najee Johnson's still around, but that's for special teams purposes. We saw what he was able to do last year.
And a lot of people didn't want it to happen, that's for sure.
Well, we saw what he was capable of last year. I think he had a fair shot. Now, he was coming off an injury, so I'll give him a little bit of grace. But he got a lot of playing time last year, and he didn't prove nothing. He didn't prove anything. And then you also had them drafting Nick Jones, who's not even on the team anymore. Never really got in there. So, yeah, you're right.
Kamal Haddon, and he don't even make the team. The dude's in Green Bay. He's up there right at the draft
that was a different type of scenario. That was just
he fit the Chiefs
attitude.
perfectly, and then his bad attitude. He Shadur Sanders everybody out there, I guess. Jazzy says, thanks for your good work. Thanks for the gas, brother. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Let's go. Hey, you guys, do us a favor. Like button. Share this out with your friends, family, whoever. Put it on some pages. Get it out. Let's get more people in here. Let's do it.
The Falcons are going to take Jalen Walker out of Georgia. Arizona pick is in, but who are they taking? It's kind of got a little hush-hush.
Yeah, these last two picks have been a little close to the vest, haven't they?
I think there's somebody trying to come up, and they're running this thing out to the clock. You guys are going to be really sad. The pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals have selected Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
Okay. There you go.
Walter
I had a feeling
Nolan off the board.
Nolan wasn't going to be there at 31.
No.
And here's, to be quite honest about it.
That was a big thing in Chiefs Kingdom, Steve. Everybody started talking about Walter Nolan, and we said from the very beginning that, like, he had some shaky film, but there's no way he's even getting to us.
I didn't think he would, just off pure hype and basically a ceiling. He's got a lot of hype around him, a high ceiling. But I'm telling you, dude, that is such a – I mean, he could be a home run hit, you know. It could be knocked out of the park with a pick like Walter Nolan. Or you could look like a jackass. Because Walter Nolan had a lot of bad tape.
Yeah, he had a lot of bad tape.
So he scared me to even take him at 31. So I'm not sad about him being off the board here because I'm telling you, dude, I would have been a little bit like – I don't know, man. I want a sure thing. And I know that's hard to say, but Walter Nolan to me is not a sure thing.
Well, Steve, the first tackle off the board was Graham, defensive tackle. The second was Grant. Third was Nolan. And that is exactly our defensive tackle rankings.
Right. Yeah.
There we are again. These pesky ACU brothers out here knowing ball. It's kind of wild, huh?
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? You know, those two guys are just negative and they're unprofessional.
Mary Likens said, thank you, Arizona.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Mary. That's a scary pick for me.
I don't think I wanted to take a shot there.
Nah.
I kind of feel that same way about Derek Harmon, to be honest.
Same.
Something about Derek Harmon does not strike me the right way. Call it a gut feeling, call it whatever you want, but something about Harmon does not strike me. It strikes me almost in the vein of like a Glenn Dorsey or one of those guys we would have took in the past, and it just doesn't work, and it scares you a little bit.
Yeah, for
now,
sure.
look, if you trade back, Steve, if you theoretically could trade back into the second round and take one, then it turns into Chris Jones, who, by the way, the best defensive tackle we've ever drafted here. It'd be a Chris Jones. You trade out of the first, you get him early second, boom. I would have liked that. That's got a little bit of a aura to it.
Yeah, man. Hey, you're not going to hit a Chris Jones all the time.
Yeah, Yuck
Rare,
Food says Ryan
rare.
Sims. Got a little bit of Ryan Sims to it. Got a little bit of Tank Tyler out of NC State. Remember Tank Tyler back in the day?
Hey, do you remember that defensive tackle we drafted that was a complete bust? What was his name? Jackson? Tyson Jackson?
You're thinking of Tyson Jackson, defensive end out of LSU.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind.
That was a first-round pick, and they blew that one too. That was right around the Glenn Dorsey time. Dude, Glenn Dorsey stunk. Look, even the big kid out of Memphis that everybody really likes. The pig that did the pig touchdown.
Dontari Poe.
Dontari Poe, look, he never really lived up to the hype he was supposed to.
I did like Dontari Poe, though. He was a run stuffer.
like him, but he never really lived up. He wasn't like Chris Jones influencer. But like I remember when he come out of Memphis, man, people were talking
Jonathan,
him
they
up.
also drafted D Ford. You're right.
Yeah, they did draft D Ford. D Ford was we talked about this the other day. D Ford kind of is one of the best defensive linemen they've drafted here in a long time, which
sad.
is wild, dude.
He really
it would have been like Tomba, and then D Ford would have been the next best one they probably drafted.
I feel like D Ford was a plant from Bill Belichick. I think he rigged that game.
Me too. He took a payout.
Yeah, that's wild. D Ford, damn it,
fellas. 361 in the chat. Appreciate you guys. You know. We take it to heart. I mean, look, PFF sitting over here with 72,000 people. We're never competing with PFF. 72,000 people watching PFF on only X. So, you know, you're never competing with PFF. I don't expect to compete with PFF, Steve. No. But you want to know what's funny? PFF's mock draft to our mock draft, we've hit way more players.
Abysmal. Right. Yeah. Yeah. You know, people will learn one day, or they won't. It's okay.
It's never happened.
The Bengals pick is in.
Yeah.
The Bengals pick is in.
The Bengals have taken Jamar Chase's little brother.
How bad have they done it? Oh, the Bengals. Hey, hit the button.
I'll hit the button for you. Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Do it. Hit the button. With the number 17 pick in the NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals have selected Texas A&M pass rusher Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart. Look, I'm going to tell the Bengals, I think that's a decent pick. Finally.
Yeah, at least they didn't do something like stupid, you know, like draft.
Yeah, that's not stupid because Shamar Stewart, again.
But haven't they had trouble signing Trey Hendrickson? Or did they ever get that done?
I don't know. I don't think. But look, Shamar Stewart, he is the only pass rusher in this draft that has elite metrics across the board. A 4.59 40, a 1.58 10-yard split, a 40-inch vert, 34 and 1/8 inch arms, and almost 10-inch hands. He is the freak athlete of the defensive line, unless you want to go James Pierce, who is 20 pounds lighter. So James Pierce is not everybody's cup of tea, and I kept trying to tell everybody that, and everybody said Mike was a hater. James Pierce is just a little small. And
James
look,
Pierce,
Mike Green is battling some off-field issues, so Shamar Stewart was our defensive end 4. And so there's why defensive end 4 comes off the board. So now you have Micah Williams and Shamar Stewart both jumping Mike Green and James Pierce Jr., and I don't have any problem with it, to be honest.
Well, James Pierce Jr. to me, he strikes me as a Jason Oweh. He's literally Jason Oweh, which was drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. So be on the lookout for them. That fits their MO. The Ravens could go defensive in there and take James Pierce. What's his name now? Gaddafi Oweh or something crazy?
Gaddafi.
I can't remember, but he changed his name. But
well, his brother's Jason. Wait,
yeah,
no, not Jason. Otega Oweh.
Yeah, that's the guard for Kentucky.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I think that he's essentially just that. He's like a undersized, extremely fast, athletic guy that, he's not going to blow you away with his film, but he's got a ton of upside. He can do a lot of things. I don't know. Not a bad pick for the Bengals, though. But
I think it's a solid pick. Steve, they've tried to address pass rusher in the past. They took Joseph Osai out of Texas a few years ago, and he never really panned out.
I like him. Remember, he's the one that shoved Patrick Mahomes out of bounds.
Never really panned out to his capability out of Texas. But again, he was a smaller guy. And so I think they've got enough of it. They went back to almost the Carlos Dunlap style, and they took Shamar Stewart at almost 270. So I think that people are learning from a little bit of like the Spags thing is like sometimes you'll hit on those fast speedsters off the edge, those outside linebacker edge kind of rushers.
Right.
But, dude, they miss a lot because they're so easy to be just manhandled by some of these tackles.
Stewart's a freak, man. 6'5", like you said, 6'5", 267, 40-inch vertical.
Yeah.
10'11" broad, 4'5", 940. I mean, this could prove to be a really good pick for the Bengals.
I think it is. I think it's a good pick. Now, look, I think Joe Burrow's a little pissed off right now.
He wanted some protection.
He ain't protecting Joe Burrow.
Dude, it's looking like Simmons, if he doesn't go here to Seattle, then things get a little bit
Simmons might be in play for the Chiefs, and it's wild that Will Johnson's still on the board.
Now, I did say that he would not go past 18, so we'll see if they take Simmons here. But if they don't, then it gets a little interesting.
I think it's 18, I think 21, he's in play. I think 24 and 25. Those are the places that Josh Simmons could end up. Those are all tackle need teams.
Steven with a 2 said Cincinnati goes Stewart or Zabel or Barron. So good call there, Steven. And then he also put a 2 up and said Seattle's going to go Golden or Zabel. I don't know about
Zabel's
Zabel.
a fun little pick.
He is, but I think I don't know. I feel like they might go with Simmons. They could go Golden though. They need some receiver help, right? They have Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's about all they got going for him.
Cooper
right?
Kupp a fortune.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they paid Cup. But I mean,
he's
Kupp's
older,
injury prone. They might go Golden. That's not a bad thought there, Steve.
So you have a Golden Cup.
Appreciate the 2 Golden Cup.
It's like it'd be like the holy grail of the chalice of the NFC West.
Good grief.
He said, "Put your
Man.
phallus in a chalice, sir." They said, "Chris Jones, calm down."
Well, we'll see if my hunch was right. We'll see if Simmons
what
goes
you got.
in the top 18. I don't know.
Let's see what you got, big dog.
Hey, if I missed here, that's very interesting though, because that does put the Chiefs in play for Simmons. Because
look, Josh Simmons to the Chiefs. Do you
couldn't
do you
be
feel
mad
like
at it.
taking Josh Simmons to the Chiefs though? Do you feel like if the Chiefs if they sit and get him, not that bad of a pick. If you trade up, does it feel like they're forcing the left tackle a little bit? Because you're giving up some much needed draft pick
Well, I'll
for
tell
a
you
guy
what.
that's feasibly he's going to be a backup for 2 years unless they boot Jawan Taylor.
I feel like if Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Matthew
what a-
Golden,
What a bunch of
if
riches.
Omarion Hampton, if all those guys are still on the board and they trade up to take Justin Simmons, then that's where I would be
yeah,
like,
that gets a little wild in my opinion.
That's kind of dumb. Like, I don't know if I can go with that.
Do you
And
trade
for the
up? Do you
simple
lose
fact
draft
that-
capital? Do you trade up and lose draft capital in a draft that
Not
you
if
don't
you can
have a
sit
fifth
and take
a
some of
sixth?
those. If you can sit at 31 and get value
Yeah.
like the guys I just mentioned, I feel like it's kind of, I don't know. It gets pretty questionable to trade up
It gets a little shaky there, doesn't
for
it?
a guy that's not even going to play. Because, I mean, literally,
No,
your,
he's
your
gonna
left tackle
sit
next
behind
year is
Jalen
going to be
Moore.
Jalen Moore. So
But is Jalen Moore the answer long term? We don't
know
but
yet.
That makes it even more scary in a way.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it, though?
I do think
Taylor
Josh
Bartlett, the
Simmons can
Broncos
play,
are going to
though.
take Omarion Hampton. If he's still there at 20, which I think he's going to be.
Yeah, I think
they
the
go
Broncos
Hampton.
Probably take that too. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
probably right there with you.
And I don't like it because we just had to watch the Raiders take Genty. And then we got to watch the Broncos take Omarion Hampton. So, I mean, I don't know about all that. That's pretty wild.
There's a team. Let me go search this little team here over here.
This little
Let's
team.
see who we got going.
Who's
There's
the
another
little
team
team?
down the board that I think Omarion Hampton could be a fit on. No, I don't think it is. I forgot they picked up.
Did
I thought
the,
the Chargers could look at him, but they just went out and paid Najee Harris a little bit, and then they drafted Kamane Vidal. They also got Hassan Haskins.
speaking of Najee Harris, is that something that the Steelers could take a swing at?
That's true.
So, I mean, maybe. That's kind of, keep that in back. Pick is in, by the way. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks, and they have decided to go with. Dun da da da. Good call, Stephen Beal. They've taken, with the
Gray
18th pick
Zabel.
overall, Gray Zabel.
Gray
offensive
Zabel.
lineman from North Dakota State. Stephen Beal was on that one, brother. Good job. Good job. I was thinking Josh Simmons. I had a feeling they were going offensive line here, and I was like, man, it's going to be Simmons. But Gray Zabel.
Gray Zabel is a guy that can
interesting
play a
pick.
lot of positions. He could feasibly play center as well. So
Yeah.
he can play all three, guard, tackle, center if you need to. I still feel like it might be a little rich for you feel like it's a little rich for Gray Zabel to be in the top 20. I don't know if he
Yes. Yes,
I don't think
do.
picking him above maybe Seattle was one of the teams that wasn't big.
Well, I mean,
with
Gray
the
Zabel's
Josh
guard.
Simmons.
Let's get it straight. Gray Zabel's going to be a guard.
He's probably going to be a guard, yeah.
This is essentially the second guard taken in the top 18 picks.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's viewed as a guard more than a tackle. So Seattle took the second best guard on the board. That's what they did.
Yeah. Now you're looking at Tampa Bay at 19. So this is an interesting one, which I have a pretty strong feeling Omari Hampton's gone at 20. Denver probably not going to pass him up. Now, they could decide to go wide receiver and go with Matthew Golden, maybe even Luther Burden. But I have a hunch they might go for the running back, man. But what do you think Tampa Bay's going to do here?
Dude, Tampa Bay could just feasibly do just about anything.
Pretty open, right?
Yeah, well, they
You
do
think
get a
they could? You
corner.
think they could go corner here and go Will
That might be
Johnson?
more, Will Johnson or John
That's kinda what
Barron
I'm
could
thinking.
go there. That's a pretty good spot.
That's what I'm thinking. That's kind of where I'm at with it. But no, Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. Maybe a little rich for Gray Zabel, but I think he's going to be a good guard in the league, bro. He's going to be good. So, I mean, it's not a bad pick.
No, I like Gray Zabel. I do.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be a first-round pick. Like you said, he's going to be. He's listed under my tackles, but he was going to be moved to a guard. And actually, ESPN has put guard right next to his name. 100%. Like, they just moved him to a guard completely. So
Right.
they took the second best guard. And look, if you didn't take Zabel, I honestly think the third best guard might be Milam, even though he's not projecting out to be. I mean, he is projected to be a guard, but I think Milam might be right there before some of the like natural guards, even before you start talking about maybe even Donovan Jackson from Ohio State could be a good guard.
Yeah, I think that he's kind of overlooked somewhat because you saw what he was able to do when Josh Simmons was injured.
Right. Tate Ratledge, Marcus Imbo from Purdue, those all got chances of Imbo definitely. He played right tackle, but I think he could swing down and be a guard as well. So,
yeah. Stephen Bill says he's going to go with Barron or Campbell here. I think that's probably a safe bet. Now, I don't know, though. They're pretty open. So, I mean, it could be somebody else, man. They don't really need receiver help. They went and got Jalen McMillan last year, and he panned out pretty well. Of course, they got Godwin, Evans still there. So, I don't think they go receiver. Running backs, they got Rashad White doing pretty well. And they were able to get Bucky Irving. So they're pretty set on the skills players.
Boy, you know what? I want to go to Bucky's now. You got me want to go to Bucky's.
I want to go to Bucky's. I need a brisket sandwich.
Let's go to Bucky's, man.
Ian, pull up the closest Bucky's and go there and get me a sandwich.
No, wait. Can you Uber from Bucky's? Our closest Bucky's is an hour and a half away, bro.
Do any of you guys do DoorDash in the Fort Knox area of Kentucky? If so, drive to Bucky's and get me a brisket sandwich. Give me 2 brisket sandwiches. XXL, please. Thank you.
You'll be at about $47.
Yeah. Hey, with the fees? Nah, we're looking at 60, brother.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the fees. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch that stuff. They'll get you. But yeah, Steve-O, I think that's probably a good call. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me see if I can look around, nose around a little bit, see if I can get any word on this pick before they might be trying to trade out too.
My Airbnb's haunted.
So check this out. Is it, by the way, real quick, shout out Jordan Schultz. What?
The TV just come on in my Airbnb and just went straight to Amazon Prime and started playing
You and them
the movie.
damn box fans. You can't live without a box fan in your life. You can't sleep without one.
I sleep with it.
Back when we played music, we'd be out on
is
tour.
haunted.
We'd be out on tour, and in our trailer with all of our equipment would be a box fan because Mike couldn't sleep without a box fan. So it went into every hotel room every night.
That's how I sleep. Drowns out the
anyway,
noise.
Jordan Schultz just said a ton of activity at the bottom of this draft with teams looking to trade down. A couple of QB needy teams are making calls right now. So Chiefs trade back. Could be wild.
The Seattle Seahawks have selected number 19 overall.
You mean the Buccaneers?
No. The Seattle Seahawks.
The Buccaneers have selected Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka.
My bad. Emeka Egbuka. I forgot about Gray Zabel. My bad.
How many picks do the Seahawks get here,
I
man?
forgot about Gray Zabel. I'm sorry.
So we just said that they would not go receiver. So this is a wild one
they
for me.
did.
So you're going to put him out there with they did sign back Godwin, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or is he still a free agent? Look that up. Look that up, Ian. But I mean, they still have Mike Evans. They still have Jalen McMillan, who panned out. Now they turned around and got Emeka Egbuka. So they're kind of going all in on this receiving core.
Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, man. That's a good pick for them.
Steve.
Baker Mayfield getting the
That
royal
was our
treatment.
number 3 wide receiver. And
hey,
there you
called
go.
it.
There you go. What is the deal?
People
What
got to
is
start
the
paying
deal?
attention around here.
What is the deal with all chiefed up out here just hitting?
Hitting it.
Look,
Hitting it.
we said that Emeka Egbuka would be the test. Are we slap nuts or not?
Look, man, you know there's been a lot of good Ohio State Buckeye receivers. There's a lot of them in the league right now. Emeka Egbuka, he became the Buckeyes' all-time leading receiver. So this is just another little weapon for Baker Mayfield to play with. The Bucs are all in on Baker Mayfield, and they're trying to make him happy. And this is the way to do it. Jalen McMillan last year, and then you're looking at Emeka Egbuka this year. And then, of course, he's got Bucky Irving in the backfield. They're doing some good things in Tampa Bay. But it all hinges on what Baker Mayfield can actually get done, to be quite honest about it. No excuses for Baker. None.
Yeah.
Interesting
Dude,
pick.
I mean, honestly, I think Baker's done a good job there. I think you give Baker exactly what he needs, and this is it, man.
Buck and Bob, probably Bob, says no reason. Just appreciate y'all with the freaking 10 bomb. Let's go. Appreciate the support, brother. Shout out Buck and Bob, by the way. If you're not following their channel, go do that. Go follow them. They got a good little podcast going if you like Chiefs content.
Yeah.
And then our boy Kyle with the 5 bomb says Mike wanted to let you know that I just ordered cotton candy accelerator drink, the newest flavor. Mike loves some cotton candy.
Wait, what is it? You've got me
Cotton
horned
candy.
up a
It's
little
a drink.
bit.
It's a drink.
It's a drink.
Cotton candy flavored. You like the cotton candy mints. So
Yeah, so Accelerator's the drink?
What is that, an energy drink or something?
I don't know. I'm curious. Let me go Google it.
Google it. Ian, pull up accelerator drink, please. Let's see here. Boy, the Ian joke's never going to get old, is it?
No. This
Appreciate the
Livy
5, Kyle.
Dunn. Livy Dunn's signature flavor is a perfect 10 that will have your taste buds doing backflips. Hey,
What about
I'll
it?
do a backflip for Livy Dunn. I mean,
Just
there
got
you
my
go.
first.
Who's
Mike, I got an offer here.
What do
I
you
got
got?
an offer. If I can read it. It says
Oh,
I'll
no.
go buy you. If we're paying for his, we got somebody that will go to Buc-ee's and buy the sandwiches for us. But we have to admit the Broncos are better than the Chiefs. So you know what? You take those brisket sandwiches and you turn them sideways and you shove them up your candy ass.
Your cotton candy accelerator flavored energy drink ass. No, look.
Listen, jabroni, that's never going to happen.
Wait. You're going to drive those from Denver? Let's go. No, I'd almost do it.
Sure, yeah, they're better. They've only beat us one time in 10 years. They're better. You know.
I mean, come on.
Now bring me my brisket.
Bring me my briskets.
Man. Oh, the Kelsey brothers are investors in Accelerator. That's what Kyle
Okay.
says.
That makes sense because they had Livy Dunn on the show.
You got the
Remember Kelsey
garage
did
beer, you
commercial?
get the garage beer, you got the Accelerator, and you just go back and forth.
There you go. For some reason, I didn't know that. I don't
Yep,
really
yep.
keep up
Man,
with
what do you
Kelsey's
think the
energy
Broncos are
drink
going to do? You
endeavors.
think they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger on Amari and Hampton, aren't they? But now that
You almost
Emeka
have to,
Egbuka
don't
flew
you?
off the board, do you think they're like, oh crap, maybe we make a run on receivers here, and they go
You take
Matt
Luther
Golden or
Burden.
Luther Burden? You know, so that's a possibility. Sometimes you see these teams get streaky with positions in the draft. So
I still,
once
is
again,
Amari
think I
Hampton enough,
I think
in your
so.
opinion?
I think so. Any of these teams that need a running back that bad, I think it's kind of dumb to pass on Amari Hampton at this juncture. Like, you're already in the back half of the first round. He's easily a 15 to 31 pick. No doubt about that. So I definitely think that could be what happens right now. I think it's just either that or they could potentially go receiver. I don't know. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see if we can get some inside info here. Per source, the Giants are trying really hard to get back into round one. They're trying really hard to get back in
for you. We got a pick for you right there at the end of round one if you want to do it.
Yeah. So, hey, it could happen, dude. The Chiefs could definitely trade out. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Do you realize Ohio State's they're showing it on the screen? Jeremiah Smith, who may be the best receiver to come out of Ohio State in the last 5 years, they're going to have another monster receiver coming out next year in the draft. Ohio State is just flat loaded at the wide receiver position.
I really hope the Broncos, the Donkeys, don't take Luther Burden. Just leave him alone. Go ahead and get your running back.
Is Luther Burden the guy you want? Like, is he my guy in the first round? Like, is that the guy you want?
I wouldn't be upset per se if we don't get him. Like, it'd probably be a little bit of a bummer for me. I do think he'd be a great fit, especially if they're looking to add to the pass attack. Sure, if he falls in there, I think that's a great value, and I would be happy with it. Now, if they don't get him and they go with something else, I'm okay with it. I think the Chiefs are pretty open right now to take best player available, and I don't think but it is, like I said earlier, I do think there's some implications with this draft for Brett Veach and crew, because you're right here in Mahomes' prime, you're in the middle of a dynasty run, so I think all these picks are super important in this draft.
Yeah, I agree. Perry with a 5 bomb, Steve. He says $5 for Ian. He's working hard tonight. Good job,
Let's
Ian.
go, baby.
Ian, go to the bank. Get your $5.
Man, Broncos, what are you doing? Holding this one close to the chest. What, do they think they're doing something super sneaky?
Yeah.
What do you think you think they're trying to trade back?
Well, it could be. Remember, they were saying they were trying to trade up, but maybe the sources were wrong. They were trying to move. They're just trying to get out of it.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of options, right? Because we've talked about they could take a Hampton, they could take Burden, they could take Golden, they could take
right. So technically,
Judkins, they could take a Travion Henderson. I mean, so they might trade back. Yeah.
Well, like you said, if you take
the pick is in.
If you take Pittsburgh off the clock, and you say Pittsburgh won't take the running back, then you could feasibly
no
move
trade.
back.
Check this one out. Going off the cuff, baby. Pick number 20. Hit the button. Hit the button.
Hit the button. Let's hit the button.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos decided to get a cornerback to pair up with Pat Surtain with Texas's Jahdae Barron. Let's go. So, crazy pick here. I was not expecting them to go defense here.
Me either. That's
pairing
wild.
him up with Pat Surtain, they already have one of the best defenses in football. And they're adding to it, man.
Move
they're
by
all
Sean Payton.
in.
Sean Payton says, "Look, we're going to stop the Chiefs' offense, and then
They are all
it's
in
gonna
on
be
this
tough."
defense, brother. They're all in on this defense.
I think a lot of teams think if you can capitalize on our offense being so stagnant, and you can just make it to where we can't score on you.
Totally unexpected, by the way, though.
So now you definitely have to take Luther Burden now, because you still need weapons to beat these offenses or these defenses.
Yeah. Hey, our boy Peter says, with the 5 bomb, by the way, appreciate you. He says, don't worry, guys. Arrowhead has great brisket, and we can watch Patrick kick the Broncos' arse. Let's go. Hey, the resident Broncos fan says, what the F? Why are they taking a corner, bro?
No, you don't like it?
No, man. He wanted Amara in Hampton.
Jahdae Barron's a pretty good player, though.
He's a very good player, and I think it's a smart pick, but it is
it's a little wild they took him over Will Johnson.
Kind of unexpected. Kyle wants to know if the Steelers take Shadir Sanders. I kept telling Mike and Pops earlier that this is a big-time possibility.
Me and Pops don't think that Tomlin would put up with Shadir Sanders' attitude.
And I understand where you're coming from, but I still think it's a possibility. I do. They're talking about starting Mason Rudolph, son. They ain't want to do that. They're going to do
not, but you.
Maybe they can take a Jackson Dart.
Yeah, you've also got a lot of different wide receivers. You don't have to just take, or a lot of different quarterbacks. You don't have to take Shadir Sanders here, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you don't have to, but I mean, it's definitely a possibility. This is a wild draft so far. Nothing crazy, but there have been some picks that kind of jumbled up some things.
I got live news of Broncos fans around the world after that Jahdae Barron pick. You ready to see it?
Yeah.
Live photo here. Let's get this off the screen here. Hide the comment, and here we go.
What? What?
Love them. As soon as they pick Jahdae Barron.
Hey, it said Jahdae Barron to the Broncos.
What?
Yeah, so the Steelers here, man.
What?
You think the Steelers could go quarterback? Or do you think they
Maybe.
take Hampton? Now that Hampton's fell, they don't have Najee Harris anymore. Maybe they go Hampton.
Did they not pull in another running back, though? Go check. Ian, pull up the depth chart for...
The league-wide belief was that Sean Payton would go running back with the 20th pick, but instead, the Broncos go Jahdae Barron, who one veteran scout described as a twitchy, very talented dude. All right, what do we got, baby? What do
The
we got?
Steelers have selected defensive tackle Derek Harmon with the number 21st pick in the NFL draft.
Okay.
Derek Harmon. So the Steelers didn't care. Do you want to know what's funny? Derek Harmon was compared to a baby Cam Hayward.
Yeah, that's
Look at
strange,
that.
huh?
Look at that.
Well.
Maybe they see a little Cam Hayward in him.
Man, teams are taking some unexpected positions
Steve,
right now.
only Josh Simmons and Luther Burden are the two horned-up players that Chiefs Kingdom, because the two defensive tackles are now off the board. It's now Josh Simmons and Luther Burden. That's
So
the two
if the
everybody's
Chiefs
been harping
wanted
on.
to, if the Chiefs really wanted Josh Simmons, they are prime time to trade up and get him right now. Like, obviously not with the Chargers. They're not going to trade.
No.
But you're looking at, like, Green Bay coming up. Now, do they want to trade out of the first round when they have this at home? I don't think so. Could be one of those situations. But it's a very real thing that the Chiefs could be looking to come up to look at Josh Simmons and or Luther Burden, maybe even Matt Golden. You never know what Veach has on his
Tyler
board.
said, "What if Casey takes Golden?" I think that would be a good pick. We would all have to lie. We would have to go see if Daniel Harms pass out. We would have to all just, dude. I'll have to bring him.
You think
in.
he would turn red and pass out? They could really shock the world and trade up here and take Amarion Hampton as a running back.
That
That
be
would blow some minds.
buck wild, dude.
Yeah, that
Would you
blow
like
some
it
minds.
though? Would you give up draft capital to take Amarion Hampton?
I wouldn't be like, I don't know. That's questionable, but I would be happy about having that guy, a caliber of running back on our team. Yes, I'd be excited about that, but I don't know about trading up to get him.
Look at my ego says,
Jackson
"Whoa,
Dart.
the draft's about to get crazy."
Jackson Dart looks like Lil Man Jay. You ever seen Lil Man Jay?
Yeah,
He's like,
Jackson Dart.
that makes sense.
About time said Chief's gonna pick a busty cheerleader. Just hope she's a redhead.
Likes them redheads, huh?
Like them redheads, baby.
The fiery redheads. Old fire crotch. Oh, man.
Dun dun.
Stephen Bill with a
Wait,
2
hold
bomb.
up.
Hold on. You hold up. Stephen Bill with a 2.
Live reaction to
says-
everybody's comment of Steve.
He says the Chargers go wide receiver or tight end, or Chargers go with D-line. What do you think the Chargers are going to do, Mike?
Yeah.
I'm going to move it along while you're doing that, too. I'm going to get caught up. KC Chiefs Productions with a 5 bomb. It says Ty Tassel.
You might have to. The Chargers, they took a wide receiver last year with McConkey. Do you take another one because they're not sold on Quentin Johnston?
That's something we talked about earlier as well, Mike, in our mock draft with Pops. Maybe that's a possibility. They could decide to go corner. They could stick defense. They could get Will Johnson. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. What did the last Super Chat say? She's got to went over that one.
What?
Wait, Ty Tassel?
Oh, sweet.
I
Jesus.
quit. I'm done. I think we're over it. The draft's done tonight, ladies
It's
and gents.
over.
Steve, look, how horned up are you going to be if they do take Luther Burden? I feel, okay, look, if it's between Simmons and Burden, who are you taking? I think you would be a little upset if they took Simmons over
I don't
Burden.
know. I don't know. I wouldn't be mad at Simmons. I can't be mad at that. But, geez, man, I don't know.
It's almost two
That's a
different
tough one.
styles. It's like, do you want to
It
go
is.
deep? You want to unleash the long ball with Luther Burden? Is that how you do it? Or do you just unleash the long ball because you protect Mahomes better? Like, so it's kind of like, you know.
Mike, look who's joined the freaking party, baby. Flapjack is in the house with the
Flapjack's
2 bomb.
here.
He says, we drafted a quarterback in the first round. We need Alex 3.0.
We're going to take Jackson
do it.
Fart.
Jackson Fart. Little man Jay. Chargers, what are you going to do? Charger? You're going to Charger.
They're
What are you gonna do?
charging. They're going to take all night long to pick.
Let's see here. Let's look around a little bit. What do you think the Chargers might do here? There's a lot of value on the board, so they could go a lot of different ways, honestly. There's a lot of value picks out there. Could they go running back? Because, I mean, what did they have last year for running back? After Austin Eckler, they went to...
This could be the Texans trading up. The Texans could trade up right here. They could try to jump Minnesota to get Josh Simmons. They just traded Larry Tunsil. They've got to have him. You can't let Minnesota draft. Minnesota could feasibly take a tackle.
Do you think the Chargers could go running back here? Who do they have at running back?
I think they're trying to trade out. I think that's what they're doing.
You think
No,
so?
they're not taking a running back. They just paid Najee Harris in the offseason.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And they drafted Videli, what's his name?
Videl.
Videl
Videl
from hell. From Troy. You know what I'm talking about. Vitaly Potapinko.
Derek Harmon has major upside. Feels like a Steeler already.
Yeah. He's compared to Cam Hayward. It does feel like a Steeler, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't too impressed with Derek Harmon. When we watched his film, don't get me wrong, I liked him, but he only had one good year of production, and that was this past year, and it wasn't like the best thing you've ever seen either. Like, he very much got lost in games. A lot of times, I thought Jamari Caldwell, the other defensive tackle, popped off the film more than Derek Harmon did.
Yeah, I agree. Derek Harmon didn't get me horned up like he did a lot of people.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, you wasn't as blue chewed up over that guy.
Nope, sure wasn't. Micah Girl Trish in the house with a 10 bomb. So thank you guys for the great draft content. As always, go Chiefs. Trish, you're freaking awesome. Trish is OG. She's been around since the old days. Trish won a mystery box from us when we got to 1,000 subscribers.
Dude, the mystery box. We need to bring a mystery box back. That was fun.
Is that really what that was? 1,000 subscribers?
1,000. Trish has been with us since 1,000. We give it away.
Yeah, so well before
there was
that.
a few things in. I don't even remember what the hell was in it. But dude, we actually sent it like a box. We got like a treasure box and sent it out. That was fun.
We had to pull some strings.
Should we do a mystery box for $50K? That would be hilarious to do 1,000 and 50,000 and do a mystery box.
We're going to do a mystery box. We're going to give
with
one away.
$50,000 worth of items on the inside.
Appreciate the support, Trish, by the way. You're awesome. Man, this is getting real fast. There's a lot of guys that are falling. So, I mean, does it blow your mind that Jahdae Barron went before Will Johnson?
A little bit,
we thought
but
it
Will
was a
Johnson
possibility.
didn't run.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't run.
Well, Will
Steve.
Johnson didn't run because he's slower. Jahdae Barron's way faster. He ran like a 4.3. Will Johnson ran like a 4.56, I think is probably what he's something like that.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit slower.
Oh, Jahdae Barron ran a 4.39.
Yeah. Yeah. He was
Maxwell Harrison ran a 4.28. So you still got a lot of really,
what if
really
Maxwell
fast
Harrison
corners.
came off the board before Will Johnson? Would that blow your mind? That would be crazy.
That really kind of, yeah. Because I think that's
crazy.
just way too much.
That's a lot of value for Will Johnson right now. Anybody could take him right now, and
Right.
it'd be huge value. The Chargers are taking their sweet ass time, and they are keeping their
Chargers
cards close
ain't
to their
give.
chest.
Look, Chargers don't give a crap what we all got to do later tonight. They're like, y'all got to work tomorrow. Don't care.
We don't give a crap.
They said we're gonna be on here doing something stupid. I think they're trying to trade it.
Cole says he thinks we'll be at 50,000 or past that by training camp.
I would like to see it. It's slowed down in the offseason, but the
It's been
offseason is
very
slow.
slow.
We expect that, but
Yeah,
hopefully
we've hit a bit of a rut, but it is what it is.
I mean,
when the team that you cover decided to go out and take a dump on the 50-yard line in the Super Bowl, people go into hiding for a little while.
Look, there was another thing too. I was telling somebody about that too. Some guy asked me. He was like, "I bet it's been." He asked if I was a Chiefs fan. I was like, "Well, yeah, I was wearing this hat." And he's like, "Yeah, it was a dumb question, wasn't it?" And I was like, "Yeah, pretty much." And he was like, he actually asked. He's like, "Is it tough being a Chiefs fan?" He's like, "Because I feel like you guys sucked for so long, and now everybody, after you had 4 years of success, everybody
Hates
calls
your
you
guys.
cheaters."
You're right, of course. But
Yeah,
I mean,
and now everybody just says you don't get anything you earned. And I said, dude, we do that all the time. And I said it's tiring, and I believe that's why a lot of Chiefs fans have checked out so hard, because the loss give them a reason to kind of take a step back. Because for 3 years we've defended every person on this team breath after breath, and you kind of just you get physically tired and you get worn out with it, and you kind of just need to step back for your own sanity a little bit.
It's annoying, and with any dynasty run, the whole thing comes out. Oh, they're cheaters. They're cheaters. Now
Yeah,
the Patriots, that might have been warranted, right? They got caught cheating 3 or 4 different times.
I mean, honestly, it's never going to end though, Steve, because every game this year now it's, well, even with the Super Bowl, look how bad you got beat because the refs didn't cheat the whole time. Or that's all it's going to ever be. It's like the refs cheat. We're never going to get over that. Patrick Mahomes gets every call, even though he don't. We're never getting over that.
That's just a freaking loser mentality, brother. That's all it is. They're
the
dorks.
entire
They're
world,
losers.
dude.
Nerds.
Nerd alert.
Nerd alert. Come on, Chargers.
Chargers. Here's what I got for the Chargers. You ready? Chargers are
Yes,
getting
I am totally ready for it. Do it.
Suck it! Suck it! We got 2 words for you! Suck it!
up. That's my 2 words for them.
Good Lord, we're 16 seconds before the clock's up, and
They
there's
have to
no
be
word
trying to
of
get a
nothing.
trade going down. They have to be trying to get a trade.
Oh, hardballs trying to trade.
Hardball's in here. He's probably testing to see how hard his balls are.
Might be. Might.
What?
What?
I can't get over it, man. You know who that kid is?
No.
Do you know? You guys know the girl that has Tourette's on TikTok, Balin? That's her little brother.
Okay.
I love Balin Dupree, the TikTok girl with
Yeah,
Tourette's.
she's hilarious, bro.
She's amazing, and she has her own show. Like they
Yeah, they
give
got
her
a
own show on TLC, I think. It's hilarious, dude. But yeah, that was one of the best scenes. I had to clip it.
What?
He said, "What?" He asked his little brother what
The Chargers pick is in.
Oh my
By the
God,
way.
it's time.
The Chargers finally decided to pick somebody.
They took Amarion Hampton. After all that time, they went ahead and took Steve. They just paid Najee, but look, Najee Harris is not long term,
Bro.
and that was what.
Do you realize what's just happened for the AFC West?
Yeah, look now. The Chiefs have to take a defensive tackle by proxy. We've got to stop the
Good
run.
Lord. Ashton Genty and Amarian Hampton.
Steve, we got to stop the freaking run.
4 games a year. We have elite running backs coming in.
And we don't have a defensive line. Our defensive line is maybe the weakest position on the team.
Do you think that's what sparked these teams to go after these running backs? They're like, we can exploit a weakness.
It could be. And now the Chiefs don't have Derek Harmon or Walter. No, you can't get Kenneth Grant. The Chiefs almost have to take a defensive tackle here. We can't mess around.
Nah. I still don't. I don't know.
But who's there? Do you think the Chiefs are now forced into taking somebody like Darius Alexander from Toledo
I
that
think,
plays the
I mean,
run really
honestly,
well?
if it's me, I sit back here, I still take the best player available, and I'm looking to get Alfred Collins any way I can. The guy from Texas. So if you have to sneak up and take him at the end of the 2nd round, or with that first pick in the 3rd round, just reach a little bit, that's a guy that's going to stuff a run for you. And he's going to do a lot of other things too. And that would still allow you to kind of take best player available early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you ask yourself now, with Omarion Hampton coming to the AFC West and Ashton Genty coming to the AFC
God
West.
Bless, man.
And you've already got, you're going to have Najee Harris in the AFC West for a season or two. Who is the running back for, who does the Broncos have at running back?
That's the thing. We thought they were going to take Hampton. They opted to go defense. So I bet they could probably be looking in the 2nd round at someone like a Dylan Sampson or a Quinshon Judkins or somebody of that nature. And then you're looking at another good one. I mean, maybe not elite level like Amarion Hampton or Ashton Genty, but I mean, they could still get somebody decent.
Chat, let us know. Let us know, chat. Chiefs fans in the chat, let us know. Because I know there's a lot of people. Look, if you're not a Chiefs fan, cool. You can chime in about your own team. Chime in about the Chiefs. We don't care. Here's the thing. If you're a Chiefs fan, let us know. With Amarion Hampton now coming to the AFC West to team up with Najee Harris, for Ashton Genty to now be in the AFC West, for the Broncos to have a pretty solid run game, I don't remember who their running back is, but I think they're okay there. Isn't it Javonte Williams maybe? Or
No, he's gone.
Oh, okay.
He's gone.
Okay.
He's with
So I don't know
Dallas
who it
or
is.
somewhere now.
But with us not having now Turk Wharton and Derek Nottie never panning out right, and Mike Pennell getting old, we already knew defensive tackle was a need for the Chiefs, and maybe even two. And now you've got Derek Harmon off the board. You've got Kenneth Grant off the board. You've got Walter Nolan off the board. What do you do here? Do you have to take a big-time defensive tackle here, or do you just say
who
screw
do you take? Who do you take?
Right.
Who's first round worthy? A defensive tackle right now.
I mean, honestly, I think you can maybe put Darius Alexander in, and I think maybe Tyleek Williams has earned a first round.
Tyleek Williams is a beast. That'd be a nice one to get in the second round.
Yeah, I think he's more second round too, but I think the Chiefs picked so late that you could almost consider it.
Could maybe trade up. It's not a huge reach for them to take him at 31, to be
No,
honest.
it's not a huge reach to take him at 31. You're not trading up for
Yeah.
Tyleek Williams, which I don't think you meant that. You
No,
could
I
trade
mean up in the
back.
second round.
Oh, trade back for Tyleek.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not
up the
trade
second.
back, but just trade
Yeah,
up
I
in
know
the
what you're saying.
second.
Trade up the second round. Yeah, but what if you can't get him? That's what I'm saying. Like, you're getting to a point to where you've run out. Like, we know defensive tackle is a big need for the Chiefs, and you're running out of big-time top first-round talent. Matter of fact, there is no first-round talent anymore at running or at defensive tackle. I think with Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon coming off the board, your first-round defensive tackle talent is gone. So at
Pretty
31,
much.
technically, that is a second-round pick. So that's why I say Darius Alexander and maybe even Tyleek Williams could be. That's honestly why I had the Chiefs taking Omar Norman Lott. Now, I will say this. Omar Norman Lott is
He don't
more
help
of a
much in the run
turn
game.
Yeah. They think the run game's his knock. But look, I went back and watched some of his film last night, and I thought he'd done dang good versus the run. So I don't know what everybody else was watching. I think that's just a talking point they wanted to throw out.
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting that the Chargers ended up with Ryan Hampton. That's wild.
It is pretty wild, dude.
Well, what do you think Green Bay is going to do here? They're at home.
Wide receiver, maybe? They could
They're
take
going to go flashy.
They could take Burden off the board right here and just put a fork in us.
Yeah. That would kind of stink, wouldn't it?
I heard that they were in a market. I heard they were in the market to try to get George Pickens. I heard that they were one of the teams that were trying to get George Pickens from the Steelers. So they still theoretically could do that because George Pickens ain't going for a first-round pick. So he could be announced as like a second or third round. I'd say George Pickens for what? A third-round pick? Fourth round maybe?
Sure.
I mean, you
That'd be
got
good.
Christian Kirk for a seventh. That's wild. I don't know, man. It's wild here. I
Stephen
don't know
Bill
what
with a
happens.
5-bomb says we go Johnson or Campbell. Johnson helps us stack the box, and Campbell covers the need to stop the run.
Jihad
and
Campbell.
pass rush.
Pops would freak out. And Pops is a big Jihad Campbell guy, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's very small. He's more of like a Micah Parsons type. It's not somebody that we would put.
Is he
I don't
not-
know if he plays with his hand in the dirt.
Well,
That
you got to
much, to be
remember, you
honest.
got Nick Bolton. He's one of the best at stuffing that run. I
Yeah.
mean, look what he does against Derrick Henry. You think he's scared of Omarion Hampton? No. So I just think you got to get more stout on the defensive line here, maybe.
Yeah,
I
don't
mean,
know.
the Chiefs need defensive line. We know this. We know that is one. We need pass rush and we need run stuffers. And
Chiefs
right
are
now,
also,
our biggest run stuffer is Mike Pennell, who's about 50 years old.
The Chiefs are also notorious for not taking what they actually need in the first round or two and getting like some kind of flashy player,
Which is
or
what we said, Luther.
an
Burden.
offensive piece or something like that. Yeah, I just think that there are a lot of guys that can fill that role that you're talking about in the second and third round. Most notably, Tyleek Williams, Alfred Collins. I would
Yeah,
love
I
to have
think-
either one of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Jihad Campbell is such an interesting player, but I just don't see how he fits into our.
Look, honestly, I named one already. Derek Harmon's running mate in Oregon, Jamari Caldwell, 6'2", 332. He's a monster in the run game. That kid would be good in the run game. Deion Walker from UK at 331, 6'7". I don't love him, but at the same time, that's a big body to move outside in the run game if you can get him low.
Yeah.
He would be
Yeah.
pretty decent at that. And then the Chiefs, I know for a fact the Chiefs have been talking to Warren Brinson from Georgia, 6'5", 315. So that could be a guy they could get maybe the 5th or 6th round. Warren Brinson could help stop the run too, Steve. And then we actually took a kid, I thought, a big defensive tackle, the kid from Rutgers last night in our mock draft. who's coming on. So
Yeah.
there's options. There's options
Talking
here.
about Keontae Hamilton.
Yeah, there's options here.
There are. Oh, yeah. Two Bomb from Perry said, as a Bama guy, Campbell is a beast. He flies side to side.
Yeah, Jihad Campbell can play.
I mean, where he's at right now, at this point in the draft, it's great value. Will Johnson's incredible value. Luther Burden's incredible value. Matthew Golden's incredible value. Josh Simmons. They're the Chiefs kind of have their pick of the crop right here. It's really going to hinge on what Minnesota and Houston do coming up. Maybe what even Green Bay does, because they could go receiver. I don't know.
Super Chief says, what about Alfred Collins? We like Alfred
Love
Collins.
Alfred Collins.
We may have been one of the first ones to call Alfred Collins out. Steve
Yeah, I've
liked
been on
him from
him
the
for a while.
beginning. Jonathan says, I like CJ West, Indiana, around 2 or 3. I like CJ West too.
Mike's been on him. Yeah.
I don't know if CJ West is as good against the run as he is at just disrupting and shooting some gaps, but he can do it.
Word on the street is the Eagles were trying to trade up and take the Packers' spot here, but the Packers refused, and they're taking the pick.
And they're taking
the pick
Matthew
is
Golden
in.
from Texas.
Matt Golden.
They're taking Matt Golden here. So,
You think the Eagles were after Matt Golden?
no, the Packers select Matt Golden. I don't know who the Eagles
I
were coming
know,
up to get.
but you think they were after a Golden or a Luther Burden to that pass attack they have?
No, I think they may have been coming up. They could have been coming up for
Will
maybe
Johnson?
even a corner or something. Yeah, who knows?
Well, they ended up with what? Quinyon Mitchell
Yeah. So
and
look,
the kid that had the pick six, Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't.
so
see
check
that.
this. I had Matt Golden above Luther Burden, and you said, nah, I don't like it.
I had Burden at 3.
We eventually
man. Or-
put Burden
we had
above Golden,
Egbuka.
and then Golden goes.
Yeah, we had Egbuka at 3, Burden at 4, or no? I think
we had
might
Golden
have had
at
Burden
4.
at 5.
We had Golden at 4 and Burden at 5, and we switched them. We put Burden back above Golden late in the process.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah, we went ahead and did it. But basically, they're 4 and 5. They're 4A, 5A, right? But yeah,
Right.
I think Matthew Golden, good pick right here. Did I mention that just a few minutes ago? Did I not say that the Packers might take a wide receiver?
Well, we were talking about that because I thought like Egbuka felt like a Packer, and maybe even Matt Golden. I think we did mention that.
No, I said Luther Burden could be. I think it was Luther Burden, but yeah, good pick by the Packers in my opinion. I bet. Our boy Hot Taint's probably pumped.
Oh, hot taints.
I wonder what he thinks
Horned
about it though, for real.
Horned up. Well, I mean, they've been investing a lot in receiver. Jaden Reed has killed it for them.
Yeah.
They also got Christian Watson, who's a little bit of injury prone, drops the ball a lot, but he's
Anthony
still
Cleveland
good.
said the Eagles maybe want Malachi Starks, possibly.
Possibly. Man, the Chiefs, this is crazy. It's kind of playing right into their hands as far as Josh Simmons or Luther Burden goes. So if they really have a high grade on either of those two, or they wanted to take a shot at Will Johnson, they could trade up anytime now. Minnesota would be a perfect trade partner for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
People's been talking about that for weeks.
Well, you've got to go outside. You need to go to the NFC, I think, feasibly to get a good trade partner here. Even though, let's not be crazy. I think the Bills would trade with us.
Oh, yeah, the Bills would definitely give us a good
Call me
player.
crazy. I think the Bills
That's
may
their
trade
MO.
with us.
Yep. Hey, appreciate you guys being here, by the way. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hit the like button for us if you don't mind. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, you should do that too. Hang out with us more often. We do tons of Chiefs content. We're going to be streaming this entire draft pretty much as long as the interest is there. We'll do it. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Share this out with your friends. Share it out on whatever, Facebook, X, whatever you mess around on. That'd be much appreciated. Thank you guys once again. Let's see here.
Steve, if Josh Simmons, look, if the Vikings don't trade, the Vikings could take Josh Simmons.
I
They
still think-
need offensive line help. And
Yeah, but so does the Texans.
So do the Texans. So if Josh Simmons gets by 25, I don't think the Chiefs even have to trade. They may just get him to fall right in their lap.
Right.
Because the Rams just paid their left tackle. They paid him big money in the offseason. And so did so did the Ravens. They paid Ronnie Stanley. Now they could draft.
You're talking about Alaric Jackson?
Yeah. They could maybe take Ronnie Stanley's. They could call him a backup because Ronnie Stanley's
what a suit for Matt Golden in the gold suit.
Come
Look
on
at him.
now.
Look at him.
Brian Parrott doesn't like Simmons. He said he's junk.
Ooh,
He said he
that's a
sucks
take.
junk.
Sucks junk. Munson style.
Look, here's one thing I will say about Simmons, and I posted this up today on X if you guys are following us over there. You should be. I said that he likes, look, he's smooth out of his step. Okay, he's smooth and everything. He oversets a lot, and it allows bull rushers to come underneath him and get to the quarterback on his inside. So they don't go around. They can just he oversets and they get to the inside of him. Mahomes don't need that because Mahomes is starting to get this habit where Mahomes is starting to want to step up in the pocket more. He's not wanting to come around the tackle.
Right.
That could be bad if you continue to overset and you don't figure that one out. And again, I think this is all correctable. And at some point, Andy Heck has to coach these guys up a little bit better than what he's doing.
Got to fry them eggs up a little better than
on.
he's been frying them. Nobody wants
Yeah.
no sloppy, slimy eggs.
Nobody wants some
Andy
sloppy
Heck.
eggs, Andy Heck. Get it
Well,
together.
let me tell you something, guys. So be on the lookout. Oh, they got a pick in. I was getting ready to say they have the least amount of picks of anybody in the draft. They might trade out here. They've got the pick in for the Vikings. So what did they decide to do here? Do you think they went Josh Simmons?
I
think they
mean,
went tackle.
it's in play. He's in play right here. Not 100% sure. Cole Keller says he's got an issue with Simmons because of the ACL tear. Was it the ACL tear or was it patellar tendon?
I think it was ACL.
Oh, yeah, okay, well. Oh, nope. They've taken the other tackle from Ohio State. They've taken Donovan Jackson,
Whoa!
who can play tackle and guard.
Do you
Donovan
think
Jackson
they're
went
not liking the
before Josh
medicals on
Simmons,
Josh
Steve.
Simmons? Mike,
They
I
could have
said
been
that's a
blowing smoke.
possibility. I told you that people were not giving enough credit to him. I just
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. So you could see back-to-back OSU offensive
Steve,
linemen. here.
we even had Donovan Jackson in our top 10 tackles.
Yeah.
And we had him
Right.
at number 8. And that is insane because a lot of people didn't think there was no way in the world Donovan Jackson's going to the first round. And we had him in the top 8.
I
Also, he
didn't
plays
think he'd go
guard.
first round, to be honest.
No, I didn't either. I think he was more of a day 2, second round guy for real. I think the Vikings may have, I think he's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think this is a bigger reach than Colston Loveland?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. Colston Loveland, I feel like, should have fit somewhere between 20 and 30. So, I mean, he was reached on by 10 picks. That's probably about the same.
Yeah.
Probably the same. I think Jackson deserved to be a second-round pick, maybe top end of the second round. So, I mean, you're looking at about 10 picks higher than you would imagine. But that leaves Josh Simmons there for the taking for Houston. Do you think that something's come back on this kid's medicals?
It could be. But do you think Brett Veach cares?
Oh, it was
Look,
patellar
Sam
tendon.
said it was a
It
patellar
was.
tendon.
Okay.
That's what I was
patellar
thinking.
tendon. Patellar.
That's what I was thinking. Steve, I'm the draft guru. Why did you try to make me think I was wrong?
Oh, I thought it was ACL. Brandon Shannon with the 5 bomb. Sorry,
My
Michael.
bad.
Says if you trust Smart left tackle, Burden 31, Judkins 63, tight end at 66.
I think you're right.
What Arroyo? You go. What's his name?
Oh,
Elijah
Elijah Arroyo
Arroyo?
would be a nice
At
pick right
66?
there at 66.
And then running back at 92 running backs. Judkins at 63 and another running back at 95. I don't know about that.
Oh, maybe he just actually said the wrong thing there. Maybe he meant corner at 95. Dude, Green Bay exploded over that
Golden
that pick there, man.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a fun
glad
pick
Green
for them,
Bay
right?
got somebody fun there, man. They deserve it. Green Bay's a good football town, man. I like it. I don't ever root against Green Bay. The only time I disliked Green Bay was when they didn't call that bogus call on MVS there at the end of the game.
That was lame. Well,
that
Eagles,
was lame. They
was it
really,
the Eagles? No, maybe he just dropped one against the Eagles.
yeah. It was when. Remember they kept saying Mahomes got
Yeah.
hit late out of bounds, and they
Yeah.
cried. And then they said Jordan Love was a better quarterback. Pfft.
Yeah, good grief.
How come if you beat the Chiefs, like automatically your quarterback's better than Mahomes?
Man,
Steve,
I tell you what, the Chiefs
getting
could very
really
much
wild
trade
here.
out right here too. So that's another thing to look at. We're talking about the New York Giants.
The
are,
Chiefs
are
could move.
big time trying to get back into the first round. They have connections with the Giants.
Steve, Josh Simmons is going to go right here, isn't he? He's
Yeah, I
going to
think
go
so
ahead
did
and
the
go
Vikings,
to the
or I
to
mean
the
the Houston
Texans.
Texans. Yeah, the Vikings took Donovan Jackson, and I think that the Houston Texans might back to back.
If the Texans do not take Josh Simmons,
the
there's
Giants
something wrong with his
trading up.
medicals.
Are the Giants trading up? The Giants traded up here.
The Giants have traded up, ladies and gents.
Houston.
Are they coming to get Shadur Sanders? Are they going to shock the world and take Taylor Shuck out of Louisville or Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss?
The Giants are coming up. They have traded with the Houston Texans. So what
Are they going to take
coming to
Jackson
do?
Dart?
Why would they be worried about? Who are they worried about? The Rams? They're
Yeah.
worried about the Rams taking their QB.
They're worried about the Rams taking Jackson Dart. They're going to come take Jackson Dart here, dude.
You think so?
I think
You
it's Jackson
Dart over
Dart.
Shadur Sanders.
I think
Oh,
I think it's Dart or Tyler Shuck. I think it's Jackson Dart though. Jackson Dart going round one was not on my bingo card.
He flew up the board though. They started talking
did.
about him a lot.
Wasn't he that cat though in the combine that tried to throw that no look and he missed it by a mile?
Probably. Dude. So the Chiefs are sitting at 31 looking at potentially Josh Simmons and Josh Connerly Jr. If they want to take tackle, they could take tackle all day. To me, I feel like with Luther Burden still on the board, he's still kind of the hot spot for me because I feel like you can get a pretty good tackle in Wyatt, an excellent tackle in Wyatt Milam.
Check this out.
In
3
second
days
round.
ago, SNY's Connor Hughes says Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart is someone to watch as a trade-ups option for the Giants in round one. I'm telling you, it's Jackson Dart right here. This is who they're coming to get.
Sure, Sanders going to be so upset.
I
Be so
knew
sad.
it was Jackson Dart, dude. I knew I had read that somewhere, and it was Connor Hughes. That's who it was. That is wild, dude. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Do you like it? I don't know if I like it.
I don't know.
I honestly think
don't
Shadur
know.
Sanders isn't a bad quarterback, but I think his dad and look, I like Dion. I like Dion and them. You got to have a certain level of cockiness to play the sport, but at some point, the cockiness in football like that turns into privilege and just being a flat out asshole. There's no other way to say it. You just come
Absolutely.
off as a jerk.
It sounds stupid too. He sounds dumb. I ain't gonna lie. Like just the way.
Yeah, he
It's
gets a little just too privileged, and it's just dumb.
Yeah,
They're
for
going
sure.
Dart. 100% they're going Dart. Jonathan says they went Dart. Somehow Jonathan thinks he's got this.
He said they already did it. It's already done, son. It's over. Jackson
It's
Dart
been
to the
announced.
Giants.
It is Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart
It's
to
been
the
announced.
Giants. Bro.
I called it.
Good call. Good call.
Let's go. Let's go.
I thought Dion
Jackson
looked a
Dart.
little upset. I thought Dion looked a little upset when they showed him. So
Is he at the draft? I'm not
Yeah.
even getting the draft to like come up on my TV. The haunted TV just went off.
the Honda
I don't know
TV that
what's
won't show
going
you
on.
the draft. So
It
now
won't show
you're
me the
looking
draft.
the Giants taking Jackson Dart here. You got the Rams who could potentially maybe take a QB, but I think
So the
Dart would have
Texans
been there.
traded out, Steve. So the Texans didn't feel like Josh Simmons' knee was
Yeah,
good
right.
enough that they got out. If the Chiefs fall for this and they take Josh Simmons, and Josh Simmons literally has
What if you
problems.
end up with another Yang on your hands?
You could, but what if the Chiefs say, look, we don't care if his knee's not great. We can let him rest all season long. We don't need to rush him to play. But I feel
I don't
like
know.
next year's tackle class is just as good or better than these guys.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting. Because it's kind of shaken out to where a lot of the guys that
I
we've
don't need
talked
the TV,
about,
William. William knows.
a lot of the guys that
Here.
we've talked about that could be Chiefs targets or could fall to the Chiefs, they are there for the taking. And can you believe Will Johnson's still on this board? That blows my mind.
That's pretty
Dude.
wild.
A lot of things could go on here.
I didn't expect Will Johnson. Look, we discussed just the other day on a live, Steve, that Will Johnson did not run anywhere. He was battling a hammy issue, and we didn't think his 40 was going to be good, and that's why he wasn't running. And we said that he could slip. I never thought Will Johnson would slip to 20s, to 26 now. It's crazy. Do you think L.A. Rams, L.A.'d be a perfect place for a Shadur Sanders, wouldn't it? It's L.A.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they could maybe take a shot on him. Maybe.
It's L.A. Like, why don't you? You've got Matt Stafford. He could play behind there. He's kind of a gunslinger. You've got Shadur Sanders. You got Dion. They're right there in Colorado. It's L.A. It's the bright lights. They're used to the big. They're used to the big attitude, the flashiness. Maybe they do it. I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty. You would have thought New York was a good spot for a big ego, right? But maybe LA's your spot.
That's so wild, though. Jackson Dart to the Giants. They traded up for Jackson Dart in the first round, bro.
Oh, Jack Dart, the old fart. Old Dart fart. I like it, man.
Throwing darts.
Dude,
Hey,
every time
they
you
got-
take a player like that, it drops a better player to the Chiefs.
They got themselves another Daniel
Steve,
Jones.
we're this close.
No.
You're this close to getting Luther Burden in Kansas City. Are you horned?
A little horn. I'm not for sure, though. There's so many players on the board. I don't even know if
Luther Burden could theoretically go to the Lions. He could theoretically go to the
the
Commanders.
Lions definitely could. They've been talking about chucking Jamison Williams.
Yeah, and I could honestly see the Bills doing something like that just to
I
spite
could
the
see
Chiefs.
Baltimore doing it just to do it.
Yeah, they do have Zay Flowers, but I could see them doing it.
I could see them doing it too. Dang, bro. What do you think is going to happen with the Rams? What do you think the Rams end up doing? What do you put it in the chat, guys? What do you think the Rams are going to do here? I'm kind of interested in what they even need.
Sean McVay, man, I don't know. Dude, look, you can learn. Shadur's got the big attitude. It doesn't matter. The Falcons have traded back up. So was Jackson Dart going to go to Sean? Was Sean McVay going to take Jackson Dart when he left the board? Now they've traded back out.
That's a possibility too.
The Rams have traded this out, guys. It's the Falcons have back up.
Oh, well, the Falcons traded back in. What are the Falcons after?
You usually
Jihad
trade back in
Campbell?
to get a quarterback because you want the 5th-year option, but they're not doing that. They drafted
No.
Penix. Oh, big Penix last year.
Big Penix energy down there in Atlanta. Geez,
The
what are they
Falcons are
doing?
back in. The Atlanta Falcons,
I
baby.
wouldn't think wide receiver for them. I mean, they've got a pretty good receiver core.
They could, though.
Drake
They could.
London, Darnell Mooney, Rondell Moore. This is getting interesting. Very interesting. Stitch, you can sub on here. You can hit sub. You can also become a member. Join.allchiefedup.com should take you straight to that. But yeah, you can subscribe on here. You're more than welcome.
You think they're coming back in to grab another pass rusher?
Jihad
You think
Campbell.
maybe James Pierce, they're going to come back and grab another one?
I don't know. Did they run a 4-3 or a 3-4 in Atlanta?
I'm just
I think they
curious
run a-
because Atlanta already
I think
come
they
in
run
and
a
took
4-3
somebody. Who did Atlanta take? This is where I told you I got to have my. I didn't even mark it down. Look at that. I was the only idiot. I forgot. Wait, the Falcons traded out of their pick. No, they didn't. Jalen Walker. So it was Jalen Walker.
Yeah. So what are they coming back for?
Yeah.
What's so important to them? Do you think they needed some O-line? Do you think they might come up to take a Josh Simmons? Do they need O-line?
know.
I don't know what their needs are, to be honest.
They need to hurry up and pick is what they need to do.
They need quit being slapnuts and acting like they need all the first round picks.
The Falcons. Yeah, the Falcons took Jalen Walker, a linebacker. He's going to play outside linebacker, Steve. So I think you're right. That's a 3-4. He's about the size of Dallas Turner. So, yeah, so with Dallas Turner and Jalen Walker, they're not coming back in for
Jihad Campbell?
another defensive end. They're not coming back in. I don't think they come back in for Jihad Campbell either. So they're not coming in. Steve, are the Chiefs going to have a shot to get Mike Green too? The second best pass rusher in this draft?
It's looking like it. It's
He's
looking like it.
He's got a little bit of some kind of a past. There's something happening with Mike Green off the field.
Man, it is wide open for Brett Veach and crew. So this is going to be a crucial pick for them because they got their pick of the
February
crop.
26th, Steve. Mike Green denies sexual assault allegations. Addresses
Well,
his
you know what?
departure from
I've actually
Virginia.
thought about this earlier. Would it surprise you a damn bit if the Chiefs didn't take Isaiah Bond off pure value in like the 5th or 6th round with all the looming charges on him?
Right, and then Mike Green with a sexual assault. Like, who cares?
We're going to get them all. Get all of them.
It says he's been accused of sexual assault twice.
We already got Matt Ariza on there. He can coach them through
But look,
false allegations.
False. But
No,
we
I'm
don't
just
know
kidding.
what this is. But it says he told reporters he's been accused of sexual assault twice. Allegations he denies that he's never done nothing wrong. He was suspended from Virginia before transferring to Marshall. But I mean, if the allegations and nothing happened to him and he
said
already
it's
transferred,
multiple.
yeah, that's what he says.
allegations. Okay.
It says he's been done twice, but that was a year ago at Marshall, or he transferred from Virginia to Marshall. But he's played a whole season with nothing from the NCAA, nothing, no charges filed. So,
Interesting.
is it even a thing to where like
Might
the
not
NFL is going
be.
to suspend you for it?
Might not be. Renee says she's been wanting the Chiefs to pick Mike Green. So,
Mike Green's a heck of a pass rusher, and we need some pass rush.
That's true.
Wait, Mary Lycan said he had one in high school too?
Jeez.
Oh, come on, Mike Green. What are you doing, Green Bean?
Deshaun Watson out here.
Oh, Green Bean. He needs to just simmer down.
Simmer down now.
Look, after 3 of these, look, 1, you can say, okay. 2, you're like, okay. 3, you got to be like, hey, when there's smoke, there's fire, Mike Green. Chill out. Quit diddling. What is he doing?
It's diddling away.
What's wrong with this guy? Not to make light of it, but daggone, Mike Green, get it together. Come on, bro.
Well, interesting here. What are the Falcons coming back for?
Trade details. They picked James Pierce Jr. I was right. It was James Pierce.
James Pierce.
Dang, dude. They're going pass rush heavy, aren't they? Dallas
are over
Turner, James Pierce, and good night.
So they were trying to get in front of, I think, Baltimore to get James Pierce, because James Pierce struck me as a Baltimore Raven. Just because they like that kind of a pass rusher. That, like I said earlier, they were big on Oweh. They ended up getting him. James Pierce reminds me of him. So I think that's what Atlanta saw, and they were like, we got to go get our guy.
Atlanta's been very aggressive in the draft over the past few years, haven't they?
They sure have.
So they got Jalen Walker, an outside linebacker that's a pretty good pass rusher off the edge there at 15. Then they come all the way back in for James Pierce, who, by the way, had the highest or the lowest, fastest 40-yard dash out of all pass rushers and the fastest 10-yard split. Like, pretty wild. But you know what's weird with him? He only had a 31-inch vert. And you would think somebody that fast would be more explosive with a vert. They give up their first-round pick and their third-round pick. That's what they get, the Falcons. They got pick 26 and third-round pick in 2025. The Rams got their second-round pick, their first-round pick next year. They give up their first-round pick for James Pierce next year.
That's wild. That's super wild. What?
And a 7th
Why?
this year. They give up their second round this year and a first round next year for James Pierce, dude.
I don't think that's very smart, Atlanta.
No way. James Pierce looks like a cornerback trying to play edge. I'm telling you, he's a little small, and I don't trust it.
That's pretty wild.
Dude, Falcons are the Ravens are on the board, man. The Ravens are on the clock. This is wild, dude.
Yep.
5 bomb for
sorry.
Brad. My
I
bad.
clicked the wrong one. Go
Who do
ahead.
you think we'll get after the Bills trade back one spot to us? They're going to let us come up. Do we come up and get Will Johnson and screw the Bills again? Because they need another corner.
Yeah, true.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Yeah,
I would
don't
almost
know.
laugh and take Will Johnson
Like-
over Luther Burden.
Like the Trent
just to-
McDuffie thing all
Yeah,
over
just to
again?
do it again.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That'd be funny, though. Flapjack with the 5 bombs says the only thing Chris Jones ever sexually assaulted was the ground.
Yeah, at the
Let's
combine,
go.
right in front of everybody.
He did, too.
He literally put his peen in the dirt.
He did.
I bet it had rug burn after that, to be
So
honest,
now I'm
on
kind of
that
interested.
artificial
You think
turf.
I feel like if anybody's going to spoil Luther Burden for the Chiefs, it's going to be in the next 2 picks.
It's going to be the Lions. You already
Baltimore
know the Lions
or
are
the
kind
Lions.
of annoying like that.
Yeah, well, Baltimore is too. They
Well,
took
remember
Zay
they come out-
Flowers.
Yeah, and the Lions come up and got Jameson Williams when everybody wanted him a couple years ago.
Yeah,
and now
yeah.
they don't even want him.
Yep. So that's, I don't know, man. They could play spoiler big
Sam
time.
said this is crazy. Wildest draft he's seen in a long while.
It's getting pretty wild.
It's been kind of nuts, man. It's got a little off the rails after about. I think Colston Loveland kind of sent it off the rails at number 10. I think that's about where it started going ape.
Reaction by one source to the Falcons trading a future first to come back in is what the F. That's literally what they said. Like, okay. I mean, that is kind of stupid.
Falcons fans, live reaction.
What?
Steve, they just released something today. Falcons fans were just like, this is horrible. How are the Falcons going to screw this up for us tonight? And I think they may have just did it. This may have just irritated them to death. That you give up a first next year and your second this year to get James Pierce, bro. What?
So,
dude, I'm kind of scared now to get
Baltimore's
Josh Simmons.
pick is in, by the way. Baltimore's pick is in.
Aren't you? If Josh Simmons does land in our laps, I'm kind of scared of it.
It's a little scary.
Because we know there's a bunch of teams that needed these tackles, and you're drafting Donovan Jackson before him? That scares me a little bit, man. Unless they're just going to play Donovan Jackson at a straight guard position, which is very possible. And that means 3 guards going round 1. It's wild, dude. I've seen weirder stuff, I guess.
What are the Ravens going to do here? They've got the pick in. They are taking cornerback Maxwell Hairston from the University of Kentucky.
Over Will Johnson. There it was.
Dang,
You
bro.
just asked a few minutes ago, do you think
If
Max
that would
Harrison could
happen.
go over Will Johnson?
Bro. I mean, Maxwell Harrison, he is an animal. 4.29,
He's
40.
fast.
I mean, he's a good player. He's got his downsides, but he's a good player. Now, is he round 1 worthy? I don't know. I think maybe the speed alone is what got him into round 1. But this is wild.
Shout out, by the way, there was a mock drafter just 2 days ago put out a mock draft, and they called Maxwell Hairston to the Ravens.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Did that not happen? Did you call that wrong?
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
Have you called it wrong?
Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. Now
They took Malachi Starks.
Yes, the person that the source that put that out deleted it. That's why I said, wait a second.
They've took Malachi Starks.
Okay. That's kind of a Ravensy player
there you
too.
Go.
Okay, so Maxwell Harrison
So
there
they
seemed
have
a
Kyle
little
Hamilton,
wild
and
to
now
me.
they got Malachi Starks. That's
Yeah,
wild,
well,
huh?
Make sure your source don't delete it in 2 seconds. Jordan Schultz says, spoke to a high-level NFL executive today about the draft and came away with a lot of respect for one thing he said. The anonymous negative quotes that pop up every year are total garbage. If you've got something to say, you should put your name on it and keep it in-house.
Who said that?
An NFL exec. He said he's tired of everybody putting out all this stuff, saying things about different players and not putting their names to it. Like it just says NFL scout or NFC scout or AFC scout.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't want to give up their. I don't think they can speak as freely because me and Pops were talking about that today too. There was a coach on there, and they kept asking them draft questions. And how many coaches are going to get on there and just dog players and be like, well, I don't think he's going to be good or he don't have a good work ethic. They're not going to do it. They're just going to give you that cookie cutter, what you want to hear, and be like, oh, he's a good hard worker. He's going to help your team. But we know at the end of the day, they're not going to be that good, right? So I feel like keeping them anonymous, they'll actually give you their thoughts.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Steve, Luther Burden's still available, and he's one pick closer. Is All Chiefed Up going to hit yet again on our first-round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs? Are we going to defy
Talking
the odds and
about
do
boners.
something that nobody has ever done in the history of Chiefs content and call the first-round pick 3 straight years in a row? Has that ever been done?
Of course not, because everybody
We've had
picks
3 years
stuff.
being on YouTube, and in 3 years, we've hit the first-round pick every
Mike,
year.
don't jinx it, brother. Don't jinx it.
This could be the 3rd year.
Don't
It's
jinx
wild.
it.
I don't think we're going to get a chance to do it because I believe one of these three teams are going to snake Luther Burden right here.
Detroit, Washington potentially could.
Potentially the Bills may do it.
Yeah, I could see the Bills doing that too.
I can see the Bills doing it. Why wouldn't they? They're always looking to get Josh Allen more stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. This is getting a little sketchy. But this is also where if the Chiefs want their guy and they see their guy, Brett Veach said they wouldn't care to trade up a few picks. So
Yeah, because here you're not giving up much. You would probably give up. I mean, you'd have to give up one of your fourth. You'd have to give up your fourth, though, Steve, unless you
maybe
went to
one of your
next year's
thirds.
draft. Are you willing to give up a fourth? Or our
dude.
late third? I ain't
So-
giving up my late third to go
so,
up no 4
I
picks.
won't call the dude out, but reputable source, like huge Football Insider, posted that they took Maxwell Hairston, and he deleted it. So that's interesting. I wonder where he got that idea from.
I don't know, man. Was it
Oh, he's one of the top. He's one of the top dogs when it comes to NFL Insider.
was it Schefter?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Schefter, but I'm not gonna dog. I'm not gonna call the guy out. I don't care. But
CJ
yeah,
Boyer says Detroit's going to go Will Johnson. No source. It just makes sense because he's a Michigan guy. That would be. I mean, they can pair him with Terry and Arnold. Didn't they take Terry and Arnold last year? Imagine that
That's true.
combo. That'd be nasty. I think Malachi Starks of the Ravens is, dude. That's another team now potentially that the Chiefs got to go through every year in the AFC. Just got another top defender that can stop the pass game.
yeah. I mean, that's a
So it
vintage
makes more
Ravens
and more
pick. That's a
sense.
vintage Ravens pick, right?
It's making
I mean,
more and more sense though that you got to keep loading up wide receiver.
The Lions pick is in. The Lions pick is in.
Steve, it just makes sense. They've got to go wide receiver here, don't they? The Chiefs have to go wide receiver, defensive tackle. That's your two. If you want to counter what everybody else is doing, that's got to be what you do. I just don't think it makes sense to go Josh Simmons here, in my opinion. I think if teams are passing him up this far off medicals, I don't see why the Chiefs would want to take the shot on a medical.
Let's see. Let's see here. Lions pick is in. What are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with it, Lions?
Steve, I'm going to give you a little thing. What if Luther Burden's sitting on the board? What if Will Johnson's sitting on the board at the same time?
That's a tough one, bro.
And Josh
But
Simmons. Out of those three, who you taking?
that's what I'm saying. It's getting kind of crazy because a lot of different guys are gonna be
And an
there.
embarrassment of riches for the Chiefs. Still,
Well, you
at
got
31.
three picks. You got 3 picks in front of them, and I mean, by all means, those 3 could go boom, boom, boom. It could be a totally different ball game here in 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So
Wait, what's it? He says, Mike, this is what you wanted. Now you're saying don't do it. Wait, what do you mean? What part?
Josh Simmons, maybe? Is that what you wanted? I don't know. I don't know if that's what you wanted or not.
I mean, I'm not a huge Josh Simmons guy, but I'm saying that if medicals have been this much of an issue, I don't.
I mean, trade back still an option
Trade
here.
back
With
almost
so many
makes a little more
players still out
sense.
there. That's still an option. Brett Veach does not have a 5th or 6th round pick.
Right. I think it makes sense you try to want
So
to get out.
I could definitely see him trying to get some more draft
But
capital.
somebody feasibly has to come back in for Shadur Sanders or Tyler Shuck from Louisville. That's your only two. Is anybody
Yeah.
coming back in for Shadur Sanders?
Yeah, potentially. But I don't know. Is there anybody even fight over anymore? Because now you're only looking at the Rams, who still kind of need a quarterback. Who else? The Saints?
Yeah, maybe.
Because, I mean, Derek Carr's not working out there. Let's see here. Well, you know what I'm going to do? What do you do when you're excited, right? You're excited. You're a little nervous. What are the Chiefs going to do in the draft? You eat pizza. And that's what I'm going to do right now because I have not eaten.
Is that who I seen in the background on your TV deliver you pizza? Was that Tasia?
Yeah.
Tasia, you quit. If you're going to come in, you tell us who the Chiefs are picking.
She said Luther Burden.
Oh, man.
She don't know anything. She don't even know that much about football, and she said they're taking Luther Burden.
Daggone. What kind of pizza are you eating? I need some of that.
Papa John's, this is your opportunity to sponsor an episode of All Chiefed Up, Papa John.
The Lions have selected defensive tackle Tyleek Williams. He did go in the first round. I told
Damn
you there
good
was
pick.
a chance, man.
Damn good pick for them.
So that pulls one of our players off the board because we had him going in like round 3. Or, yeah, we had him at that first pick in round 3. Or maybe the last pick in round 2. No, we had Porter than Tyleek, but we said they could. So Tyleek actually jumped up really high compared to what everybody thought. Do you realize that Donovan
Mike,
Jackson?
we just talked about that, though. He's good enough to be there.
Egbuka, Donovan Jackson, and now Tyleek Williams has went before Josh Simmons, guys.
That's wild.
And did you think all those guys would go also before Travion Henderson? That's another guy the Chiefs could consider here.
There's a lot. The Chiefs have their pick of the litter, man. So I mean, it's on Veach here. He's got to make the right choice.
V just definitely got to make the right. He cannot have a McCole Hardman moment right now.
Absolutely freaking not.
This draft is a big draft for the Chiefs to continue our dynasty. He cannot have a McCole Hardman moment. He's got to get this right.
No,
And
really.
honestly, Josh Simmons scares me a little bit. That could be a McCole Hardman moment. It's really scaring me that nobody is it's scaring me a little bit that these teams are viewing these medicals like they are. Because we heard early in the week that there was no concern over medicals. And now here it is at the draft. What did they find out? Something's been found out today.
I think so.
Yep, something's been found out in the past couple hours.
I honestly think that those medicals checked out, he would have been gone by pick 18. I just had a feeling about that.
Something's weird. I don't even think. Remember, he said he was going to show out at the pro day at Ohio State. He was going to be ready to do that, and I don't think he did anything at the pro day. Let me see if Josh Simmons participated in the pro day.
A lot of OSU guys off the board in the first round, man. They're
Yeah,
killing
and Josh Simmons ain't one of them.
Could be before it's said and done. What do you reckon Washington needs?
I don't know, man. Washington needs. I don't know. They had a nice overachieving year last year, though. To be honest.
Yeah, they've built a good team there. I think they're kind of going all in right now because of how good Jalen Daniels was. So it's like, hey, we got 4 years to try to get this right. So they're kind of going all in. They might go weapon on the offense. They could decide to do that. I mean, they did just sign Scary Terry to a pretty good deal, I think.
Yeah. Peter Ortiz 2 bombs says, Mike, what's the right pick
man,
for
Mike,
us?
I'm right there with Peter. With all this on the board, what do you think is the correct pick? What do you think Brett Veach has to do to knock this one out of the park? What is not a McCole Hardman pick or a Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick?
My short list has to be Luther Burden, wide receiver. You've got to put Joshua Simmons on the short list, in my opinion. You probably put Connerly on the short list. And then you have to start looking at defense. So Tyleek Williams is off the board now. Darius Alexander becomes your best defensive tackle prospect, probably. That's a little scary. Defensive end, you still got Mike Green. You still got Donovan Ezeraku out of BC. You've got Nick Scourton out of Texas A&M.
There's a lot of good players out there.
You've got a lot of good players there. And then the big name is still Will Johnson and Trey Amos and Maxwell Hairston still on the board. So I don't think Hairston's going to be a guy they would look at, but it's just wild that they're all still sitting here. So honestly, I think the right call, everybody, and I don't think they're going to do it. I think the right call is to get out of the pick and trade back.
Yeah.
There's too much on the board here. I think if you're not sold 100% on Luther Burden, if you're not sold on that wide receiver Luther Burden, I think Luther Burden is the most can't miss.
Can you click it over to Stephen Bill's super chat? He said that exact thing, and I'm right there with him. It's Burden or trade back's only options at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Burden's your only can't miss player. If you're not convinced that Burden is your guy, so you're not convinced that wide receiver's it,
or if Buffalo don't snake him.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else's can't miss. And so I think you have to try to get out of the pick. I think that's what you have to try to do. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody will do it. That nobody has to get out of the pick with us. So that would be my number one choice would be Burden. If you feel like wide receiver's it and Burden's one of your guys, you got to take him. If you don't feel like Burden if you don't want to go that route, I don't think anybody else can't miss, and I don't think anybody else is worth a round 1 pick. I wouldn't blow even Will Johnson. There's some reason Will Johnson's not doing something, and Mike Green's facing 17
apparently,
sexual assaults.
I was just reading that Will Johnson's got a knee issue people are worried about.
Makes
so that's
sense.
a possibility. Got some more super chats here. Let's get to them real quick. If y'all see me diving down to the bottom, I'm eating wings. I don't want to look like a slob in front of all y'all. So
He's eating wings.
sorry, I'm fat. I'm dying. I haven't ate in like 10 hours, so that's a long time for a fat boy. Stephen Bill says
The Commanders just picked.
or D-line.
The Commanders took Josh Connerly, so he's now off the board, and that's another
over
tackle
Josh
over
Simmons.
Josh Simmons. Steve, something's wrong with Josh Simmons right now. The
Something-
Chiefs
it's-
cannot make the
medicals
mistake
came
of
back
taking
better.
him.
I think it's too scary. Yeah.
It's too scary at this point. I don't take Josh Simmons. It's too scary. Steve, also, we heard that Brett Veach would trade up to get Simmons, and he's not made that thing yet, so which means Brett Veach might not be even on Josh Simmons now.
They might be out on him.
They may be out on him completely. Josh Simmons may free fall all the way to the mid to late second at this point.
Hey, if Buffalo doesn't take Luther Burden here and snake us completely,
I think Luther
Which
Burden's
they-
your pick.
which they might try to do because we have absolutely been screwing them in the draft, right? I think that's your pick. I do.
Yeah.
Just hopefully Buffalo sees something else that they need and they're not worried about screwing with the Chiefs. But, I mean, the Chiefs have been their daddy for years, so.
Yikes, guys.
Hey, it's getting real, guys. It's getting real. Let's see. 5-bomb from our boy Greg Goodwin. What's up, Greg? Good to see you, bud.
What's up, Greg?
He says, I hope we don't shank this pick. Go Chiefs.
Yeah. It's starting to get a little scary, in my opinion.
You getting a little
because
nervous? Is everybody getting a little nervous?
I think you do get a little nervous here because it's like, well, you wanted Josh Simmons, but at the same time, when so many people are showing so much interest in everybody but Josh Simmons, after everybody told you that that wasn't going to be a problem, it's looking like it's a problem. So it gives you a little, I don't know, man, a little bit of scariness coming over me here over this one.
Bob says his anxiety's through the roof.
Yeah. I hear you, man.
I tell you what, man. I'm just really nervous that Buffalo's going to take Luther Burden. That's what I'm nervous about. If they don't do that, then we take Luther Burden. We're all happy. Chiefs win. We win. We party.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Luther Burden's your can't miss. CJ Boyer said, I just seen this in the chat. He said that he watched Steve Smith's breakdown on Luther Burden. It seems like he's Kadarius Toney 2.0 on and off the field. I don't know about it. And you also got to remember, Steve Smith has been wrong on a lot of stuff.
He said Sky Moore was the best in that draft class.
Yeah, he said Sky Moore was the best wide receiver in that entire draft. He said the kid last year from Holy Cross or whatever was going to be like a huge can't miss guy. I don't know. He's just not been too right. Renee says Mike Green has 2 sexual assault. And yeah, yeah, Renee, I think he's kind of just fell out of the first, to be honest. So I think Mike Green's off the board. Steve, for me, it's Will Johnson. It's Will Johnson or Luther Burden. And honestly,
I'll tell
I think
you
it's
what would
Luther
be
Burden.
ideal. Ideal for the Chiefs right now would be for Buffalo to trade out of this pick.
To trade out?
Yes, trade the hell out, Buffalo. Just get out of our way. Let somebody come and get their guy and let's
What
get
if
Burden.
you think a guy could come up and get Luther Burden though? Do you think a team at the top of the second could come up?
The only team that would want to do that's probably somebody that's just tired of the Chiefs getting these weapons like
What about
Xavier Worthy and Luther
Morganzi?
Burden.
Morganzi just got Cam Ward. What if he wants to come up and get him a Chiefs-esque wide receiver
I mean, that's a possibility, I suppose.
to let Cam Ward throw to? Huh?
Getting a little nervous about what Buffalo's doing with this pick. Got 5 minutes left on the clock. There's so many different ways they could go here. Maybe Buffalo takes that corner. They could use him.
Hey, they're trying to see what Buffalo's doing. Somebody check on Buffalo.
Go away, Peyton! Damn it.
Buffalo's baiting over here. Like, come on, let's go. Man, I'm a little scared, dude. You know why I'm scared? I'm scared that all Chiefed Up could go 3 for 3. And this would be monumentous. I believe that you would have to look right next to the Patrick Mahomes statue and the Andy Reid statue. It's got to be built. I think me and you now have to go on a billboard somewhere of the greatest draft content Chief contenders ever. I think you have to.
Contenders?
I don't even know what the word is, but I mean, come on.
Creators.
Yeah.
I think it's the word you're looking for.
Creators.
What is it about eating wings that just is so like primal and like sloppy? Like you don't even want to do it on camera.
Because it's dirty, bro.
Why is it dirty?
Because they're always
Wing-
like saucy and they
Wings
just get
are
all
a
over your
delicacy.
face.
Yeah, that's all over me right now.
You got to slurp it off the bone.
I don't even want to touch my keyboard.
Steve, you're over there slurping bone. You're slurping
Yeah.
bone, and we're about to
Yes.
pick right now.
Let's
Quit
go.
slurping bone on camera, bro. We're going to have to edit this out.
Look, Blair, I'm nervous eating. Okay, I'm
You're
like
nerve
a fat,
slurping.
I'm like a old, like I don't know.
Steve, quit chomping bones. Let's get back to the draft.
Buffalo's
here.
pick is in. They kept the pick. Pick
Oh,
is in.
heck.
Let's see if they boned
Guys, I'm
us.
too old for this. Does Buffalo need a tackle by chance?
I don't know, but it's not getting leaked though. This pick is not getting leaked. What do they do? Buffalo, don't do it.
If Buffalo,
Don't freaking
look,
do it.
If Buffalo takes Luther Burden here, I
Don't
think it
do it.
kind of, I think that would just really just irritate the ever-loving piss out of everybody,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? Like, do we all just send Buffalo like poop in the mail at that point?
I would rather them not pick him and the Chiefs not pick him than them get him. Do you know what I'm saying?
Shout out all 527 here watching with all chiefed up on the edge of our seats, just praying to God above that Luther Burden gets himself in a Chiefs uniform. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it would.
But also, Steve, there's a lot of people out there still probably wishing for Josh Simmons. I mean, I'm sure that's out there because this is the pick. I
just
just
think
feel
Josh
like
Simmons
with the
is scary
medicals
at
here, I'm a
this
little
point,
scared
right?
at this point. Yeah. I'm a
Well,
little
pick's
scared
in.
with it.
The pick is in. What have you done, Buffalo?
Buffalo apparently has picked somebody that's not even in
Man.
the NCAA at this point.
They're keeping it very hush hush. It's not getting leaked.
No.
What'd you do, Buffalo?
I have an idea who they're.
What'd
who
you
they're
do,
taking.
Bean? Brandon Bean.
I think Beans. Here comes Bean.
You think they could go Travion Henderson here because they haven't paid James Cook?
Buffalo's just. They can't get the card to the commissioner.
Yeah. Well, Josh Allen's. Oh,
What? What have you done?
I was going to say Josh Allen was coming out to make the call on the pick, but I thought that was.
Struggling with it.
I think that was appropriate.
Why? Josh Allen coming out?
Shut up. This,
I
you're not-
mean-
you can't see it. So it's like I feel bad for even thinking it.
Oh my God, you ain't gonna like the pick. I think I've got an idea who they just took.
The Eagles are moving up one spot with the Chiefs. We just traded out.
We just traded with the team that beat us in the Super Bowl.
What are you doing?
Wait, they're gonna come up and take the. Didn't they want the safety? Who'd they want?
Buffalo has taken with pick 30.
Is it Luther Burden, and that's why the Chiefs just moved?
Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky.
They took Hairston. Burden is on the board
Woo!
here, and the Chiefs moved out.
Do you think the Chiefs just gave Luther Burden to the Eagles after they beat our ass in the Super Bowl?
No, they don't need a wide receiver, do they?
There ain't no way, but okay, this could be genius by Brett Veach, potentially. If it's somebody that the Chiefs have no interest in, that the Eagles are after, they get
Right,
another
then he
draft
gets
pick,
a
and they
pick.
still get their guy. The Eagles want
They-
Jihad Campbell. They love those small corners.
They haven't taken a Georgia player yet.
Welsh Chiefs fans, he said the same thing. They want Jihad Campbell. They want somebody.
They
I don't
haven't
know.
taken a Georgia player yet, Steve. Come on.
Who's left?
Don't Jihad Camel me. They've got to take a Georgia player.
Well, I mean, it's an Alabama player. It's close enough.
Are they coming up for Warren Brinson? No, I'm joking. So Maxwell Hairston goes to the Bills. Actually, I take that back. The guy that said,
Brother, they're gifting us Luther Burden. The NFL screwing up again. Like
They
just
are.
like with Xavier Worthy.
they're giving the Chiefs Luther Burden, but are the Chiefs going to be stupid enough to pass it? Is Brett Veach going to pull a Is this going to be a McCole Hardman moment, Steve?
I don't know. I'm not going to be upset either way. As long as it's a good player, I don't care. But I would love to see them pull the trigger on this. For real.
The Chiefs have traded out. So I
wonder what we got. I wonder what the trade details are.
I think what happened is that Brett Veach called up the Eagles and was like, look, you embarrassed the hell out of us. You got to at least do us a solid and let us have a pick. Do you think now we know that it was scripted for the Chiefs to take the L and they forced the Eagles to give us a pick back?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think that's what it was. The NFL was like, look, they get to win the Super Bowl. You get a pick back.
The Eagles are cheaters, bro. The Eagles are cheaters.
Yeah, I think we figured this one out. So we've uncovered this one. The Eagles are not taking Jihad Campbell. The pick is in Harvey Longschlong, punter from Alcorn State.
What are the Eagles wanting so bad that they traded up in front of the Chiefs to get?
Yeah, you had to. Well, they probably knew the Chiefs were trying to trade out.
But what does that accomplish for them?
Because they didn't want the Chiefs to trade out and let somebody up in front of them.
I see. Okay.
So
the pick is in.
Who do they think that you think somebody's coming into the first round to grab Jihad Campbell? Like
the Eagles traded number 32 and 164, a 5th round pick.
So we got our 5th round back.
For 31.
Jihad.
Good move by Brett Veach.
They got Jihad. They took Jihad Campbell. Steve, Luther Burden is in the wheelhouse for the Chiefs right now.
Let's go.
Ladies and gents, Luther Burden is on
Come
the
on,
clock.
baby. Don't fail us, Brett Veach. Just do it, buddy.
Brett Veach, if you take Josh Simmons, I may pass out right now because I'm scared of that knee. I'm so scared.
Oh,
look, Luther Burden contributes right away.
Mike, if you get a 5th round pick and Luther Burden, that is a effing win for Brett Veach.
A+.
Mahomes tweeted. What did Mahomes tweet, KT? What did he tweet? Come on, baby. Come on, Luther. It's got to be it. You take him. You take him here. You have to.
Patrick Mahomes just said, welcome to KC LB3.
You're a liar.
I'm lying. I just wanted to get you horned up a little bit. Patrick Mahomes just put a smiley face with sunglasses.
Of course. He
Ladies
always does
and gents,
he always does this shit to us.
That's a sign that he just got a toy. I think Patrick Mahomes just got a new toy in KC.
You got to run. Sam says you got to run to the damn podium. Hurry up. It's Burden or bust.
I think you've got to go get Luther Burden here because you've got your 5th round pick now. So now you can feasibly get a tackle.
Does the NFL let the Chiefs get another explosive wide receiver again? 2 years
to pair with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy for the next 5 years?
Or do they shock the world and go Travion Henderson?
They could. That could also be a playmaker.
They were
for
just
Mahomes.
on a virtual call with him yesterday, or the day before, maybe. Like, so, I mean, that's a possibility.
That also doesn't mean much, though.
Come on, Chiefers.
Brett Veach also has got another pick in the 5th round. He don't have to take it. He could take that 3rd and that 5th and physically move up in the 2nd and take. He could come back and take Travion Henderson if he wanted. So he's got a lot of ammo here, Steve. But we are getting closer to it.
Let's go, Brett Veach. This is getting good, baby. Hey, y'all hit the like button for how this has panned out.
Baby. It's going.
Hit the like button. If you're a little horned up right now,
let's go.
Hit the freaking like button. Subscribe if you haven't. Do all that good stuff. I mean, good Lord, this couldn't have fell out any better for the Chiefs here. Like, if we would have started tonight and I would have said, hey, when the Chiefs pick, they got this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and they're going to trade back 1 pick and gain a 5th rounder. You would have been horned up.
You'd have been so horned. Blue Chew would have went out of business.
For the love of God and all that's holy, Brett Veach, do not McCole Hardman us.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Brett Veach. You little man.
Watch him take like
Steve.
Watch him take like Kyle Williams or someone really random.
Hey, I like Kyle Williams.
I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah,
but
Look,
come on.
If you take a wide receiver other than Luther Burden, who is it? Like, I'm just saying, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying, like, who would it physically be? It would have to be like Jaden Higgins. Chiefs fans might not hate Jaden Higgins. No. I still don't know about it. I don't think Jack Besh and Jalen Royals and Jalen Yole. Yeah.
Listen here, Brett Veach. Don't F around. Just get it done. Get it done. For us. For us. Just get it done, Brett Veach. Let's go. Come on.
Brett Veach, if you don't
Come
get
on.
it together right now.
He better at least give us that job for, what's it called? Assistant?
Dude, we have pretty much guided Brett Veach for the past
GM.
3 years.
We have. We've been trying to tell him. We got a two-bomb from William Usher. 279.
He says Josh Simmons. See, there's a lot of Josh Simmons
Ooh.
truthers out here.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of people wanted Josh Simmons, man, but I think the way that he's been passed on,
I think that's a cause for alarm in a way.
yeah, it is. Because I don't think he should have been passed on this far if there's not
No.
something wrong.
And also, he was passed on that much, and the Chiefs didn't come up to get him. They actually traded back.
Yeah.
So there
So,
might be something there.
Stephen Bill with a two-bomb says Luther in a trade. Dude, if they take Luther Burden here and they gained a 5th-round pick, I mean, damn, dude. Come on, let's go.
Steve, you know what everybody's going to be doing? This.
That's right, baby. Nice and slow. Oh, yeah.
That's what's happening right
There'll be a
now.
lot of that. I'm nervous eating again.
Don't suck bones right now.
I'm not.
Look, man, you've been slurping bone for like 30 minutes. But then
I
again,
2 wings.
listen, though. The bone slurping has resulted in nobody taking Luther Burden to this point.
That's what I'm
though. I will
saying.
say that. Maybe the bones, the bone licking is
The bone zone.
Did you know there's a place in Kentucky named Big Bone Lick?
Lick. Big bone lick, yes.
Steve, you're the mayor of Big Bone Lick right now. We got to edit that out.
The Chiefs are staying at number 32. Expect offensive line help for Patrick Mahomes, per source 4 seconds ago.
per source.
Yeah.
Good source?
Jordan Schultz.
Uh-oh. Jordan Schultz is our boy. It might
Don't do
be
it.
Josh Simmons.
Don't take a shot on a gimpy guy.
Yeah,
Well, you got
I think
Jalen
I'm
Moore
gonna be
already.
a little irritated here.
You got Jalen Moore. You're not going to use this kid. He's gimpy. Just be careful. Plus, you still got second round. You got Ursery. You got a lot of guys that are off the board yet. Wyatt Milam. Anthony Belton. They like Anthony Belton. Charles Grant. Come on,
You
Brett.
know they're gonna do it, Steve. Brett Veach he's gonna pull out the McCall Hardman. He's gonna do it.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. He's gonna do it. He's gonna screw this up. I'm losing faith in Brett Veach. As long as it took, because I feel like it should have been running to the podium, breaking your neck to draft Luther Burden at this point.
Come on, bruh. Don't do it to me, Brett.
Got to be you're a little scared right now. I know. I'm a little scared. You're a little scared. We're all a little scared. Should we hold hands and sing Kumbaya or something in the meantime?
We got to meditate.
Come on, Brett Veach. Don't do it. Take the right player, Brett Veach. Don't be an idiot. Daggone.
Put it out into the atmosphere, fellas. It's so quiet you could hear a pin drop in here. Sam says.
I don't even want to talk.
If
I just
Simmons
wanna-
has passed this much, it's scary. Dead on, Tyler.
Yeah.
I don't like it at this point.
You're
Something's
hitting
wrong.
the nail on the head. There is a reason he's been passed this much,
The
and
Chiefs
it's
pick
scary.
is in. The Chiefs pick is in. Holy crap. Come on, guys. I think I know who it is, too. Dun, da, da, da. Nope. Don't know yet. Dang. This is nerve-wracking, sort of.
This is very nerve-wracking right now.
Come on.
Brett Veach cannot mess this up here. In my opinion,
There's so many different ways he could go, too. It doesn't have to just be Luther Burden or
Yeah,
Josh
it could
Simmons.
be Will Johnson.
It could be so many different people. And, he could hit regardless. It doesn't have to be Luther.
What if it's a left tackle we're not even thinking of? It's not Josh Simmons. What if it's just Ariante Ursery and they surprise the world?
It could be. It could be.
What does Jordan Schultz know that
Pat
we don't?
Pat Mahomes said that they were looking to add to the pass attack. If you're looking to add to the pass attack that much and you pass on a Luther Burden here, then how much were you serious about adding to the pass attack?
Unless they really love somebody at the end. Woo, here it comes.
Damn.
With the 32nd pick in the NFL draft, the Chiefs select Josh Simmons. Josh Simmons.
Medicals were totally clean, and now Kansas City adds an elite protector at left tackle for Patrick Mahomes. Okay, so they got Josh Simmons. So how do you think this is going to work out? By the way,
I'm not buying that the medicals are totally clean.
I'm not either. Something's odd
I'm not
about
buying that.
So yeah, this one's a sketch pick, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Still a good pick. Josh Simmons, I like Josh Simmons. We like the tape, Mike. I thought he would go higher in this draft. The reason why I'm a little bit nervous right now is because I thought this kid would be before the 18th pick. And now we're getting him at 32. So everybody just passed on him. His own teammate, who was inferior to him in every way, got picked
Jackson.
Several picks before him. So just a little bit scary. But they got their left tackle. I almost feel like it's optics more than anything. I feel like they had to, or like, people would get their pitchforks out.
Yeah, I feel like Chiefs Kingdom Steve would
after
have
the
lost
Super
their
Bowl,
mind
Yeah.
if they didn't do something like this. But I just think it's forced. I feel like this is a forced pick for the Chiefs.
Same.
With going out and paying Jalen Moore for 3 years and being confident in Jalen Moore.
Yeah, what's the point?
This is also like a thing where people's going to say, well, he can play right tackle. Well, what is Kingsley going to do? I thought Kingsley was going to be the backup right, and now he's now
Or
left
Wanye?
guard. Or Wanye, or whoever else. We can't always just be like, well, if he don't work, he can play right tackle. Like, you got to stop that at some point. The kid's talented. Again, with Josh Simmons, he does overset quite a bit. He's got to get that together. He's got to get a little stronger in the upper body. I don't think he plays strong enough, but he is smooth in his sets. It's a guy that is here, and he is a good backup if Jalen Moore does not pan out or Jalen Moore just kind of stinks. I guess you do have something. Now, look, next year I thought you had a chance to grab one, but maybe the Chiefs seen that this kid should have been maybe top 15, top 20, and he got passed on, and this is their chance to get that without actually picking in the top 15 like they never do. They always pick at the end of the first round.
Is this telling you that they were kind of blowing smoke about being really confident in Jalen Moore? Do you think
No.
that you don't think that there's going to be like a camp battle for the left tackle position?
No, I don't think so. I think Josh Simmons has got to sit. I think the Chiefs may have taken him because the medicals were not clean, and the Chiefs know that they can rest him a little more to get the medicals back to being right. They don't have to rush him in. That's what I'm gonna. I feel like is happening.
The main thing is they've reported the medicals are clean. So if they think the medicals are clean, then okay. We're talking. You got a guy that I literally thought could go somewhere between 15, 18, somewhere in that range. We got him at 32 and gained a 5th round pick.
Yeah.
So it's a win regardless, right?
And look, you wanted Luther Burden and you wanted that to go to the passing attack, but again, you do have to protect
You don't
Mahomes.
need it. You don't have to have that.
Well, you do have to protect Mahomes first and foremost. He's got to be able to throw the ball. And then after that, there are a lot of good wide receivers in this draft down the board. If you want something like that, you can always, we were talking about drafting an Isaiah Nair in the 7th round, and that dude's flat out 4.4 speed, and he's 6'3". So you've got options to do it. Luther Burden felt like he was just like prime Brett Veach's wet dream of a wide receiver. Like, it just felt like it. But how many times can you go to that well? And you just did it with Xavier Worthy last year. I think the only reason you could have done that is because you don't know if Rashee Rice is going to come back 100%, which I think he will. But you still got maybe a suspension looming. Again, we don't know if it's going to be 1 game, 2 games, 4 games. And then you do have an injury-prone wide receiver in Hollywood Brown. And Xavier Worthy's not the biggest, thickest wide receiver. He could be injured at any moment. So I thought it would have made sense because Papal Juju now, I mean, you're really going with that one.
Yeah.
So I think they add wide receiver at some point. Maybe they just didn't feel like Luther Burden was it. Or maybe Luther Burden just didn't impress them for some reason.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not mad at the pick. I'm not mad at the pick whatsoever. I think you have to look at it objectively. That was our biggest problem, right? I mean, it was nationally known after the Super Bowl. Hey, we had problems with the offensive line. We have a problem with left tackle. We've not been able to find a freaking left tackle for Patrick Mahomes. We have the best quarterback to ever play effing football, and we haven't been able to get him a left tackle. Okay, so what do? Brett Veach likes to overcompensate, so he went and got Jalen Moore, and he got this first-round draft pick. So maybe he's trying to make sure he don't miss. Like, hey, if this don't work out, I got this to fall back on. You know, like it's just kind of a safety net, correct? So I'm not mad at the pick whatsoever. And I think that there are a lot of weapons that they can use in the offense still yet to be drafted. And I mean, there's a lot of different things that can happen here. The Chiefs could end up trading back up in the second round. They could hang out and maybe catch somebody at the end of the second. I think this is a good, like, it's not like an exciting, like, oh, like the greatest pick ever or anything. Like, not super horned, but at the same time, I'm happy with it. It's a good pick. I think you did what you had to do, and you gained a 5th-round pick in the process.
Yeah, I think the fact that you gained the 5th, that worked out a little better just sitting at 31, and you got at least the 5th round now. Look, well, we talked about this. We went through countless draft exercises, Steve, where we thought that you were going to get to the end of the first round and you were going to be looking at possibly Josh Simmons, but more than likely it was going to be like Josh Connerly. And if you didn't get that, you were either had to be sold on Ariante Ursery in round 2, or you may not get a top-tier offensive tackle in this draft. So right. I felt like the Chiefs had to almost do it because at this point, I guess they just wasn't big on Ursery. And I was trying to tell people that. I feel like Ursery kind of has hit his ceiling already in a way, and he's kind of big and he's a little slow, and I think he can be beat a lot in the NFL. So I believe that they think that they can let Simmons develop. He don't have to be rushed back, and it's possible they got a top 15 guy that if he don't get injured this year, he could have been top 15, right? So you may get a guy there, and now you got him at the end of the first round, and we don't ever get a chance to get a left tackle that high. So maybe that's just why they did it, and they're like, look, we can get a wide receiver at any point.
Right. So one thing about it, though, I guess it is slightly, if you look at it like just playing devil's advocate, how many times are we going to keep drafting tackles? Like people act like they haven't addressed the tackle situation. They've been drafting tackles to a detriment.
We drafted the 6th and 7th best tackle in the last few drafts. Kingsley was right around that mark. Wanye Morris was right around that mark. Lucas Niang was right around that mark. And at some point, these guys just aren't developing properly. Like right. Andy Heck has to develop. And Josh Simmons has to be developed, guys. He is not 100% can't miss right out of the gate. He's just not. He's got a lot of good stuff, but he's also not the greatest. He's got impressive flexibility. He's pretty good leverage. He's got good foot speed. He's got good balance. His frame's adequate. He needs to get thicker on the upper body. He really does. His movement skills and his football IQ is right there. He's worthy of a first-round pick, in my opinion. And I think if Jalen Moore struggles, he's got a chance to maybe step in and give him some kind of a push at that left tackle spot. And at the end of the day, you know, maybe he does find a spot on the right side, or he finds a spot if Jalen Moore can't get it together. But if you really look at what he did, though, he was not one of the better zone graded blockers at left tackle. Josh Connerly was a way better zone blocking guy than Josh Simmons was. He only graded at a 66. So he graded a lot better in pass blocking, which is fine. Pass blocking is what we need. We got to keep Patrick Mahomes upright. His true pass blocking grade was an 82.2, and he's only allowed 5 sacks in the last 3 years, and 4 of those came in 2022, in which he very mightily struggled, but he played right tackle in 2022. At left tackle, he's only allowed 1 sack in 2 years. So pretty good. I think it's a guy, like we said, you almost had to do it because this was your chance to get a guy that had really good value, and you may not get to draft. If you're the Chiefs, you're not looking to be drafted in the top 15 anytime soon. You're drafted at the end of the first round.
Right.
So you got to get a guy like this maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, So the main thing with him was the medicals, right? Obviously, it checked out. The Chiefs aren't going to take him if the medicals didn't check out. They're just not going to waste a first-round draft pick. So it does kind of make you wonder why he fell, right? Like, why were some of these other guys taking over him? I don't know. That's kind of unexplainable at the moment. But, I mean, there was only 6 games of tape for him in 2024 because of that knee injury, right? But, I mean, those 6 games, the tape was great. Like, you can't argue with what you saw. He showed the ability to mirror speed rushers. He did it to Penn State, who had some of the best pass rush in the country. He anchored down on Michigan's power players. Consistently reaches defensive tackles on wide zones. I mean, he just has all the stuff that could make him successful in the NFL. The pass protection technique, it took a leap. Like, he's still kind of progressing. So I think that's the thing about Josh Simmons is I think that he is NFL ready, but he's still not even scratched the ceiling yet. So there's a lot of upside with him. Mike, I've been saying it over and over and over again. I thought that if the medicals were clean, that teams would be sprinting to the damn podium trying to get him between 15 and 25.
I thought
somewhere in that. Yeah.
Steve, so basically we're just relying on the Chiefs to be truthful. Are they not lying and the medicals are 100% clean? And
I
Peter
don't think
Ortiz
they even.
says Simmons will be fine. I don't see Casey lying about that.
Why would they?
Well, there are reasons. If Brett Veach feels he's got to do this to appease a fan base that would come after his head, because I've seen the comment over and over again.
I don't think it's a political move, right?
I've seen the comment over and over again, though, and say, how do you watch the Eagles Super Bowl game and not protect Patrick Mahomes? And a lot of people didn't like the Jalen Moore signing. They didn't think it was enough.
Right.
So there may be a little politics involved to it, just to save his. But again, I think you got to take it at face value till you see it. Brett Veach and company has. You got to trust him at some point. Everybody says trust Veach. You got to trust. Let's trust this isn't a McCole Hardman blunder, and DK Metcalf still sitting here. Let's hope. But
right.
I think it's okay. Stephen Bill with a 2. He said Simmons the same thinking as this year's Kayvon Thibodeau. So I don't know what you're trying to say there, Stephen. Maybe overachiever. I don't know. What was Thibodeau? Like, just didn't really pan out? Who knows? I'm going to be positive with it. Look, I would have loved for him to draft Luther Burden. It would have made us go 3 for 3, Steve. We missed the first-round pick for the first time in like 3 years now. Okay, big deal. We move on. Life goes on.
Mike, you jinxed it.
Yeah, life goes on. Look, I thought Burden was being handed to us on a silver platter, and I honestly thought he was one of the only guys that warranted a round 1 pick with a round 1 grade. So Brett Veach must obviously think that Josh Simmons was a round 1 grade.
I think that's a fair assessment, though. I really do. Like, because I like I said, if the medicals are clean, I thought somewhere between. I said around 18. That was kind of like my sweet spot for Simmons. So with that being said, if the medicals are clean, then I think we got a hell of a steal as far as value goes. You can go back and look at some of the Big Ten writers that have talked about Josh Simmons, just kind of get an idea of what they think about him. And there's one, his name's Casey Martinez. He says that with Josh Simmons, as long as the medicals are clean, you're getting a day 1 starter with Pro Bowl upside who plays with genuine meanness in the run game while showing the feet and anchor to handle NFL edge rushers and protection. The improvement trajectory for San Diego State to his final games at Ohio State points to a player who could develop into one of the league's premier tackles within the first 3 seasons of his career. So they have high praise about Josh Simmons around the Big Ten. So,
well, I think you got a lot of difference here. I think the Chiefs got good value with Simmons if the knee's fine. And again, we kept saying over and over, something might be wrong with medicals that's scaring us a little bit. But they've now just come out and they said it right off the rip, Steve. They said, look, it's not, the medicals are fine. Like, teams just chose not to go that route. So basically that means we got tons of value with Simmons. Plus we got a 5th round pick, which we didn't have. So you got that value. And then when you start looking through the board, look at like, say, Detroit, Tyleik Williams, Ohio State. Like, yes, we thought he could get into the first round, but he was probably more of a 2nd round pick. So you kind of overdid that. New York traded in and took Jackson Dart, dude. Donovan Jackson goes at number 24. You've got, Jalen Walker goes at 15, which is okay. Colston Loveland goes at 10. So, I mean, you have
one's
players
wild.
that just feel a little off, but this one feels like value, not a reach in a way. So, if you take the Chiefs at face value and the medicals are fine, then I think Simmons is value. If you're scared of it and you think that they're blowing smoke up your ass, then Simmons is scary. And it was starting to feel scary, but they said that medicals are fine, and I'll go ahead and trust Veach right now. He's not giving me a reason not to trust him. I'll trust Veach. I think Simmons is a good pick. Yes, I wanted Luther Burden, but it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. There's plenty of wide receivers later in the draft. There's tons of them.
Yeah, Peter Ortiz with the 2 bomb says, do we really need another wide receiver? And the answer is no. But we do like to keep replenishing that pipeline, right? Because they do not pay wide receivers. They just won't do it.
Right.
We let Tyreek Hill go at the peak of his career. So, I mean, they're not going to pay
Well,
a
you've
receiver.
got Marquise Hollywood Brown, Steve, on a 1 year, and he was injured all last year. He could come out and be injured again. He's kind of done this in his career. You've got
Right.
Rashee Rice recovering from a knee injury. And again, he looks good, but he's also facing a suspension possibly. So he's battling 2 things that he may not get back to peak form on. You've got Juju, who's a grandpa at this point. You've got Xavier Worthy, who is 180 pounds soaking wet. He could be injured at any moment. This guy could get snapped in half. So who do you got feasibly? I think you can always use receivers because you're relying on what? Justin Ross, and who's never done anything, and Nico Remigio. That's going to be your guys if you was to have 1 or 2 big injuries this time, right?
That's a little scary.
And last time we had McCole Hardman and Justin Watson. Good thing they're gone. But, I mean, we don't have much. So, yeah, I do think receiver is needed.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing about it. So, and you guys can follow suit and put your grade for Brett Veach in the chat.
Yeah, let's do some grades.
So I think overall, looking at what the Chiefs needed, what their biggest hole was, and what the biggest problem was, what most people expected the Chiefs to do, and the value they were able to get, if you just go ahead, the medicals are clean. Let's just not even talk about medicals, right? Because they're clean.
Let's take them at face value. They're fine.
I can't give it less than an A to A minus. I just can't do it.
Getting the 5th round pick back, Steve, it's almost an A+ with the value.
You get the 5th round pick. You get a pick of a left tackle, which everybody's wanted and said we have to have. Not just fans, but also analysts and everybody else that's ever watched Chiefs play football. Had to have the left tackle, right? They get exactly that. They get a guy that I thought should have been around the 15 to 18 mark in the draft at pick 32 and gained the 5th round pick. I don't think you can grade it less than an A unless you're just like, if you look at it from a different lens and you're like, well, with Luther Burden sitting there and what he could bring to the team offensively with a stale-ass offense, then I don't like it as much, so I'm going to drop it down a little bit. And if that's what you say, then that's fair. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to knock them for not taking a certain position, because I've been saying the whole time that Brett Veach put himself in a position to where if the guy that was at the top of his board, it didn't matter what position it was, he could take him. And I think that's exactly what he did. I think he just had Josh Simmons graded higher than Luther Burden. And if that's what it was, then so be it.
Steve, I think it's a solid A. The 5th round pick, getting that back was huge.
Yeah,
Look,
absolutely.
You got a 5th round pick for
killer.
giving up Jihad Campbell, and I don't think he was on our board. It was fine. I think that you give it an A. It would have been nice to have Burden, but look, you've got other options. I think the Chiefs, honestly, one of the winners of the day. They've got to be in the top tier winners. Steve, give me 2 or 3 winners for the draft. I think I'll go with I think Green Bay got a good pick with Matt Golden there at 24 or 23. I think that was very good value on Matt Golden. I think James Pierce, trading back in for James Pierce with the Falcons was a loss. I think that's a loss. You give up a second and a 4th or a 1st next year for that one. I think that's a bad pick. Another good positive one, I'll give another positive. I think, who was it? Oh, it was the Bengals. Shamar Stewart. I think they actually made a good pick there. I think Shamar Stewart's a solid pick for them. And another loss, I'll give one more loss. I'll say, man, I don't know. Everybody kind of picked pretty solid. I guess you could say Donovan Jackson was a little bit of a reach at 24. He's the 3rd guard off the board. You're taking the 3rd guard at pick 24. That's a little wild, right?
Yeah, for sure. So I think my winners of the 1st round, I'm going to go ahead and go with as much as I hate to say it, I'm going to go with the Raiders. I think Ashton Genty is
Genty was a good pick.
I think he is a generational talent, and I think the Raiders need a spark. They need something that's real there in Las Vegas. They've been such a shit show for so long.
Is Chip Kelly going to use them though, Steve?
Right, but now they've got what's his name, Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. They're putting together something here, and I think that's a key piece. So I'll say win for them. I'll also go with the New Orleans Saints with Kelvin Banks Jr. I think that's a win. It's a lot higher than people thought Kelvin Banks would go, but he was the best pass protector in the entire NFL draft, so you can't complain at that. And let's see here. I'm going to go with, believe it or not, even though a lot of people think it's a reach, I'll say Detroit Lions got a win with Tyleik Williams. I think he was one of my favorite defensive tackles in the draft. We actually projected the Chiefs to get him in the next round. So
yeah.
A good pick for Detroit, and I'm putting the Chiefs in the win column. Being able to trade back, get a 5th-round pick, get one of the best left tackles in the entire draft, and that's your pain point, you have to give it a win. If I went with losers, it would definitely be the Falcons. That trade was absolutely absurd to get back.
The James Pierce trade was ridiculous, dude.
That's just stupid.
James Pierce is not worth a second and a first next year. It's just he's not.
Right. I'll also, for the same reasons, not because of the player, but just because of the deal they made, I'll say Jacksonville Jaguars have probably lost in the long run on the Travis Hunter trade. I do like Travis Hunter. I think he's an elite generational talent. But at the same time, I don't know if the Jacksonville Jaguars are in any position to
give up all that
much
for that.
For Travis Hunter, because what's he going to do for you? You already got a dog receiver last year with Brian whatever his name is.
Brian Thomas, LSU.
Brian Thomas. So, I mean, you're kind of solid there. I don't know. That one just seems odd to me with what they gave up. And then if I had one more loser in the first round, let's see here. I'm going to go with the Bears, taking Colson Love.
I thought you were going to do that.
Number 10.
Which also makes the Colts a winner. Landon Tyler Warren at 14, just falling right in your lap. I think that's
Absolutely.
Perfect fit.
Believe it or not, I think the Bengals got a win too with Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Bengals a win. I think I really like Mykel Williams at number 11, but I think it's a little too rich for him. I think Walter Nolan could have been a pick there for them. But then again, I think 11's too rich for Walter Nolan too. So
yeah, Peter with the 2 says, Mike, do we need a left tackle or a wide receiver more? So what, like, if you just looked at it objectively, I guess it's easy to say we needed a left tackle more than a wide receiver, correct?
Why? We got a left tackle named more.
That's true, but like
that you just paid $30 million to. I mean, do you pay $30 million then put him on the bench? No.
See, I'm just wondering what the end game is here. That's the only thing that confuses me.
Like, do you genuinely think that Josh Simmons is going to come in and beat Jalen Moore for the job? And if he does, then
you got your guy, right?
Well, does that also mean that Brett Veach and everybody screwed up and give $30 million to a guy that they shouldn't have even looked at then? Like, you just jumped the gun in free agency because they tampered with the dude, like, in the legal tampering period. Like, they loved him that much.
You think, like I said, I think it's just trying to really double down and fix a right or wrong, right?
Brett Veach does this.
Exactly.
He overcompensates.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's okay. I think you still have to give him a good grade because we got what could be elite tackle talent. It could be.
He's
like
elite. Look, Burden would have been the sexier pick. Look, he played at Mizzou. People love him. You would have loved to have that Burden 3 jersey. He would have looked good in the red and gold.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Nice.
It just feels like a match made in heaven. Patrick Mahomes is going to throw it deep again. But you're all, like we said, Jalen Moore has to pan out. And again, if he gets beat by Josh Simmons, awesome that Josh Simmons turned out to be a win. But that also means Brett Veach went to free agency and the big guy he landed sucked. And he paid him a lot of money to suck. And that essentially means he overpaid Jawan Taylor 3 years ago. And then he overpays a guy this year at left tackle.
But you
so
can't
get it
say
together.
But you can't say that Brett Veach isn't trying to address the offensive line. He's put more. He has invested more in the offensive line than he has any other position throughout his tenure. I would almost bet it. If you go back and look at it, Virgil with the 2 bomb says late third and a second to the Giants for Luther Burden the third. What if they were able to pull that off, Mike? What if they were able to scoot up in the second round and get Luther Burden? After would that turn everything into like a crazy A++?
So first and foremost, Steve, I was right. Luther Burden did fall out of the first round.
Which is
so
wild.
I will say that.
That's
I
wild.
heard that he was falling, but I heard he was coming back up, but apparently that didn't work. So a month or two ago, my instinct was right that he was coming out of the first round, and he did. If you look at the beginning of the draft, Luther Burden is probably, I'm going to tell you right now, Luther Burden will not make it past pick number 37. And if he does, he won't make it past pick 39. Maybe 41. He's not getting past, the Texans need a wide receiver. Okay. The Texans need a wide receiver. I think that the Browns need a wide receiver, and they have 2 picks in the first 4. Mike Borgonzi might get a weapon for his new quarterback sitting there. He's trying to recreate the Chiefs in Tennessee. Luther Burden makes total sense if you're wanting to give Cam Ward somebody to throw the ball to.
Right.
What does the Raiders always want every year? Speed. Maybe they do it. The Patriots could use somebody for Drake May. Then you've got the Chicago Bears picking 2 times. Ron Poles is trying to put together a Chiefs super team up there. Maybe they want that guy to team up with Roma Dunze for a few years.
Yep.
I don't know. They let go of what's his name? Maroney or what was his name? And he went to the Falcons. So
Darnell
Mooney. I don't know why I was calling him Maruch. That's what I was thinking of. Marucci. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if Luther Burden gets past pick 41 conceivably. So yeah, I think Luther Burden goes in the next probably 10 picks. The Chiefs would have to get to the top of and I don't know if they could do it. I don't know if they could do it.
Man, a lot of people loving the Simmons pick. I think it's hard to argue with. But here's the thing, and I think this is a fair point, and it's just something we could talk about in our closing time here tonight. Past the 4-hour mark, by the way, streaming for 4 hours straight. So shout out you guys for hanging with us.
I need dinner too. I need dinner.
Man,
Steve, you snuck into Papa John's.
Dude, I had to.
Steve,
I've
you're
been
sucking
going
bone for the entire half of the draft.
I've been going since 5 a.m. Brother, it's a long one for me. But yeah, so here's the thing, and I wanted to bring this up. By the way, shout out everyone that's donated or gifted memberships and stuff like that.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Goes a long way, especially when we invest 4 hours of time. You guys are making it worth our time, and it's fun, and it's all kinds of stuff. You guys are amazing, so appreciate that. But we have a comment from Jack. Where did it go? I just want to hit it real quick. I done lost it. Jack Crack.
Jack
He
Crack.
says, I just feel like we could end up with a lemon because he fell for a reason. And I think that is the thing that's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
So I said Josh Simmons clear medicals is 15 to 18, somewhere in that range is where he would be at. These guys that I just read you about, the Big Ten guys, said, hey, medicals are clear. This guy could be an elite left tackle in the NFL. He's a day 1 starter. He's Pro Bowl talent.
So if medicals are clear, Steve, why didn't another team take a shot on him?
Yes, if his medicals are clear, then why did he get passed up on for his running mate who played right tackle to his left?
And filled in at left tackle when he got injured.
Right. He played second fiddle to Josh Simmons at OSU, but then he got drafted before him. Also, Josh Connerly Jr. also is not better
on film
than Josh Simmons. There was a few that could make you scratch your head. So what is that's the elephant in the room, right? Why, or what made him fall? What made him fall all the way to 32 and be that easy?
Did Brett Veach just get lucky?
Yeah, that's so weird. It's weird to think about, because we were talking about if the Chiefs wanted Josh Simmons, they were trading up. They traded down and got him.
Yeah, everybody thought that. How many times did we hear, Steve, Chiefs have got to trade up and get Josh Simmons? You got to do it.
It's kind of one of those things where, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. That's what you're taught your entire life. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, a guy that you thought you had to trade up to maybe get because we needed a left tackle so bad, you got to trade back, gain a 5th-round pick, and still get him?
And then what kind of sucks?
Yeah, man.
What kind of sucks is the people that are going to be a little harsh on this, you're going to get told that you just need to trust Brett Veach and that you're not a real fan. You're going to get told that you're going to get gaslit over this. So I think it's a fair point. I see it both ways, but I will trust Brett Veach at face value. But I have to say this. I don't know how maybe medicals were cleared with our team and maybe other doctors didn't clear their medicals. So maybe we just trust our doctors more. We did seem to clear Trey Smith when nobody else would. That
Right.
worked out for us.
Yeah. Man, it is what it is. Appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, y'all hit the like button
Appreciate
if you
you,
haven't
brother.
already. That'd be amazing. Brian Parrott points out something here. He says that all 32 teams, including us, passed on Josh Simmons.
We traded away.
So
We
it
did
is kind of
trade out
funny.
on him.
It is
So
kind of funny.
We've all traded out on him. Hell, the Falcons traded twice out on him. They didn't
So
want him twice.
I don't remember what Jalen Moore's contract looked like. I know it was 2 years for $30 million.
I think he got an out after 2. No, it wasn't. It 3 years. He got out after 2.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a 2-year deal.
Okay, maybe it is just a 2-year deal. Let me go look it up. Ian, look it up.
So yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what that's about, because I do feel like if they're confident in Jalen Moore and they want to start Jalen Moore, which let's talk about that for a split second. But I mean, if you
2 years, $30 million.
You already started in the NFL for a chunk of games last year behind the best left tackle in football, arguably. You had great tape. You got all this upside. What makes you think that Josh Simmons is better than Jalen Moore right off the rip? Like, this guy's already got starts at left tackle under his belt with good tape in the NFL to a guy that's coming out of college with a knee injury.
He's given us a cap hit of $11.2 million already, too, like this
So
year.
to me, if I had one knock on the Josh Simmons pick, even if his medicals are cleared, the one knock I have on the Josh Simmons pick is that it's slightly redundant. Because if you already have the guy that you're wanting to start at left tackle,
it feels a little forced.
Then why are you taking a guy in the first round? And listen, this is becoming a trend, by the way. Why are we taking a guy in the first round that's not going to instantly contribute to this team? Because it's becoming a yearly thing for the Chiefs. Now, you can take out Xavier Worthy. That was the exception. But you can go back. Felix did not contribute one bit. And keep going, man. Just keep going. There's some there, and it just makes you wonder. So, I don't. To me, it seems a little redundant. Like, if you already had your starting left tackle, why are you getting starting left tackle?
Well, look, Jalen Moore, look, like he says, 2 years. Look, his dead cap numbers it's 21.2 this year, so obviously he's on the team. Next year, he's at 10.7. So feasibly, they could get out of that deal. $10 million dead cap is not the end of the world in the NFL.
Yeah.
So
hey, shout out Fred Smith with the 2-bomb. Appreciate you, brother.
If you have to get rid of him after next year because he just can't do it, I mean, it is what it is. He's also 27 and 9 months. He's going to be 28 years old when this starts this year. So Jalen Moore is going to be 30 years old in 2 years at the end of his contract already.
Right.
So I think they're just looking for Josh Simmons. I think they think Josh Simmons might be the future. This is bad news for Kingsley. Kingsley ain't never coming back to left tackle at this point.
No, but I think Kingsley is more suited for right tackle and
he's more suited for
guard.
right tackle and left guard. So I think maybe Kingsley might get that Joe Tooney position. Boy, what's Patrick Mahomes going to do if he starts this? What if Jalen Moore just can't do it or he gets injured and you're starting Kingsley at left guard and a rookie at left tackle? Patrick Mahomes is probably like, good God, here we go again. Because look, as good as Jalen, or as good as Josh Simmons could be, he's going to have growing pains. He's going to have struggles.
Absolutely. I don't care how good you think you are coming out of college. If you go in there,
you're going to run into Trey Hendrickson a few times.
You're going into Trey Hendrickson. You're running into Max Crosby. You're running into Aiden Hutchinson. You're running into these guys that are going to eat your lunch regardless. Good luck. I mean, that's the thing. But my thing is like, don't you want like a day one contributor from a first round draft pick? Isn't that kind of the goal?
Yeah, but the Chiefs are also in a spot too where I think left tackle might be the exception though, Steve, because we keep telling people left tackle is a commodity that's tough to get. Most people aren't trading them to you unless you're the Texans trading Laramie Tunsil out of the blue. Right. You're not getting them traded. It's hard to find one unless you're picking in the top 10 to 15 because it's such a premium position. And you may have got a guy that if he wouldn't have been injured this year, Josh Simmons could have been top 10 to 15.
Yeah.
So maybe they've seen it as this is our chance to get that premium position and we don't have to – we can move back and get him.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it was.
If you're just rolling in and you're listening to the conversation, we don't hate the pick. We both graded it an A. It's an A pick. It has to be the values there. They got a position that they needed to get. They gained a 5th round pick while doing so. So I mean, it's an A from us. So we don't dislike the pick, but you got to talk it out, right? you got to talk it out a little bit and figure out kind of where they're coming from with that, and maybe what the plan is going forward. It also makes you wonder what the plan is going forward in the draft, because we kind of thought maybe they would stick around or wait a little bit and take an Ariante Ursery or a Charles Grant or Anthony Belton or someone later. Wyatt Milam would be a killer pick, and I still think he would be a killer pick at this point. So it's kind of talk it out and figure out kind of where their head's at. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So no one dislikes the pick. I mean, I'm sure some of you do, but me and Mike don't dislike the pick.
No,
it just seemed.
At the end of the day, logically, it makes sense. And again, I was for some reason thinking Jalen Moore was a 3-year deal, but now that I know it's a 2-year deal, and it makes even more sense in a way. So now that I jogged my memory, it's been how long since we signed Jalen Moore? 2 months. In my world, that's been about 17 years, it feels like. So, yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense because, again, I just brought the comment up. Sam said it. Where we pick every year, it's tough to get that premium left tackle. I mean, unless you're just really lucky. And I think this year we may have got really lucky. It could work out in our favor, and I hope it does, and I hope Brett Veach is right. I mean, look, how dumb would it be, though? Think about this. What if you didn't take Josh Simmons? What if you took Luther Burden? And Luther Burden did turn out to be Kadarius Toney 2.0, and Josh Simmons turned out to be a Pro Bowler. Exactly. We'd have all been like, oh, there it is. That's the DK Metcalf. So Brett Veach he's in a rough spot, right? Every year.
He is. And I also think Josh Simmons was the safer pick, correct? You might have got more praise up front because it's flashier to take Luther Burden, and he's from Missouri. And it's like, I get it. But at the same time, I think the safer pick was we have to protect Patrick Mahomes. We need a left tackle. This is a guy that fell. We actually got good value on him. We got our 5th-round draft pick net back. I just think that's a safe pick for Brett Veach. I think it was a smart pick for Brett Veach, and more than likely, it's probably the right pick from Brett Veach. We'll just have to wait and see how it pans out. Like, the only downside to it to me is I don't understand it with the Jalen Moore thing. Them being confident that he's going to start over there. Them being confident that he has the ability to be a starting or an elite left tackle in the league because he's been sitting behind.
Except for that, he'll be 29.
Trent Williams. Yeah, he's not the youngest guy in the world, is he?
Exactly. So there it is. Even if he starts, even if you got another contract out of him, you're now giving him a second contract in KC at 30 years old.
So, I mean, it's very early to talk about, but don't be surprised if you see a guy spend $15 million a year on a guy that don't play. Because Josh Simmons could very well come in, be cleared medically, and win that job and just be the left tackle. And then you got a backup left tackle that you're paying $30 million.
Yeah, I think then that's when you got to look to. But doesn't Brett Veach have to do that because you wasn't guaranteed you were going to get a guy,
stuff like that?
Well, you wasn't guaranteed you were going to get this guy in the draft. He feasibly could have went top 15. So you had to take the shot in free agency, but then now you get him, and if you skip him in free agency, trying to get him in the draft, you may not get him. If you get the guy in free agency, but you don't take him in the draft, then you've got the age thing, and you've got the maybe he can't do it, maybe he's not good enough. I think he's just better off to just overcompensate, double dip, kind of do what he did, the approach for the quarters. Every other approach, you got to kind of just go at it hard.
He might very well draft another tackle. I would love to see them get Wyatt Milam at this juncture. If they could get out of this draft with Josh Simmons and Wyatt Milam still hit on a receiver, maybe like a Kyle Williams or someone like that, it could be a pretty exciting draft. And then I still really like them to be looking at Sam Brown Jr. later in the draft to fill in that wide receiver position. Him and Isaiah Nair, both top athletes in the class in wide receiver.
Yeah.
There's lots of different
I feel like at this position, though, Steve, I don't know if they go back to the offensive line well.
I think they could.
Well, the reason I say that is because Jawan Taylor at right tackle, you still got 2 options there. You've got Wanye, you've got Kingsley. We also have they liked the kid, the UDFA last year. Ethan, whatever his name was, I forget his last name, Driscoll. Ethan Driscoll, you got him.
CJ Hansen.
You're going to sign Trey Smith.
Zorzad.
You've got Hunter Norzad, CJ Hansen. You've got Caliendo. You've got tons of guys that are playing this interior. Why do you draft a Milam then? To play, like, is he going to be the right tackle of the future? And then is Wanye just out? Like, what? At some point, you got too many cooks in the kitchen. So I get it, but who knows what they do, man?
He did this with corners.
That's
he did
true.
this with corners. He had way too many at one point, or we thought, and now you're kind of seeing how that's playing out.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys don't care, do us a favor, hit the like button, share the channel with a friend, help us get the word out. We're going to be covering the draft tomorrow night as well, second round, and then of course on Saturday we'll be up and at 'em, getting the rest of it in. So we're going to be doing this whole draft. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us, by the way. Really do appreciate it. We've been on here for 4.5 hours now. It's time for us to slow down, take a break. But shout out you guys that donated and gifted memberships and stuff like that. That goes a long way with the time and effort put in. It always feels good to get that back from you guys. Or just even clicking the like button, subscribing, sharing, all that stuff goes a long way. Nate with the 30 bomb, baby. Let's go. Right on cue. He says, who's our left guard now? Caliendo's a nice backup. He can't square up on elite talent, though. Am I missing someone here? Kingsley Suamataia.
They think Kingsley Suamataia is going to be able to do it.
Probably going to be the guy. That'd be my guess.
He's more equipped to play the guard or the right tackle position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of what it's going to be. Kingsley's a damn good guy. Like, he's a good offensive lineman. A lot of people's down on him quick because of what happened where he only played a game and a half and they pulled him from the game. And, the Bengals, Trey Hendrickson made him look terrible. But, I mean, he did that to a lot of people last year. So a lot of people are just kind of out on Kingsley, but then they really shouldn't be. Kingsley's a freak athlete. He was on the freak athletes list. Just tested off the charts. He has a lot of potential, a lot of upside. He's got a lot to learn, but I think you put him over at left guard and give him some time, and he could pan out pretty well. And then you still got Wanye Morris that could be plugged in at a guard position, I believe, and do okay. Wanye was serviceable at left tackle before his knee injury, but he wasn't great, right? But maybe he could be a decent guard. Just lots of different ways to go there. And then, like we've talked about, Hunter Norzad, C.J. Hansen, Ethan Driscoll. There's just a lot of guys there. But I still could see him dipping again. I could see him doing it one more time. I really could. I think Brett Veach likes to overcompensate, and I could see him doing it. But, yeah, I think Kingsley's the guy that you're missing, Nate. That's probably the one they're kind of leaning towards. I think Andy Reid already said that he's going to let Mike Caliendo and Kingsley Suamataia kind of battle it out for that position. So,
yeah.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Man, I tell you, I think it's going to be – I think it's a fine pick. It's a fine pick. Again, it maybe wasn't the most sexy pick ever, but at the same time, it kind of is. You want to improve the deep ball game? Keep Patrick Mahomes upright. That's how you got to do it, right? So
absolutely.
It says that he did participate in the Buckeyes Pro Day, and he posted 33 reps on the bench press, which would have tied for the most at the NFL Scouting Combine. So that's another good one, too, because when you watched his film, you felt like he could have needed to get a little stronger in the upper body. Sounds like he's been working on that because his lower body's been injured. So
well, I mean,
maybe that turns out to be a win-win.
Exactly, but I think he does have that strength and that power and everything. I mean, if you like,
he had some mauler in him. He really did.
Yeah, just reading a little bit more about him from another writer. It says Simmons isn't just a good athlete who can move in space. He's a tone setter who brings legitimate power and finishing ability to pair with his high-end movement skills. The explosiveness shows up early in drives when he's fresh, where he'll absolutely bury edge defenders on down blocks and drive linebackers 15 yards down the field in a screen game. That combination of traits makes him ideal fit for teams running wide zone concepts that ask their tackles to reach 4-eye techniques and climb to the second level, which the Chiefs make their guys do that all the time. So, I mean, I feel like this could be a good fit.
Yeah. Somebody just sent me something that said Josh Simmons also got injured in his senior year of high school and took a bad injury.
Oh, really?
So,
but still, they said medicals are clear.
They did say medicals are clear, so I guess it don't matter what that injury was.
Right?
That was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, too.
If they're saying the medicals are clear, we're not even going to consider that no more. I think we should just throw that out.
So here's what that was, though. Not that injury, but it does say it was speculated at Ohio State last year that he tore his ACL, but they later revealed he actually suffered a torn patellar tendon. So it actually wasn't as bad as people thought it was, which we've all talked about tonight anyway, but just saying that all together. So, man, I think it's pretty decent. I think Dane Brugler, who does draft stuff, had him as a top 20 prospect. So, I mean, think about it. We get a guy that if he don't hurt himself, he's probably top 10, top 15. He's a top 20 prospect as he's set right now with the injury. He's going to be cleared by camp to play. Jalen Moore, again, is only on a 2-year deal. He's going to be 30 after the 2-year deal. I think it's a win-win no matter which way you go.
Well, yeah,
I like the pick. I give Brett Veach an A+. And when you put that 5th-round pick back on it.
Exactly. I was going to say, if you set your feelings aside and you don't go with one of your my guys, like a lot of people would have loved to see Luther Burden. I mean, hell, we were over here chanting, like, let's get him.
We wanted Luther Burden. We just wanted to be right at the draft. Let's be honest.
Yeah, sort of. But at the same time, it's just like you have to give Veach an A. If you're being objective, you have to give him an A. He got exactly what he needed, a high-level guy that dropped, so you got great value on him, and you gained your 5th-round draft pick back. I think it's a win-win. There's no way you rate it less than an A unless you're just, it's just sour grapes, right?
Yeah.
But we appreciate you guys being here. Thanks so much for everybody that donated and hung out with us all night. You guys are freaking awesome. Thanks so much. 4.5 hours. Been crazy, been wild. We'll be back tomorrow with coverage of round 2, so be on the lookout. I think that starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, so you might be with Mike a little bit longer than you were today.
Oh, dang. I'm back again tomorrow by myself.
Yeah, for a little bit.
I might try to pull in a special guest for about an hour and a half.
Whatever
you think I can pull something off?
Whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter.
I might see what I can get for tomorrow.
I think you do a good job by yourself, too.
I do. People said I was a little slow because I'm doing 17 things at once.
They'll get over it. It'll be okay. But, yeah, appreciate you guys. An A for Brett Veach and crew tonight.
Right.
5 bomb from
go.
Flip. 5 bomb from Flip. During practice, if we were to line up a 100% healthy Josh Simmons to go against CJ 5 times, how many sacks do you think CJ would get? That's a good question. 1 out of 5?
Yeah.
That's pretty good batting average, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Nah,
it's 20% win rate. I feel like offensive, you don't have to do much, right? You just kind of got to, depends on what the pass play is. If Patrick takes like a 7-step drop and they're waiting on a 70-yard bomb, I don't know. That's tough.
All right, man. Flip, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate all you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night. Go Chiefs. A for Veach.
5th-round pick, that's an A+.
Wow.